places. Let's get the music playing. Alright. We're gonna start with the Snowbreak stuff first. Okay. Yep, we got stuff in the mail. Cool. Personal file first. Right, because we gotta go upgrade these guys. Right. Dispatch. Oh yeah, that's... What, was it tomorrow, the day after that resets? Okay, yeah, that's tomorrow this resets. Cool. We got that stuff done. And just making sure we have everything else we needed done. We're good over there. Yeah, don't need anything there. Let's go spend our stamina then. Right, we'll go spend it all here. Okay, got that done. And there's something over here we need to get done. Where is she? Oh, she's sleeping. Right, we got that one done. Alright. Hi, Cork. Welcome, welcome. Okay. We're gonna do the funny thing with the reacts later. We should be able to do that thing later. Let me just double check to make sure it's actually working. Where is it? Wait, is it working? Interesting, it's not being picked up again. That is odd. I thought it would work. I swear, the freaking Desktop Survivors app is like so weird. When it picks up stuff. Because I thought it would like show up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, you can hear the sound. Yeah, it's there. We're gonna use that later. Yeah, we saw the fuse go and pop. We definitely did. Honestly, the initial popping was not what I expected. Right? It wasn't what I was expecting, because I was expecting something a lot more dramatic initially, when they were trying to do the thing. I say that from seeing smaller fuses pop from experience. In funny ways. That's why. I thought it would be a lot more dramatic just because of how much power is going through it. Right, like I thought, like, I think you noticed that part. When we did the reaction there, if you went back in the VOD. I was expecting something a lot more dramatic. Okay, we don't have anything here, right? Oh wait, you know what would be good actually? I should do some of these. Wait, do I have no more slots? I guess I don't. Yeah, I could put something that's an 8 cost. Yeah, I can put that there. Yeah, you could. I guess you could. Yeah, I guess putting a cave in there could make it more... Could make it go faster. I might as well start doing these. Because I need to meet my quota somehow. This is the freaking downside of streaming this shit. I need to meet my quota for Snowbreak somehow.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
So... We're gonna go meet the quota this way. This shit doesn't exactly have anything of value in them, but... Oh well. Gotta meet the quota somehow.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Right. I have a quota to meet, so we gotta go meet it. Alright, that one's done. Alright, on to the next one. Wait, no, I got an idea, actually. How I can make doing the Snowbreak story more interesting, too.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Really? You had a whale tested? Okay, how'd it go? How'd that go? Did 22G, damn. What were their stats? How high were their stats? Yeah, of course Ray would do more damage.
Objective complete, all
I should try to
according plan.
practice it later. For fun. But like, yeah, it makes sense Ray does more damage. It's kind of obvious. Yeah. I mean, the gap closes a bit once you start looking at, like, at least for harder content and actually being able to hit your targets.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah. You get closer once you factor in enemy resistance stuff, especially for like higher res targets. It gets closer. Since Meryl doesn't have it unless you're Fortitude.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Well, yeah, Ray is. It makes sense. Yeah. The thing is, though, in practice, for a lot of stuff, Meryl on field isn't even that great. Unfortunately. So, like, in practice, in a lot of real scenarios, the Meryl on field is actually worse. There's a lot of missing stuff, yes. But then there's also the other part too, where you don't have the resignore stuff as well. Which is pretty big with its impact in practice. Especially on like harder content. Since they like to just increase the enemy resistance stuff instead.
Keep it tight.
Yeah, 85% resistance.
Keep it tight.
Yeah. It makes a huge difference.
Nothing to be afraid of.
It makes a huge difference. For harder content, if you can get more resistance ignore, it makes a huge impact. Where possible. Right, next one. Yeah. I mean, you make a spreadsheet that has it programmed in, and it becomes a lot easier to look at. You just fill in all the values in there. It helps clean things up when you do that and do it that way.
Nothing to be afraid of. Objective complete, all according to plan.
I know, but you put it in a spreadsheet, you never have to do it again. And you can make it so you can compare more at once. If you want.
Nothing to be afraid of.
Alright, next one.
弓を引いたからには分析準備を整えました。終わり。甘い。ここからです。Nothing to be afraid of. そう。犯人はあなたです。戦車番宣。Objective complete. All according to plan. 定め。私を導いてくれるのは
Oh, we're only just gonna do these until I meet the minimum quota.
弓を引いたからには
Do Snowbreak stuff
準備
first.
を整えました。
Honestly, I think I should do desktop survivors. When's the demo? For sure.
甘い。ここからです。Nothing to be afraid of. Objective complete.
Sure.
All according to plan.
Oh, it's out? We'll do it tomorrow then.
私を導いてくれる
Sure, we'll play it tomorrow. I'll grab it tomorrow then. Because I still have to download it and install it. But sure. I'll do it tomorrow.
満を持して行ってきます。おとなしく捕まってください。百射百中。真相を突き止めます。終わり。甘い。ここからです。
Deep learning? No, it's not. Deep learning anti-aliasing is not native resolution. It's upscaling. They also, because what they do is they actually render the game at a lower resolution and then upscale it for the anti-aliasing. That is not native.
行ってきます。Keep it tight. おとなしく捕まってください。百射百中。終わり。甘い。ここからです。
It's the same as like using like XCSS or like some forms of FSR.
ご褒美。
Yeah. Deep learning anti-aliasing is not native. It runs it at a low resolution. Yeah. The only way you'll get native anti-aliasing is if you use a different filter that doesn't use the AI stuff. Like if you use stuff like MSAA and stuff like that, you'll actually and then set it to run at 100% resolution scale, depending on the game. And then you're actually running at native, and then you're using anti-aliasing to run it higher than native to reduce the amount of jagged pixels and stuff. Because like that was an old technique of for anti-aliasing where the game would run at a higher resolution, so you would see less jagged edges and stuff. But stuff like TAA, DLSS, FSR, and then the other one is XCSS. Those are all not native. You are not playing at a native resolution with those.
Objective complete. All according to plan.
Keep that in mind. If you ever see those settings, it means it's not native. And if you're on console with the PlayStation, the pisser is also not native. I still don't understand why for the PS5 Pro, Sony was like, yeah, we have this upscaling tech thingy, which is just a reskin of FSR, an older version of FSR, and they called it pisser. Right, it's like the freaking pisser. Oh sure. What did you send? Oh, there's a demo? Yeah, sure. We'll look at it in a bit. after we finish the thing here.
そう犯人はあなたです。終わり甘いここからです。
I just need to finish the quota for Snowbreak first, and then I'll give it a look.
私を導いてくれるのは
Because I need my Snowbreak streams to be at least 30 minutes to count the segments.
満を持して行ってきます。
So we're gonna make sure we hit the quota first.
終わり甘いここからです。
Reloading.
Where's the other dude? What's it doing over there? Hi, Fire. Welcome, welcome.
定め私を導いてくれるのは 弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました。おとなしく捕まってください。戦車番宣
Not enough to change anything.
Right, that one's cleared.
定め
Yeah, game makes this go a lot smoother. Just because the shred makes the pets do more damage. No, it's not. It depends on the card. I've used cards in the past where normal operating temperature was as high as 90 to 95. I remember the card I used the daily drive like 12 years ago. It was an AMD Radeon card. That thing, the 290, it would like normally run at 95 degrees. That was normal behavior. It depends on the card, not everything's the same.
All according to plan.
No, but 60 degrees is your 4090 even doing anything? No, like if it's only running at 60, I'm wondering if it's even doing anything. Cause goddamn, 60 degrees for a 4090? That's like nothing. The concern point is when it goes above 85 for a 4090, I believe. 60 is like, is it even doing anything? It's making me curious if it's actually doing anything. Or if the games you're playing are just very light.
Objective complete.
With the settings you're playing at. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna feel hot to the touch because what? The 4090 draws like 400, 500 watts or something. So yeah, it's gonna be about it like actually touching it will be like touching a 500 watt space heater. Because physics. So like it makes sense. Oh yeah. Yeah, because like Snowbreak is very, very easy to run. Right. That makes sense. Or Snowbreak isn't that heavy. If you're talking about Snowbreak, yeah, like that's... Oh, you mean Stellar Blade. Are you running it at like 4K actually? Or is it actually just that, I wonder what settings you're using then. Because like I thought like if you actually max it out properly, you would be drawing like, you'd be at like 70 to 80. Okay. I guess it's not that heavy of a game then, if it's running at like 60 degrees on your
Keep it tight.
4090. Because like you don't have an AIO a liquid cooled 4090. So like your thing is air cooled, so I expect a little bit higher temps. But also it does help how like you do get you have a lot of good airflow in your case. With the configuration I told you for the fans. So it's getting a lot of nice fresh air.
Keep it tight.
Oh yeah, we'll give it a look afterwards. What frame rate were you playing at? If you don't mind me asking, because I'm kind of curious. Oh yeah, just put it on standard, you're fine. Yeah, just leave it on the standard instead of silent. Okay, so it's working properly.
All according to plan.
I guess maybe Stellar Blade isn't that heavy of a game. I'm guessing it's just not that heavy. They actually did a good job optimizing that thing. Too bad they can't optimize the Nikkei PC version properly. From what I've heard. But like, if that's what you're getting on your 4090, I'm actually kind of surprised.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Right. I mean, it's fine as is. If you can always play with the settings and increase it further if you want. You're generally safe until it hits like 80 degrees. Like 80 degrees is where I would like cap like my thermals on a 4090. Though I actually don't know how strong the cooler on that model of the 4090 you have is. All I know is that thing's a massive brick. It's a very, very thick card. Right, it's a very thick card.
Objective complete, all according
Alright,
to
that
plan.
one's dead. Alright, we're almost done with... We'll do up to stage 30 first. And then we'll switch.
ャッシャ百中。そう、犯人はあなたです。
It's nothing. Not a problem.
終わり？甘い。ここからです。おとなしく捕まってください。
And that's dead. Nice.
ご褒美。
Oh, what's going on here? I was just wondering why I was pinged on the Snowbreak Discord.
満を持して
Okay.
行ってきます。
Oh, I got boss here.
戦車番宣。終わり？甘い。ここからです。真相を突き止めます。
And dead. Very nice. Alright, cool. We can get all of this stuff. Have I met my quota yet? Okay, cool. I have met my quota. We still have to finish more of the things in there, which we'll do later. Okay. I'll wait for the ad break to finish first, and then I'll just get set up to look at it. Oh shit, my keyboard's low on battery. Okay. Let's take a look at that video real quick. Right, I was sent the Stellar Blade demo, very high settings, DLA 4K. This is on a 5090. 9800X3D, yup. They're doing a custom loop, interesting. They're on a 5090. Okay. Doesn't it mean I saw what? You notice a lot of new videos you sent got thumbs up. Yes, it did mean that. Yes, it meant we saw it yesterday or earlier. We've been going through them, clearing them. I've been going back and marking them. We did see a bunch of them yesterday. We did. So there's that. Oh, there's like another... Oh, we should have seen that one earlier. Whatever, we'll see that tomorrow. Okay, anyways. We got Stellar Blade demo gameplay. Where's the thing start?
Untitled 2160. We're playing at a resolution of 13 launcher, or you could probably get it from the Epic Store as well. So
Okay.
go through the in-game settings I'm using. We're playing at a resolution of 3840 by 20.
Yeah, 4K. Unlimited FPS. Honestly, I don't understand why he's doing unlimited FPS. You just frame cap to whatever your screen is. If your monitor is like 120 hertz, 144, 60 hertz, or whatever, cap your frame rate to that. there's no reason to have it go further. You're just wasting power that you can't see. And if your frame rate goes too high and doesn't match your monitor's refresh rate, you will actually get screen tearing. So they're like, in practice for a lot of games, unless you're playing like some competitive thing where you want every bit of latency reduction, like you're playing like CSGO or whatever, you generally do not want to run your games at unlimited FPS. You want to cap it to match your monitor's refresh rate. Or some integer of that. Yeah, you would set it to 120. You wouldn't run it at unlimited. Because your graphics card will just draw more power, it'll make your room hotter, and you won't even see the difference because your screen won't show it. And occasionally you'll introduce extra screen tearing and stuff. So you generally want to cap your frame rate. I guess he's just showcasing how high FPS he can get. Yeah, if they're using VRR, they could set it to around 118 and deal with that. Honestly, just keep it at the 120. It's whatever. VRR will still go in effect. I mean, I thought I saw a summary of it somewhere on Discord, and it looked like it's just more of the same crap. It seemed kind of boring, but whatever.
160. No frame rate cap.
Yeah, the limiter will be imperfect. Yeah, it's fine though.
And I'm playing with no motion blur, no film.
Yeah, no motion blur, no film grain. Okay.
No chromatic aberration, just a
Okay, yeah, you don't need to see those effects if you want to see it for what it is.
personal choice for me. Game does support DLSS4, but I'm only using DLAA, which is anti-aliasing, not upscaling, so this is native 4K.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Oh yeah, he's just... Yeah, so DLAA will run it at 4K in this case. You're not using frame generation, right? You turned it off?
And I'm using everything at maximum, so high where highest, very high. And I'm using the 4K textures as well. And all the...
Wait, it's... All this is like turned up and it's only using like 14 gigs of VRAM? Wow.
And the objects have been maxed out in terms of the visibility.
Okay.
That is pretty much it. You can also toggle film grain, motion blur, and chromatic aberration
Okay, so it seems it's gonna be easier to run than I thought.
from the graphics.
Yeah, that's like yeah, you're wondering why I'm like surprised. Because I'm like looking at like this and I'm like, oh wow.
That is pretty much it. I'm just gonna get straight into the demo.
That's nice.
Not too sure how long the demo is, but it's around about 16 gigabyte download, so I'm not too sure how much that gives you.
Transmitting final briefing. As of now, Airborne Squad 7 will exterminate the Alpha Natives occupying District 3. Their objective
But yeah, I'm
is the
surprised.
dispatchment of the Elder Natives.
We'll try the demo out tomorrow. Yeah, if it's that well optimized, you didn't even need a thing, yeah. Oh sure, okay, we'll look at it tomorrow then. Sure. We'll try it tomorrow then. Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly do my ToF stuff, then we'll go back to more reacts and stuff like that. Alright, we'll go do that first. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to a lot of the weird Pepega shit going on there. Yeah, that's their own problem.
Time to head out.
Right, it's their own problem. I'm gonna log into the ToF Cloud for my ult. The fuck? God damn, the boost rate window is like super fucked. It doesn't want me dragging the window out round. The hell did they do to their client? Oh, okay. Sure, I'll take this. Free is free. I'll take that. Right, free is free after all. Anything new here? What the hell is this? 14 pulls for that. I mean, might as well check. Is it worth getting? $70 per pull. Right, and this is 65. This is still better value. This is still better value. But honestly, this is decent. Honestly, it's not the worst. Because, like, generally it's like, what? It's around like 40 tanium is like the best pack you can get, and that's like one pull only that they would have. It's still better than average. But yeah. Could be better. Oh, I changed the software I was using for my mic. So what happened was, before I was using the official Go XLR app, but that thing has been discontinued for like a long time, like a year and a half now, and I've had issues with it here and there. But recently, the other day, I found out that there was a Linux version made, but the Linux version that was like forked over the original, and it supports Windows. So I switched to that one. I still have the same settings I had before, the exact same preset, but it sounds a little bit better now. The thing there, I don't know what was up with the Go XLR thing before, but like TC Helicon, they still sell the actual hardware, but they basically decided to stop supporting it, which is weird. I think that's why it sounds better now. I've been using it. Last stream was like the first time I used it, I think it was. Yeah, like I only started using that thing recently. Alright, let me just get the login code. But I'm glad it sounds better now. It sounds more like it should. I'm slowly working out on ironing out some of the issues. Oh wait, that was the wrong email I put in. Oh, silly me. I was about to log into my main on the cloud. Okay, and then I have to wait to get my verification code. Hi, Derek. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. I guess my mic's slowly sounding better. What the hell's going on here? Is game dead, but nobody asked how's game dead? This guy's already dead. Sure. Dead, it's undead. Zombie game. Let's be real, it's the undead zombie. It's not dead, it's undead. Okay, here it is. Oh, god damn it. Where'd it go? Oh, the booster app, void app is so scuffed. I don't know why it's behaving like super unusual today. But I'm trying to drag the window around. Alright, what was my code? They had a 5090 for 3200. You were tempted? Damn. They actually, that's not worth it though. That is like 40% above MSRP. For 3200, they better be giving, including other shit with it too. Does it come with a buck set? Surely it comes with a buck set of ROG crap, right? If you know that the joke from that one, you know. Surely it comes with a buck set. Right, if you remember that react. The buck set of ROG. They couldn't even spell bucket correctly when Newegg was trying to scam people into buying more shit so they could buy a 5090. Ah, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But honestly, like... you probably don't need it anyways, man. You already got the 4090. You already bought the 4090 anyways. Right, you already got the 4090. We still gotta know though, what's a buck set? Steve never answered that question. What is a buck set? What I'm curious on though is like how long until like Valve starts supporting NVIDIA cards on SteamOS. Because honestly, you could probably get even more FPS that way, while using less power and shit. If you can, and you would have a UI that's more closer to using a console, if you just use it in the gaming mode. While also getting quick resume stuff. Because we don't really have that working on Windows. But it works really nicely on SteamOS. Right now, like, the best reason to even think of, like, buying the AMD cards is so you can use SteamOS. Because they have drivers on it, for it. But there's no NVIDIA drivers. That's, like, the main that's, like, the only advantage for AMD cards right now. Oh yeah, mods are gonna be interesting. You're probably interested in another type of mod too. Special kind. More educational mod. More cultural educational mod. I assume. Oh fuck, where is... But the freaking thing doesn't like to cooperate today. The freaking, booster rate thing is like not cooperating. It's like dragging itself to who knows where on my screen. I'm just trying to like move the window of my monitor. Like it doesn't want to cooperate. Honestly, people should move to Game Banana or something. Go on Game Banana. I don't like Nexus mods. Game Banana generally is a lot nicer for mods. If only they would like move more shit to Game Banana or something. It's a way better mod site. But like it's not that popular. And like Game Banana even supports like custom mod launchers too for some games. Which is really nice. Yeah, I figured you would get some mods from there. Do they have like a special mod loader or something? Or do you just have to like put the stuff in there? Yeah, cause like I get a lot of mods for when I play certain games off, like a lot of like my platformer games off stream. Like Sonic Unleashed recompiled, Shadow Gens, Colors Ultimate, and all the other ones. Like I get them from Sonic Generations and stuff. I get them off Game Banana because they support the mod manager, the Hedge mod manager. Nah, no sexy mods. Level mods, custom maps, custom character models. Like there's like a Sonic X model to make it look like cartoony that I've been using as well. Then why the fuck would I play sexy mods with that, man? Why would anyone want that? That shit was just weird. No, but like they have like a lot of like cool shit there. He doesn't wear clothes. Why the hell would he put on a thong? Makes no sense. I'm waiting also for like there's like different like textures and shit of different mods and stuff. There's like different boosting effects. Like the only thing he wears is shoes. There's like one that replaces his head with the 1-up icon. There's like sound mods and stuff like that, like actual custom levels and everything. They put him in a race suit, like a Sonic Riders fit there. Updated physics mods. Object mods, like, it's just this shit. You aren't gonna find any of that weird crap here. Like, yeah, like the dude's nude already. What the fuck you want? Oh. I see. I mean it... Wait. Oh shit. Crap, I accidentally moved my alt off the platform. God, I don't know why the Boostroid app is so Pepega today. Okay. Like, it just doesn't want to cooperate. I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably do keyboard first. I have an Xbox controller, but I'll probably do keyboard first. Yeah, I'll probably do keyboard first. Hell, all the aberrants are like dead. There's other people doing network dailies, god damn. There's like nothing down inside the inbounds area. There are people actually doing network dailies still. Oh, we'll do Sadness Valley first. Twice. The Cloud app does not want to cooperate today. Alright. You found an entire box of what? Okay. Just turn off autocorrect then. If it's causing you too much pain, turn it off. Alright, I need to get double all sixes on my ult. Yeah, it always causes issues, so you might as well turn it off. Alright, let me get some patrol droids. Okay, why is my latency so high for Boostery today?
Awaiting command.
God, this is so, like, unuseful. I don't know why today my latency to the cloud version is so bad today. It's just really, really bad today.
Target eliminated.
And then, like, now it won't even let me click anything. It just doesn't want to cooperate. I mean, like, it's supposed to help by making it so I don't have to run it on the same machine. Whatever, I'm almost done with my dailies. Oh god, yeah, the freaking latency is super high. They finally broke it of not every new character looking the same? Okay. Too bad they all have the same one-dimensional personality either way.
Target eliminated.
I mean, we all know the story in the nutshell, right? Rover goes to new area. A harem of whores throw themselves at the main character. Rover gets bored. Trashes all of them. Moves to a new area to repeat. That is basically everything in WoW was summarized. And it's pretty much what it is. That is like the best summary I could ever give. They say it's peak, but it's not. The only peak they're probably talking about is what's between their legs. In their pants. You can ignore it reflex if you don't want it. It's just it's a power saving thing. You don't need to have it on if you don't want it. It'll just like reduce your frame rate to draw less power when you're idle. Or when it thinks things are idle on screen. That's what it's for. I mean, it is what it is, man. Cloud version, like, it actually doesn't want to detect some of my inputs. Boostroid Cloud is like super broken, their freaking app today. I can't even check on the thing properly. I wonder if it's just having the other thing open in the background is causing the issue too.
Target eliminated.
If it is, that'd be hilarious, but also sad. I mean, there's a lot of things with a way better story than whatever the fuck they throw in there. But it is what it is, man. It's the minimum viable product. Minimum viable product, man. MVP. Nice design, but that's it. You're gonna forget about them after. I haven't looked at them. Because, like, I'm not exactly interested or care. Especially what happens after you were to pull a character, the whole thing afterwards that you have to deal with, like, fuck that. No thanks. I don't want to. Like, I don't want to deal with any of that. Not at all. Yeah, I might actually be running the other thing in the background, even though it's idle doing nothing. I don't know. The time it takes for you to level up and upgrade a new character that you get in any of those games, you can probably watch through like 200 episodes of various different animes. in less time. By the time you get to that point. Like, I could spend the time doing other shit instead.
Target eliminated.
And that I would much rather do. It's like, no thanks, not worth it. Like, only way I'd, like, actually bother touching it again is if I ever get paid by them. Because I ain't playing it for free.
Awaiting command.
I mean, I found another way to add games to any game. I can literally add gameplay to anything right now. With this thing. Because, like, the problem is they have no content, but they need to force you to log in every day. They need to force you to do something when they have nothing. And they need you to do it every single day. That's part of the problem. They need you locked in and engaged every single day when they have literally nothing. That's the problem. They have nothing. They never had anything and they never will have anything. But they need to keep you they need to keep your engagement maxed out. Okay, we got all this shit. I guess we'll look at my macro here first that someone copied. Wait, that seems a lot slower. I had a macro on this shit literally a year ago. Why don't they credit me? I fucking made the original macro over a year ago. I have the original. Like, bruh. I have the original. Oh, this is slower than mine. This is slower than my macro. You can go 1 millisecond. You can also simplify this further. This is like suboptimal. This is suboptimal because you can make it faster. You can make this faster. This is suboptimal. Why the fuck they slow it down? They can make it faster. And get even more hits in.
Off we go. May my poems light the way on your path ahead.
You can definitely tell it's slower. The camera isn't that shaky because it's slower.
Tuning in.
That's definitely slower than my macro. My macro is way faster. This is what happens when it's like actually at the max speed. It's a lot faster. It's a lot shakier, but you can tell. You can tell like how quickly the numbers are being replaced much faster. I have the faster macro. Mine's a lot more optimized. Yes. This is my old video from a year ago. I have the original. Mine is the original. You can do with a controller too through Steam input, but that's a bit more of a mess. No, this is the fucking clown again, isn't it? The freaking weird clown Kurobot. We'll get through it. We'll use GreyJ to watch it. It's not a coping mechanism. Mathematically, we know it's really fucking stupid. Alright, here. Alright, we're gonna do a round of this.
Wait, you don't want to talk to me? Why are you running? Don't run! Hey, come back! Come back! Why are you trying to talk to me? Hey, you're a pussy! You're just a pussy! Why would you talk to me?
Did he catch that, boss?
What do you mean your mic? My mic
Still a
sounds
fucking
normal.
clown, man.
If you've ever been in a situation of choice
Power
paralysis
surge, I
with
think.
who to
Oh
put
no, we'll
next
get
for your
Dr.
account,
Watson.
You may have considered the idea of asking online for advice from others on who to choose to better improve the status of your account, rather than making the decision yourself. Following that, there is a high chance you were given advice that did not help you whatsoever because you came looking for a results-based answer, yet you were given a preference-based answer more often than not. Waifu over meta. A common term you will hear within the gacha space, particularly on social media sites from everyday users, rather than finding this kind of philosophy from content creators or guide makers. It's not that deep as to why they're getting paid to tell you and the Redditors are not.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I've said this multiple times. Focusing on endgame content to get the Pega rewards is always retarded in a lot of these games, if that's what you're after. And for a lot of them, again, the endgame content is a waste of your time. It is a waste of your time, it is a waste of your effort, it is a waste of your resources. Again, like, mathematically speaking, I've said this many times. If a character took you 160 pulls, and it takes you 160 pulls to get them, you spent 25 and 160 currency to get them. You spent 25,600 premium currency. Let's say you need 9 characters to go clear the endgame content, and you only get 700 for getting max rewards out of it. Your break-even point is 330 clears, because you can't get 0.14 of a clear. 330. Divide that by 12 months in a year for 12 resets. That's 27.5 years. It is actually retarded to chase after those things there. So yes, instead, the actual real thing that's worth going after is what you actually like. Because the reality is of chasing it, this is what actually happens, right? So you spent 160 squared, which is this much. Let's say that's to pull your character, right? We're not talking even like getting max dupes or whatever. This is what you thing there. You got this for clearing that mode. You subtract it from the actual cost, and you want to know how much you actually gained? You lost 25,523 premium currency. You didn't gain anything, you lost. You actually lost because the actual cost to buy in is less than what you get out, the payout. That's the reality, and this is why, yes, logically speaking, waifu over meta, yes. I could probably make a video on it, logically proving that waifu is better than meta. Like, logically speaking, waifu is better than meta there. Logically speaking. If it costs you something to go clear it, you fucked up. I mean, these games are pretty terrible at giving you that power fantasy, man. If you actually want to play a power fantasy game, go play a game that actually does a good job with that. It actually gives you that feeling. These games don't do that, man. They got flashy animations, but they don't actually give you that They don't really give you that power fantasy feeling, if I'm gonna be honest. Especially compared to other games I've played in the past. They definitely don't. Like, nah. But yeah, like, I can mathematically prove waifu over meta. It's not hard.
Did you really think asking r/Jean if you should pull for Jean will get you an unbiased answer? Yeah, I didn't think so either. I'm about to ruffle a lot of feathers with this one, but I've never liked the use of this phrase in conversations of pulling advice or team building, as I often find it to be used as some gospel to abide by at best, and a straight-up coping mechanism at worst.
It's not a coping mechanism. Logically speaking, it's fucking retarded.
Most
if you're not pulling what you like for a lot of
these.
these.
Term for the word meta, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. Players make decisions in a video game that will maximize the positive results they can yield out of any possible scenario. This can range from using certain items in a game over others, making a specific series of decisions to...
This is assuming it doesn't cost you anything to get it. Then sure, if the cost is 0, then yes, meta will win. But the cost is not 0. The cost is something that you could use against something else that you actually do like. And that's where it's like, wait, no, you're wasting your goddamn time. Actually fucking stupid. I should just make a video of like why we're calling it mathematically proving waifu over meta. Because mathematically and logically speaking, waifu is better than meta in a lot of these games. And it's like not that hard to understand when you start looking at things as the cost. The actual cost of everything. Yeah, pull for who you like. Only works if you don't plan on being able to complete endgame. And honestly, endgame is garbage anyways. The reality is, if you need a pull to clear endgame, you wasted your resources. Because you're never getting it back. Never.
To yield a desired result, or flaming your teammates for not doing what you needed them to do to get out of silver hell.
Dude, I'm so tilted. Why are they not listening? I've been begging for 18 minutes to stop jacking off!
In the context of gacha games, this typically refers to following a very strict set of guidelines for how you build and set up your teams, and how you use them. From tier lists, to best-in-slot weapons and gear, teammates, and even rotations. Generally speaking, the meta slaves will have a far easier time clearing content thanks to their optimized team setups and better understanding of how to play the game. Those who opt to throw meta out the window usually do so for a self-motivating reason. Usually, the intent is to pull for a character or use characters that the individual player has a personal attachment to. This usually revolves around a character's appeal in aspects outside of their actual gameplay and effectiveness in the meta. Character design,
better time clearing, what content, exactly. I mean, better time clearing this stupid circle with a timer, man.
What the player is looking for in their character. Typically, the waifu slave is not concerned with their performance in late game or end game content. So
end-game content's a scam.
To use the characters they enjoy. Oh, you dropped your fan there, Diane. You might want to pick that up. Yeah, there you go. Yep, got it. Nice job. Oh, you dropped it again. Oh,
yep.
Clumsy you.
Any rate hours of content, any rate of hours divided by content times 0, it's still 0. Exactly.
This just not be a good day for you. Just go ahead and pick it up again. Yep, that's good. Yep. Oh, well.
I should just make a video called mathematically proving why waifu is better than meta.
There's no other real upsides to pulling waifu over meta beyond what I laid out in the previous chapter.
There is
However,
upsides.
There are plenty of downsides to doing so, and I'm going to go over them.
What
the
downside?
First and most obvious one.
The endgame content in the rewards on these are dog shit. I'm definitely a champion for having no premium currency rewards in endgame. Like, I definitely would vote in favor of that. Like, honestly, all of these games remove all premium currency rewards from their endgame. They should remove all of it. Make it 0. I'm in favor of that. Which I know would piss people off. I would rather them put all that stuff elsewhere. And make it so the endgame stuff is 0.
Is that your teams are, objectively, weaker than the meta teams.
Yeah.
This is the primary con for waifu enjoyers, as said characters will never be able to perform at the same level, assuming equal investment.
What the
and
fuck
skill
can you do to
expression, as you
incentivize?
can't do anything to the
Incentivize?
fact that the meta character has the
Give
higher
them
damage.
something else to do. That's their problem. They have to find a reason why people will do what they want and do stuff in there. Give them a different reason. Like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with again, I'll pull up ToF again just as an example. Because, like, funny thing, ToF for some reason doesn't have premium currency as endgame rewards. It doesn't. There isn't any. Right, so if I go log in now, does Void Abyss even count anymore? I just look at Void Abyss as a monthly activity. Let's be real, Void Abyss is just a monthly activity you do. And you can just stack a bunch of buffs in there anyways, so it doesn't even matter. They literally just give you a bunch of buffs to, like, breeze past it. Evolution Frontier! Oh boy, you can pick whatever you want, no premium currency here! 0 premium currency! This one, sure, there's 200 a month. But this is a mode where you just stack a bunch of buffs. And you become overpowered that you can do whatever anyways. And it's only 200, if you even care. Raid! Oh, what does Raid give? Oh, what's that? 0 premium currency! Wow, 0! 0 premium currency here. Oh, how about traffic control? 0 again. Final trial? Oh, that's a 0. In challenge mode, if you want to go for leaderboard, has 0 as well. For the 5 people that care. Origin of War. That's another set of zeros here. No premium currency, all 0. Oh, what's this? Multiverse Hunt. What are the rewards? I'll do this tomorrow or something. Reward is 0 as well. You can spend to increase your rank, I guess. But you get a 0 premium currency here. Wow. And then the Bygone is a freaking weekly login reward. You just log in every week and they send this to you. I don't even have to touch it and I get my reward. Sorry I only speak English, Zeus, but glad you like it. Right? Sure, you have premium currency here as a ranking reward, but like, this ain't endgame. This is just the PvP side mode. And this is a battle royale mode. It's all entirely on your RNG and skill, if you get anything in here. This one is ban pick stuff too, for the arena one, but everything else, again, everyone has the same preset stats. You can ban pick weapons, and there's preset weapons you can pick from as well. If you care enough about these every month, that's there. But again, it's like you just log in and you can claim it. They're just log in and you claim it there. Nothing actually there. Right, just move it like elsewhere. Because it's kind of dumb as an incentive there. Anyways, because no matter what, you're always losing. If you have to spend to chase after the things in the endgame or whatever in these games.
Damage multipliers, flat out does more than other characters, and oftentimes is easier to play. Even if a player puts in the effort to hyper-invest in their beloved character with insane gear and the most optimized gameplay, it will likely only just barely meet the same performance as the meta character with comparatively average or above average investment. The second
What?
reason which plays off of the first one is that you risk your ability to clear endgame content and by extension, risk
Who
your ability
cares?
to maintain your currency income. As players complete all the content in any given gacha game,
I mean, here's the thing again. Like I said before, if it costs you resources to get shit amounts of currency back, you still have to factor in the cost of your currency and weigh that against what you spent to get what you got back. And the reality is, the actual weight of that is always going to be garbage. It will take you literally decades to get the amount you spent to buy in back. And that's assuming the same thing stays relevant for literally decades. Let alone the game is around for like 30 years. So you can actually break even.
their means of access to premium currency will be dramatically reduced down to what is given in major content updates as well as the regularly refreshing endgame content. If players cannot clear endgame content consistently, it will continue to eat into their currency income, putting them at a greater risk of
But
missing
they don't
characters or
consider the
weapons
cost
they are
of their
looking forward
income.
to unless they spend money.
They're not
The third
investments.
reason is you are more susceptible to power creep and artificial difficulty than the meta teams. While yes, of course, everyone will feel the ripple effect of a new broken character, some characters will fare far better than others. This will only accelerate the effects of the previous two reasons stated above, until eventually you may feel inclined to just stop participating in endgame content altogether.
Just don't bother,
At
it's
which
not
point,
worth your
you
time.
forfeit all rewards associated with it for the sake of your sanity and mental well-being. These reasons
Why
alone,
not?
though I'm sure there
Nothing
are
wrong with
many
that.
more, are why I believe the waifu over meta discussion comes off as a coping mechanism rather than anything else. Of course, you are more than welcome to play these games however you like. I'm not saying you have to play meta. However, when discussions regarding someone looking for help with their account comes up, maybe it's best you don't immediately assume that a newer player would enjoy playing through a gacha game the same way you may choose to. Maybe the player in need of help finds fun and fulfillment from playing meta. Maybe they want to get as much currency as they possibly can, be it as a free-to-play player or a cautious spender. Maybe they just want to complete endgame as quickly as possible without wasting too much of their personal time on it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, everyone has a different approach.
Unless you're
to each
monetizing
game,
it in some
and you
way or
cannot
doing
simply
whatever.
shove everyone into the same box and expect them to appreciate things the same way others might. And with that, I have said all I really wanted to about the waifu over meta debate in gacha game discussions. I'm sure a major reason why this debate springs up from time to time that I didn't go over is how individuals in each group behave and act around the other that creates a bad atmosphere where both sides feel compelled to paint the other in a bad light. Ultimately, this debate will continue to live on as gacha games design their progression systems in such a way where making the wrong decisions could have long-lasting detrimental effects on your account going forward. Since these systems will likely never change, it's only a matter of time before the topic rears its ugly head again and the two groups clash once more. But until then, this was a short video, and I'm clocking out.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next video then. But yeah, like, honestly, this is still a dumb take. Again, logically speaking, you're always losing resources because you have to consider the cost. But here, he's throwing out cost out the window and acting as if they're free. But you guys know my stance on it, where, like, no, the cost matters. I am counting in the cost as well. And the reality is you're never gonna break even. Okay, there's this one now. Anti-woke game criticism is not real criticism. What is this?
So, not too long ago, PlayStation and Sucker Punch Studios revealed the trailer to the long-awaited sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. The original Ghost of Tsushima was praised for being like a playable classic samurai film, with a lot of influence taken from the films of Akira Kurosawa and also the comic book character Usagi Yojimbo. Overall, a lot of people are very excited for this sequel, which now features a new playable character named Atsu. But unfortunately, the near release of this game has caused a pretty notorious subset of game critics on YouTube to rear their ugly heads. I'm talking about none other than anti-woke game critics who seem very upset that now the main character of Ghost of Tsushima is a female. Oh boy. Anti-woke game critics have unfortunately become a very vocal part of game criticism in recent years, despite not really offering any game criticism overall. Instead of looking at the things you should criticize a game for when offering criticism on it, such as gameplay, storytelling, accessibility, and things like that, they'd rather get mad that the latest Ghost of Tsushima game has a woman in it. Or get mad at Capcom's remaster of Onimusha 2 and call it woke because it has a grand total of 2 censored scenes in it. Or call the upcoming Donkey Kong
mean, they're
game
mad that they removed the scenes and censored it?
Binary ape in it, supposedly. Yes, this is real. None of what they say comes off as real nuanced criticism whatsoever, and seems more like a constant grift to try to find things to be mad at in any video game.
Then, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current dayers. Fucking pronouns!
Woke tards are just screeching.
Huh, funny, because in the previous clip, it looked like someone else was screeching. So today, I wanted to talk about this anti-woke game criticism, why it's not real criticism, and what real game criticism should look like overall. To start, let's go back to Ghost of Yotei, which I mentioned at the start of this video. As stated before, most of the anti-woke game critics are very upset at this game currently because they don't like the fact that a female character has taken the place of the original male character from the first game. To them, Ghost of Tsushima having a female main character will automatically make the game bad. Yeah, cause that's totally how that works. It's not like there are tons of factors behind the development of every game that could contribute to it being either good or bad. One particular reviewer who has expressed his disdain for Ghost of Yotei is EnVtuber. EnVtuber is one of the more notorious anti-woke grifter channels, having complained previously about April O'Neil's change in Mutant Mayhem, since he didn't like that her character design in that movie was now plus-size and African American, and thought she was no longer a sexy role model for girls, even though she's a teenager. Huh. So naturally, he had a lot to say about Ghost of Yotei, so let's take a look at just what EnVtuber had to say. Oh boy.
I got a ton of backlash from my comments on Yotei, but I still stand by them that modern games are deliberately replacing almost all franchises with female characters over male ones. And when you point this out, you're then gaslighted into believing that you're a liar when you're just noticing patterns.
Okay, so right off the bat, the examples he gives for franchises that are supposedly replacing male characters with female ones are Ratchet & Clank, The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, and Uncharted. Even with the first one he picks, he neglects to mention that in Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, you play as both Ratchet and Rivet throughout the entirety of the game. Their levels are totally balanced out since you're swapping between dimensions playing as the two of them, so Rivet doesn't replace Ratchet at all. This is just straight up misinformation. Anyone who's actually played Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart can easily tell you this is false.
What the hell happened to Clank? Why does he look like that?
It's the exact same thing. Ellie and Joel are the two main characters in The Last of Us. They share the exact same amount of screen time because the game is trying to evoke a daddy-daughter type feel from it. And with The Last of Us Part 2, even though Joel is killed off early in that game, he's actually still a big part of it, since the fact that Ellie didn't get to fully make up with him is the sole motivator for her to go after Abby and try to seek revenge. His presence is very much felt in that game, and it's his absence that really kicks it off. Joel's death also has consequences for her personally because she starts acting like how he acted in the first game. The game literally opens with her playing guitar like he does, and also later on becoming more comfortable with killing like he does in the first game. So no, it does not boil down to Joel randomly being replaced by a female in that game. And as for Uncharted, the game that EnVtuber is referring to here is The Lost Legacy, which is a game that actually takes place after Uncharted 4 as a standalone spin-off. It's not even a main Uncharted game. Every other mainline Uncharted game still stars Nathan Drake, so I'm not really sure what he's complaining about here. And with Ghost of Tsushima supposedly being an example of a franchise with a woman protagonist replacing a male one, that is the most boggling of all to me. For one thing, Ghost of Tsushima is barely even an established franchise. It is easily the youngest game series here, having only started in 2020. And really, it's only got 2 games under its belt, one of which hasn't even come out yet. So trying to claim that Ghost of Tsushima is an established franchise with a male hero who's now suddenly being overtaken by a female counterpart really doesn't make any sense when you think about it. After this, he brings up the fact that he thinks Ghost of Tsushima 2 was rebranded to be Ghost of Yotai to match some sort of woke agenda that's going on at Sucker Punch. And because of this, he decides to specifically name drop each employee that he thinks is involved with this.
Oh boy.
Which is just straight up a terrible idea.
To further show proof that the story has indeed been changed and writers were brought in.
Yeah, we don't exactly want this shit shoved down our throats. Yeah.
Sucker Punch right now. Also, please do not harass or attack any of the people that I present. I am simply showing you evidence to strengthen the case of what I've been told. And if I mispronounce anyone's names, my bad. But firstly, we have Jen Lee Lukin, a video game producer at Sucker Punch, as you can see on screen right now. Jen started working at Sucker Punch in March 2022 as a producer right now for 2 years and 8 months. So this coincides with the timeline I've been told when Yotei shifted gears from Tsushima into what it is known as now.
Okay, so you show these people and tell your audience not to harass them and say you're only bringing them up to make your case, but the thing is, A, you could have censored their names still, and B, bringing these people up has nothing to do with anything. Just because different developers were brought on to help produce the game during its development does not mean they were brought on to try and push a woke agenda. That doesn't make any sense. Especially with how things currently are in the gaming industry with tons of layoffs. Heck, last year alone there were over 14,000 different layoffs in the gaming industry. I think a much more plausible explanation is that a lot of these teams are getting shifted around and people are just trying to find jobs in this industry. It has nothing to do with any supposed woke agenda. That makes 0 sense. But you know what does make sense? Getting Aura to keep your data secure. Yep, that's the transition we're going with. Just roll with it. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring
Those things don't work the way you think they do, by the way.
In 2024 alone, there were over 274 million data breaches. Wow! That's even more than the amount of women in video games that these guys complain about in a year. Your bank could be breached right now. You could be months away from finding out. Thankfully, Aura is here to help you with that. Aura is the best research for cracking down on digital crime and data breaches and letting you know if your data has been mined. They'll alert you if they find your phone number, email, or social security number.
They don't actually track nearly as much as you think.
If your information does end up getting compromised, they'll let you know as quickly as these guys make videos.
There's actually a video that talks about the actual scam with,
honestly a great resource that I found works really well for me to keep my data out of the hands of any
potential data demons. It's not exactly what you think.
You can go to aura.com/orderlynoah to try 14 days for free. That's enough time for Aura to find out if anyone has mined your data.
You're more surprised if they work at all. Like, here's the thing.
Protect your data with
the only shit they know is like the stuff you sent out publicly anyways, and that's being shared around that way. The other stuff that's being sent through less than a reasonable means, that stuff they can't do anything about, which is really where all the problems are coming from. So, like, they actually don't protect you at all from the actual real things out there. At the same time, if you really want to prevent the stuff being sent out, don't put it out there. But also, it's like, why would these companies want to stop doing the shit with your data when they already went through the effort to get it in the first place? Logically speaking. Of course they don't want to. They don't want to stop. Right? But yeah, it's like, and then the thing is a subscription thing, so like they're gonna act as if they're always going over that stuff.
The best resources around at Aura. Thanks again to Aura for sponsoring this video. And now back to whatever.
Like, the reality is the stuff they can find there is basically what you would find in a phone book. It's not really gonna do much. They're not actually doing much at all.
Andy Mayan was saying.
And it looks like my source has sent me another one as I was making this video. We also have Kelly Snyder, a senior producer at Sucker Punch, who only started working there in September 2023, again, during the Yote shift allegedly. I also want to point that this Kelly person worked on Fallout 76 at Bethesda, which is ugh, and then they also worked at Probably Monsters as a senior producer. If you don't know why that second part should raise you an eyebrow, Probably Monsters was responsible for making a certain game and worked with a studio that ended up selling the whole IP and studio to Sony. That game was none other than Concord. Yes, we got a Concord dev working on Yote again. Just
Damn, Concord dev is working on Yote.
By Andy Mayan's logic, this one developer was responsible for the failure of Fallout 76 and also the failure of Concord. One person. He's singling out one person from two different bigger development teams for failed games that has now jumped over to Ghost of Yotai to work on that, and claiming because this one person is working on the game, it'll clearly be a woke disaster. That doesn't make any sense no matter how you slice it. After this, he talks about how he thinks Ghost of Yotai might be a smaller game, but still full price, since he thinks Sony knows they can get away with this, given that Ghost of Yotai is a very highly anticipated title.
I do believe, however, that Sony thinks that Ghost is a strong enough IP that they likely could just get away with full pricing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
And frankly, I would be inclined to believe that as well. I mean, the issue with this pandering stuff, at least on Sony's first-party side, has never really been the gameplay or the polish of these games. I mean, Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, Concord, Ratchet & Clank ripped apart, and so on. They all play just fine. They even look good for the most part too. The issues were never with these games' actual gameplay or the progression systems or anything like that.
Okay, so first of all, what do you even mean for its time? Ghost of Tsushima came out 5 years ago. Secondly, everything he just said here disproves what he was trying to say before. He says people probably will want to play this game because it looks and plays well, and it likely will be another enthralling samurai adventure. I kind of think that's all people really want from the game. I don't think they really care whether the main character is male or female. I think they just want a good time. And he just straight up admitted that here, which completely makes everything he said before, as ridiculous as it was, even more defunct. Andy Mayan straight up disproved his own thesis not even halfway through his own video. PlayStation as a whole has actually been a very specific target that the anti-woke grifter channels have been going after for quite a while now. But rather than talk about the more pressing issues with PlayStation, such as the closure of the Japanese studio and the rather lack of variety in most of their games these days, they'd rather hone in on one specific subsidiary of PlayStation that they think is ruining all of their games. I'm talking about none other than Sweet Baby Inc., which is the bane of every anti-woke grifter channel's existence. For those unaware, Sweet Baby Inc. is a pretty standard narrative consultation group that works with a lot of different video game companies overall. It's sort of akin to sensitivity
rather them not be around.
A script and say, you might want to change X in your script because of Y. Simple thing.
Here's the thing, when you realize where a lot of the funding and stuff from Sweet Baby comes from and what goes on with them, you basically don't want them around regardless. Like, you actually don't. Especially when you realize your tax dollars are being spent to fund those groups of pieces of shit. You know, instead of, like, actually going into, like, real things that need to be, dealt with, they're being wasted on those clowns. Yeah. I fully understand and support why people don't want them to be around.
Things like that. They've actually worked with companies on many different games in the past, such as God of War Ragnarok, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, and plenty of others. However,
there's a reason why they're also hiding themselves.
Inc. actually attracted negative attention on Kiwi Farm, specifically because of Alan Wake 2. A user said the company's involvement with Alan Wake 2 was possibly one of the biggest scandals in gaming history. As a result, a Steam group was made that ended up having over 350,000 followers directly meant to target Sweet Baby Inc. and encourage people not to buy any games related to them.
And if you've seen the behavior between some of the people in there, even more reasons why you don't want them around.
And also any games they were involved in. This led to an entire harassment campaign that was all but egged on by a lot of anti-woke grifter reviewers on YouTube and other platforms. For context, Sweet Baby Inc. is a 16-person team. And at this point, they were being targeted by around over 300,000 people and being sent death threats and other things that I'm not going to mention here. It was all a big mess.
Just like the Nuvo employees, they also deserve to get death threats.
In the mid-2010s.
Fuck 'em.
Since that was another very notable harassment campaign led by alt-right people attacking diversity. A good amount of the anti-woke grifter channels got in on this, of course, choosing to spread their own agenda.
And I wish I didn't give this guy the view, man. I mean, I'm obviously not gonna give him any interaction otherwise.
Under the guise of quote-unquote criticism. One notable channel that got in on this was Rev Says Desu, who is an anti-woke VTuber who often covers topics relating to film and video games.
Sure.
Let's look at some highlights of what they had to say.
Latest game to see its
That's just gonna be the label he gives him, really?
Consulting firm Sweet Baby. Ever since February, we have seen a completely different narrative surrounding this company, which was once a badge of honor for these various developers to say how woke they are. It is now associated with their downfall, and a lot of them are trying to remove any trace or connection to this company because it is a revenue killer.
So it's funny they say that because the only game that Sweet Baby Inc. had any sort of involvement in that can be quantified as a very clear flop is actually Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That game was a big disaster, but it had nothing to do with any quote-unquote woke agenda. It had everything to do with the fact that the game had technically been in development for over 10 years by the time it released, and the fact that right before its initial launch, Rocksteady announced that the game would be a live service game, killing a lot of potential excitement it might have had from fans of the Arkham games. Given the game is set in the Batman Arkham game universe, I think that's the experience a lot of people were looking forward to, but were disappointed when it was revealed that wouldn't be the case at all.
Black Myth Wukong and Game Science, the team responsible for it, are not only getting praise for the promising gameplay that it's showing, but also the fact that they allegedly rejected a $7 million extortion attempt from Sweet Baby, who essentially said, pay us $7 million for our services or go at the risk of being canceled and labeled as some sort of problematic company and game. And that's really what we already saw. As soon as this news came out, we saw several games journalists come out with articles and hit pieces trying to slander.
I mean, that wasn't wrong. That did happen.
As well, which all of those claims have been debunked.
No, there actually is still no proof for that even to this day.
What
Rev is referring to here were a bunch of allegations that came out during the time the game Black Myth Wukong was coming out. Supposedly, Sweet Baby Inc. tried to blackmail Game Science, the developer behind Black Myth Wukong, for $7 million in guidance fees. However, this is just kind of something that cropped up, and there was never an exact source given on this claim whatsoever. Game Science themselves actually stayed quiet on all this and didn't respond to any questions about it, which I think goes to show something. However, this actually isn't the only thing they stayed quiet about around this time. Directly leading up to Black Myth Wukong's release, the studio was hit with a lot of allegations of sexism, which, admittedly, they chose to stay quiet on. While it's admittedly not great for your image to not bother to try to dispel these kind of criticisms and just stay quiet about it, some figured it might just be Game Science's way of staying out of politics and just letting their game speak for themselves since it was due to release in about a month. That seemed like the case at first, until the creator guidelines came out for content creators covering the game. And lo and behold, directly in these guidelines, they bring up politics and feminist propaganda as two things to not talk about. Oh boy. This resulted in Game Science being painted in a much uglier light, even more
because
so,
they don't
and
want
a lot
people
more
to talk about
accusations of potential
politics.
sexism being launched their way. It's honestly not hard to imagine that maybe even a developer at Game Science
surprised at how shitty the government can be at doing certain things, man.
In order to distract from their own crappy business practices that they are currently being called out for.
Now, a lot of games journalists and Sweet Baby defenders, they like to look at the criticism of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
Why do you think like all these companies do this shit?
That's an unfair outlier. That's just a game that happened to not do well for reasons that have nothing to do with Sweet Baby. But on the other hand, they also say Sweet Baby's connection is responsible for the success of Alan Wake 2. They always mention Alan Wake 2, and you can see it's proudly displayed to this day on their projects. And they say that not only is Alan Wake 2 one of the greatest games I've ever seen, They also try to claim it is a financial success. It shows that Sweet Baby's connection can supposedly lead to higher revenue, and that is not true. Now, at one point, in their representation about me section on Sweet Baby, they would even promote Alan Wake 2. However, after the big push against Sweet Baby started in February, you would see people at Alan Wake 2 start to panic. You can see the lead developer here trying to say that it's not true that Sweet Baby had this close connection to the development of this game and also some of the changes made to its characters.
Yeah, that's because they didn't have anything to do with any changes to any lead characters. As stated before, Sweet Baby Inc. is simply a consultation group. They don't make characters for video game companies. Heck, they don't even write them. All they really do is look over scripts and character descriptions and offer their insight on it, and how it might possibly be viewed by different diverse groups. That's literally it. So, no, this lead developer did not lie at all, actually. The developers of Alan Wake 2 on their own already planned to make Saga Anderson a black character. Sweet Baby Inc. did not create that character. But of course, Alan Wake 2 isn't the only critically lauded game they'll try to make this argument with. They've also tried to say the exact same thing about Marvel's Spider-Man 2, which honestly makes even less sense to me. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? None other than the poster child for anti-woke film criticism decided to try and get in on anti-woke game criticism as well. You guessed it, the Critical Drinker made an entire video about Sweet Baby Inc. Oh boy. And you bet he had to speak on their clearly very obvious involvement in Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and how it totally pushed a woke agenda in that game.
The thing is, Honeyd Infant now have carte blanche to come in and rewrite your new game in any way they see fit, because their word is basically law now. And because all they really care about is making themselves feel better by lecturing the rest of the world about social and political issues that specifically matter to them, they begin to make changes. Lots of changes. Got a legacy straight white male hero that's been hugely popular and the mainstay of your franchise for years? Well, clearly
we still got a bunch of
in favor of someone
reacts
more
to go through. I want to finish all of them today,
take every possible
so we can play
thing
tomorrow.
Straight white male
Stellar Blade
in
tomorrow.
every possible way. But how exactly to get rid of him? Well, let's just say he's gone off to find himself because he got sad or something. You know, whatever. As long as he's out of the picture, that's all that really matters.
Okay, there are already several very obvious things wrong with what Drinker says about Marvel's Spider-Man 2. First off, Peter Parker actually hasn't been the consistent main star of the Marvel Spider-Man franchise, even though that's what he says here. Because 2 years after the first game came out in 2018, Miles Morales got his own game as a PS5 launch title. So no, Peter Parker has not been the mainstay of the Marvel Spider-Man franchise for years, despite what Drinker says here. In addition to this, Miles does not outright replace Peter at the game's end. Peter makes the choice to focus on his new life with MJ for a while since they just moved and are just settling down. After an alien symbiote invasion nearly killed all of New York, I can see why he'd want to rest. And Miles is just being a genuine friend to him by letting him settle down with the love of his life. There's really nothing unearned about that at all. If anything, by the game's end, you really feel like that Peter has earned this vacation. And he's not even retiring as Spider-Man. He says he'll still pick up the mantle whenever he's needed again.
Got a bunch of attractive female characters in your game that appeal to your mostly male fan base? Not on their watch. If the women in your game don't look like they've taken a couple of dozen bee stings to the face and gone into anaphylactic shock, then you clearly need to re-examine your internal biases.
To be fair, yeah.
The reason that people like Sydney Sweeney are so popular right now is that we're all fascinated by her geopolitical takes on the current military situation in Ukraine.
I'll be completely honest, this also isn't true. One of the things the original 2018 Spider-Man game was actually praised for was not really honing in on Mary Jane's sexuality and making her look more plain and just fleshing out her personality instead. And Spider-Man 2 also follows suit by just kind of making her look like a normal woman. Like, to me, that's kind of what
Sure,
Mary Jane
but they
looks
chose
like
an
in these
ugly
two
base.
games, just like a normal woman. But if it's not some thick-thighed dominatrix with her tits
They
pouring
don't
out,
have to
apparently
be a
these guys
thick
think
thigh
it's
that
automatically
thing
bad.
either.
But wait,
They
there's a
just
problem
chose an
brewing,
ugly
because when the
base.
game finally releases, it turns out that all of Honeyed Infant's changes weren't quite as popular as the terrified echo chamber planning sessions predicted. Sales are cratering.
That's why I never
active users
bothered
are
to try
plummeting,
Horizon
and people are
thing
demanding
either,
refunds in their
despite them
thousands.
eventually
All
releasing
that
on
extra
PC
revenue you were banking
a while
on has
back.
failed to materialize.
Aloy
And
looks
once again,
ugly as hell,
Suicide
man.
Squad is only one game, and is, in fact, the only game that Sweet Baby Inc. had any involvement in that was a flop. And once again, Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement in any game is just super minimal. They don't really do anything outside of analyze the scripts and give different minimal tips to the writers. They don't touch the gameplay, the characters that are already there, their designs, anything like that. That's all in the developers, and those are really the things you should be looking at if you want to truly criticize a game. But unfortunately, these guys just can't do that and would rather single out an entire studio and encourage harassment of them just because they think they're selling woke propaganda. Just like this clip here where Asmongold was yelling at a Sweet Baby Inc. developer on stream.
And now they're the ones that are getting suspended. If you're gonna get upset, oh, I get suspended. Well, I thought you guys didn't like canceling. Yeah, but you did, and you get what you fucking deserve. You go and you talk shit, you try to get people shut down, and try to weaponize your fan base, and then you act like a victim whenever it happens to you. Well, too bad.
But believe it or not, the anti-woke rifters aren't even just mad at modern games. Oh no. They'll even take it upon themselves to look at games from over 20 years ago and call those woke as well. Even if they're games that were critically lauded at launch and are still praised to this day. To give a good example, recently Capcom put out a remaster for Onimusha 2. Onimusha
I mean,
is
if
one
they
of
ruined the
Capcom's
original one,
flagship
then yeah,
action-adventure
they changed
series,
the original.
which takes place in Japanese mythology. The first game in this series got an HD remaster quite a bit ago. And also not long ago, Capcom announced that a brand new game was in development for this series for PS5 and Xbox Series. In order to build up some hype for the new game, Onimusha 2 was released in HD on modern platforms. And overall, reviews were pretty positive for it, since it's just a simple HD remaster, but makes it accessible for modern audiences. But can you guess who wasn't excited about it? You guessed it, the anti-woke drifters. Somehow, they decided to try and find reasons to call a game from over 20 years ago woke, when nobody was saying that when it came out.
Because they
Specifically, they're getting
censored
mad
it.
at two scenes that Capcom seemingly censored in this game. One reviewer
Yeah, because they're mad that they censored the product and not kept it original. True to the original.
who got pretty mad about this was
Gee.
Dr. Disaster, so let's look at what he has to say.
Alright, me hearties, make sure that you hit the like button on this video, share it with your friends, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also, don't forget to follow me over on X, where I keep a list of games lousy with wokeness pinned to the account at all times for your reference.
I'm just gonna let that part speak for itself. Imagine being so sad you have to keep a list of all the games you think are woke, which, believe me, we'll get into more of that later.
First of all, if you don't know what censorship happened in the game, I will do a quick recap.
Yeah, people don't want the censorship. It's that simple.
But we've got this here, where they took the outfit for the character on the left, and they added the undershirt that you see on the right, because these people are uncomfortable with showing any skin at all in female characters. They're scared of the female form. I maintain that it's because these days, so many more women are working in the industry, and quite frankly, they're being jealous A-holes. They can't stand the idea of someone getting the attention over them.
Okay, obviously right off the bat, there's a lot wrong with what you just said there.
No, there are
First off,
people that are
complaining
that
about
shallow.
the censorship doesn't really make any sense because it doesn't really do anything to the game itself. I was actually provided a code for this game from Capcom, so thank you Capcom for giving me the code to Onimusha 2. When comparing my original PlayStation 2 copy to this HD remaster, I found the gameplay to be pretty much identical. It's just the same game, just with some HD textures added, and two scenes where they supposedly quote-unquote censor things.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I wouldn't really say the censorship is even that noticeable. Heck, I didn't even notice the differences until this guy pointed it out out for some reason, because it's just not really a prominent thing in the game. If you look at the two images he's comparing, it's not really any egregious censorship at all, because her cleavage is still censored no matter what in both versions. So, like, what exactly are you trying to say here? Technically, both versions are censored if you really want to say that.
The censorship was meant to appeal to a modern audience that doesn't really exist and certainly doesn't buy these games. Gamers know that Capcom's remasters
They probably weren't gonna buy them anyways.
They're generally considered cheap imitations of products that people used to love, so nobody really gets excited about them. And the modern audience that they're chasing after does not pick up on this sort of thing and do not support them because they just don't care.
No, not really. If anything, Capcom has actually been praised for a lot of their remasters overall. For instance, a lot of people are really happy that you can now play every single Ace Attorney game on modern platforms. Even Ace Attorney games that were previously only available in Japan, such as the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 1 and 2, and also Ace Attorney Investigations 2, are now available translated on modern platforms. In addition to this, they also remastered Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies, which previously were only available on the 3DS eShop and would have died if they hadn't preserved them and remastered them. Another great example is them bringing the Mega Man Battle Network games over to modern consoles, since those games were going for a pretty hefty price on GBA for physical copies. So now it's really nice that modern audiences can have true accessibility to those games.
Except those games weren't touched at all.
Capcom has seen a lot of praise for the remasters, so this
It
just
depends.
doesn't make...
He's pointing games that they didn't bother touching. Like, bruh, he's pointing out fucking games that didn't touch. Yeah, these were kids' games. They didn't touch them. He's pointing out games that, like, they didn't touch. But then he also talked about games that they did touch. Like, bro, what?
Make any sense. They have actually done a lot of good for game preservation and also just keeping these games in the cultural zeitgeist. Just look at all the hype last year for Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. That was a huge deal. You had people like Maximilian Dude and so many others incredibly happy that finally these games were released from the Disney Vault and could be played again. And again, like I said before, when Mega Man Battle Network and the Ace Attorney games all came to modern platforms, people in those fandoms were really excited too. Heck, even more recently, people were excited for Capcom Fighting Collection 2 since the two Power Stone games were included in that, and those hadn't been available on any other platform outside of Dreamcast. Are you really gonna sit there and tell me that people don't get excited for Capcom remasters? That just isn't the case. But you might have noticed something very interesting about Dr. Disaster's review here with what he said before. Specifically with him saying he has a list of games pinned to his Twitter that he thinks you shouldn't play because they're quote-unquote woke. And sure enough, I checked, he does. Apparently he doesn't want you playing ukulele. That's way too woke, clearly. But interestingly enough, he is not the only person to have done this before. There is actually an entire list on Steam, an entire Steam community dedicated to listing out games you shouldn't play because they are quote-unquote woke. Yes, you heard that right. There is a list with over 1,600 games on it, in fact. This was actually the biggest reason I wanted to make this video because I find it so baffling that anyone would dedicate their time to making a list this gargantuan just because they think so many games are woke and that you shouldn't play them. Unbelievable. There's obviously a lot of games on this list, and I'm not gonna bother going through them all, but I wanted to highlight some of the more absurd ones, because this list is honestly pretty hypocritical sometimes, as you'll see here. But to start, let's just look at some of the weird ones, such as LEGO Indiana Jones, which is apparently deemed woke by this list for featuring overtly pro-DEI messaging and having improbable female combatants in a early 20th century setting. No, I am not making this up, and apparently they think the same thing about LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean. My guy, it's a LEGO game. There is loads of cartoon violence no matter what. Everything is gonna be unrealistic there. Another one they think is woke apparently is Animal Jam. They say this children's game allows users to create and display LGBT-themed artwork. It even gives out rainbow-themed items for free during the month of June. Whoa, there are rainbows on display here, guys. We can't have that. Better ban this game. Guess we better ban Lucky Charms while we're at it too, huh? Looks like we can't play the Great 30 platformer A Hat in Time either, because there's a transgender pride flag in the sewers. Whoa. And of course we can't play Heaven Will Be Mine because it features 3 women as the main protagonists. But interestingly enough, that brings up a very weird point on its own. You'd think with how a lot of these guys think, they consider any game with a female as a main character to be automatically woke. Since, of course, they say that about Tomb Raider here, and they say it about Okami as well for some reason. But despite criticizing those games for having female leads, they actually praise Alien Isolation and say it's not woke for some reason. And they also praise Half-Life Alyx, which has a person of color and a female as its main character. So they don't consider those two woke, but they think Tomb Raider and Okami are.
I think it depends on how they have it set up.
Very flimsy for what they consider woke and what they don't. A lot of the times, it feels like it has to do with just how successful the game ends up being. Like I talked about in my last video discussing anti-woke film criticism.
I think it has to do with how they're portrayed and how they're integrated in.
Prey, at least the trailer for it,
That's probably
he got
what
mad
they
at it
mean.
and called it woke. And he figured the film would just be dead on arrival because of that and more or less wrote it off. However, when Prey actually became a success for Disney and Hulu and was very well received, he ended up making a follow-up video slightly praising it, but also still talking about the patriarchy and how he thinks it's still an anti-woke movie, but it's still alright, I guess. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, buddy. And of course, they think Among Us and Balloons Tower Defense of all things are woke as well, according to this list. I'll let you look up this full list by yourself if you'd like to see it, since it honestly is fun to laugh at, but it's also just very sad to see that anyone would take time out of their day to make a full list like this of games they think people shouldn't play because they're quote-unquote woke. There are so many good games you would miss out on just because you want to believe some silly list like this. Games that are masterpieces of art like Okami or
I don't know how
Hades
the hell
or
Among
things
Us
like
is in
that.
there.
Heck, you could even play great
That is
fighting
just
games
weird.
like Street Fighter 6 or Tekken if you wanted to listen to this list. And you can't even just have a good time with friends by playing Among Us as well. Overall, anti-woke game criticism is honestly pretty terrible, and like I discussed with anti-woke film criticism, it just
honestly
isn't
though,
real
adding
criticism.
the
If you
freaking
really want to
Survivors gameplay to this is
just
nice.
look at the fundamentals.
It
Things
changes
like how is the
everything.
gameplay in the game? How is the storytelling? How is the pacing? Is it easy for me to play and readily accessible? If it's a multiplayer game, do I think I'm gonna have a good time with friends playing this? Those are really the only things that matter when you're taking gaming into consideration as an art form, which especially now is more of a topic than ever given the fact that the gaming industry now eclipses both the music and movie industry combined in terms of annual revenue. You can't just look at a game, see something you don't like, and call it woke. That's just not real criticism. Honestly, this video was even harder to make than the film criticism one because in a lot of ways, like it or not, the gaming industry can lead itself to a lot of toxicity and gatekeeping, and that can be where a lot of these attitudes stem from. I didn't really get into every single topic related to this because there's just not enough time to, so if you'd like to see a follow-up video, let me know down below. There's so many more things to dive into when it comes to anti-woke game criticism. But since I discussed 4 different anti-woke game critics that honestly aren't great at all, I'm gonna recommend you 4 different good game critics that I think you should check out, since these are ones that I often see give a game a much more fair assessment and really criticize a game how it should be criticized. First up, The Gamer's Joint. The Gamer's Joint is a gaming channel that's actually been around for a good bit now. He often discusses things specifically relating to the video game series Kingdom Hearts since he is a big fan of that, but he'll also talk about other gaming topics in general too. Also, he is legitimately funny in my opinion and sometimes gets very unhinged.
I'm telling you right now, Jeff, you're playing with Spyraga. Like some serious Spyraga. That Spyzaza.
Another one I really recommend is Jay's Reviews, who also does do
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot of
that guy?
videos on TV shows, but covers a lot of things like Sonic, Mega Man,
Yep.
Devil May Cry, Ace Attorney, Sly Cooper, Jak and Daxter are a lot of games that I like and likely the majority of my audience also likes. Another one I want to highlight is The Gaming Truge, who has actually been a long-time supporter of what I do for a long time as well. He often analyzes series like Sonic or Kingdom Hearts since those are his two favorites, but he's covered plenty of other things as well, such as Halo, Resident Evil, Gears of War, plenty of types of games. He has a very big variety of the types of games he covers, and also has a very fair assessment of them too, so definitely go give him a follow. The last one I want to bring up, who does cover games, but also just offers a really good critical lens to a lot of different kind of media overall, is Anthony Gramuglia. I am sorry if I butchered your last name, by the way, Anthony. That is totally my bad. He's done some good video game analysis on Shadow the Hedgehog and Pokemon, but also talks about a lot of comic book related stuff, a lot of film, a lot of animation. So if you like any of that overall,
level
want to see a
17
really
already?
good critical lens on it, go follow him. Overall, I would say the amount of anti-woke game criticism is honestly even worse than the amount of anti-woke film criticism out there. And I guess a lot of that can't really be too surprising given how the gaming industry usually is, and like I said before, the amount of gatekeeping and toxicity that can be associated with it. But I
Honestly,
think that
to
is
some
why it's
extent,
more
nothing
important
wrong
than
with
ever to
gatekeeping.
highlight what real criticism looks like and talk about that instead. I really do hope in the future we'll see more game critics pop up that are willing to give a fair assessment of the games they're reviewing. But what do you think? Am I wrong? Are these channels actually good criticism? Let me know down in the comments below. Special thanks to my patrons DGC1996 and Trayvon Gibson for supporting me over there, and also my YouTube members Balf Games and also Jared the Rabbit. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and like this video too. I put a lot of effort into these video essays, so I hope you enjoy them overall. And I'd love to see what I do keep growing in general. If you have a suggestion for something I should cover here on YouTube, be sure to join my Discord, which is linked down below. We have a suggestions and questions channel where you can suggest media for me to cover here on YouTube, and also just hang out with like-minded people overall. You can also check out my letterbox to see which movies and shows I have reviewed already, sometimes not even here on YouTube. So be
Alright, we can remove that from the list. That's another one removed from the list from the reacts. Okay, what else do we have? There's Disneyland Secrets. What else is here? Okay, you know, let's look at the anime awards. What happened here?
Now I'm not.
I don't pay attention to this shit. I don't watch much anime these days compared to the past. I read a lot more instead, so I haven't like followed what the hell happened here.
Typically pays too much attention to these types of awards or gets too worked up about them because the
Alright, what
results
happened?
really don't matter at the end of the day. If my favorite show doesn't win, who cares? I don't care if my favorite game doesn't win the game awards, and
Yep.
I don't give a shit about some random IGN review because it's just some random dude over at IGN's opinion, which they're allowed to have. But what the fuck is this?
And the anime award goes to
Ninja coming.
What the fuck?
What? I don't know what the things he's talking about.
What the fuck?
Demon Slayer.
I'm looking forward to great comedic moments.
Solo leveling.
I wish they would balance it better so I can hear what the hell they were saying instead of this guy's laughing. Because his laughing is also like peaking in his mic.
These winners are shocking. And again, I don't really care which show won. I didn't even watch that much anime this year, but I really don't like how the winners are chosen. Crunchyroll has some internal judges and their votes are weighed at 70%, whereas the audience's votes are weighed at 30%. Now that's not a terrible split per se, but the real issue is that the shows that get voted the most by the audience will 90% of the time be whatever show is the most popular. People will see this page right here and think, damn, I only watch Demon Slayer and Solo Leveling, so I'm gonna vote Demon Slayer. And 4 of these other anime won't even get a chance to get a vote from that person. Kaiju number 8 and Dungeon Meshi has literally 0 chance to win this category from the audience, because barely anyone watched those compared to the rest. And this is really apparent when you look at some of the category winners, like Best Continuing Series. They gave it to fucking Demon Slayer. Are you kidding me? Sustaining excellence is a remarkable achievement, and this category honors the series that keeps the audience coming back for more. My brother in Christ, this season is 8 episodes short and half of it is filler. If we're talking about the best ongoing anime,
Really? Oh, that's
it
sad.
had the craziest comeback and upped its production value like crazy.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
I don't even like the One Piece anime. It sucks cock and balls, and it's a terrible adaptation of the incredible manga. But even that should have won over Demon Slayer. It's been airing every week since 1999. But no, Demon Slayer, which has 63 episodes, deserves the win with its worst season by far. Then we have the best original anime, which they gave to Ninja Kamui. The anime that was so bad, people thought it was written by AI. If we look at all of these shows on my anime list, Ninja Kamui actually has the highest amount of members, meaning it is the most watched show out of all of them. And despite that, it also has the lowest score outside of Buchigiri and Metallic Rogue at 6.62. People sure did watch this show, but no one fucking liked it. But no one watched any of the other shows, so I guess they'll just vote for it anyway. And I just refuse to believe that the judges have actually seen all of these anime themselves. There are 110 judges. You're telling me that they have all watched 1,130 episodes of One Piece? You're telling me they have all seen the full season of Metallic Rogue that got a 6.2 rating? Because if not, it's the exact same issue as with the audience voting. The most popular shows are just gonna win by default, or at least have a significantly higher chance of winning. It doesn't matter if these judges are experts if they haven't even watched every nomination. How did Demon Slayer win the best animation as well? The last episode looked really good, but aside from that, it's not that impressive. Dandadan had incredible animation in every single episode and scene throughout the whole season. The same with Freerun. And to put the cherry on top, Solo Leveling wins Anime of the Year. And I'm not mad that Solo Leveling won per se, but again, I can't help but feel that it wouldn't have won if the voting system was different. Instead of choosing just one
it's probably based on popularity.
Why not just let people give number scores to all of the nominations for every category and take the average number? That way, we would get an actual accurate representation of how people feel about these shows. Because I know that as much as there are a lot of people that like Solo Leveling, I'm sure most people can agree that it's not that good. They might give it a good score, but not a 10 out of 10. And a lot of people will probably give it a pretty low score. Whereas I know most people that have watched Freerun thought it was amazing, and a 9 or a 10
6.5 or a 7.
Popularity
At least from what I read, it's fine.
If there's an anime that is incredibly well written and produced, but not that many people have watched it, give it the recognition it deserves instead of rewarding popularity with even more popularity. Sure, you'd get absolute man-children that would go out of their way to review bomb some of them. Dandadan would probably get a lot of people voting it a 0 out of 10 because it has girls in it or something. But man, would that be so much better than what they have currently? I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw all the categories Solo Leveling won, I just had to laugh, man. Solo Leveling must be the most bland, generic, amateur story I have ever seen. What's funny is that it won both Anime of the Year and Best New Series, but both of those categories have the exact same shows, meaning if it won one of them, it would have had to win the other as well. Anime of the Year is just insane, but Best New Series? That is so incredibly ironic.
It's not
There's
new.
absolutely nothing new about Solo Leveling. It has characters you've seen 100 times before, a premise so generic you would think it's a parody, and a main character that feels like he exists solely to make the audience say, "Oh, look at this guy, he's so cool. Look, he's so dark and edgy and emotionless. Isn't he cool?" It genuinely feels like the author wanted to write the Andrew Tate origin story or some shit. And of course, he just had to win main character of the year. If you can't tell, this is the more subjective part of the video. I can only imagine people voted for Jinwoo because of his aura and hype.
Yeah,
That's
I wouldn't be surprised.
As the appeal of Solo Leveling. And you know, I gotta say, Jinwoo has 0 aura. his aura feels like it was manufactured in a lab. It's
It
so
is.
synthetic and
It
artificial.
is very
There
fake.
are tons of anime characters that have real, authentic aura that actually earn it through being a well-written character in the story. But Jinwoo just does not have that, in my opinion. It also won Best Action, which, in my opinion, aside from the great animation, Solo Leveling has some pretty bad or mid at best action. But you're gonna have to check out this video to see why that is.
Damn. Okay. That one's marked off. Let's go to another one. We're doing. We'll go pick another random one again. Games that are. They interviewed Paimon's VA. What is this? Why is it on X? The fuck? Why here? Oh, here, source.
Do you believe the collective work refusal will end when the strike does, even if Hoyo doesn't sign the agreement?
Actors are too afraid to say anything because the minute that we do, we're blacklisted. I know I'm blacklisted from the last studio I spoke about this about. I had sent word to Hoyo that said I refuse to come back until the game is union specifically. Remember, like a year or two ago, I had come forward stating that I had not gotten paid within 7 months, like for 7 months. I'm getting more into debt because I'm not getting paid on time.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Paper Bag Boy here. So today we are interviewing Paimon's VA, Karina Bedker. I would like to say this is an interview, not a debate, so I expect everyone in the comments to be as respectful and cordial as possible. So hello Karina, welcome to the channel. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. I've been reading a lot of books lately because I've been kind of sick, so I haven't been able to stream or anything, but I've been reading a lot of books, and I got into Fourth Wing. It took over my life.
Yeah, I saw that on your Blue Sky. I saw that you posted about it. So.
Yeah. I got my other friend Kaylee Mills into it. She then became obsessed with it so much that she got her nails done inspired by Fourth Wing.
No way.
It was really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So how did you land the role of Paimon in Genshin Impact?
Okay, so it was like every other audition that you kind of do in the industry. Got a random audition from my agent, and it was like, this is project, and I don't remember what the code name was at the time because they don't tell you what you're auditioning for ever in video games because of NDAs and stuff. But it was for the character of Paimon, the female traveler, and also Amber. And I auditioned for it, then turned it in, completely forgot about it, until like a month later, all of a sudden I get a call from my agent saying, hey, we need you to come in for a callback for Paimon, and I was like, great, I don't remember auditioning for that, so then I went back, re-listened to what I auditioned with, and then walked into the callback, saw that my friend Chris Fiella was the director, and I was really excited because I love him. And he was then like, they don't want this to sound like anime at all. That was a lie, by the way. They want it completely grounded. So it's really funny because what I auditioned with Paimon was much closer to this sound than what it ended up being.
Yeah. Okay. How different do you think your life would be if you actually landed the role of the female traveler? Do you think it would be any different?
I think
No
I would
boss
have
here. Interesting.
recorded a lot less.
You think there'd be like a lot less drama going on right now?
I don't know. You know, drama happens to everybody,
Yeah,
right?
definitely. So what was your reaction to actually landing the role? Did you know it was gonna be such an iconic character or not?
I don't even think Hoyo realized how big it was gonna be. So like, I also did not, like, I knew they basically said when I walked in for my first recording, you're the Navi of this world, like from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and I was like, oh, I've always wanted to be Navi. I know people find her annoying, but I like her.
I do too, actually. I like her a lot.
I like it. And so I was really excited. And I also didn't realize that it was gonna be a continuous thing. I remember getting it to the end of like 1.1 recording, and then they were like, okay, you're done, and I thought, huh, when did we save the sibling? I'm sure it'll make sense when the game comes out. Fine, I'm done with this game completely, because we had just got a win against Storm, the Dragons.
Yes.
Development, yes.
Okay.
We just and it ended there, and they said I was done, and I thought that meant I was done. And then they called me back like a month later, and they were like, "Hey, you have pickups," and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's normal pickups, right? Why do I have a 4-hour slot for pickups? That's a lot of pickups. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna question it." And then I go in, and then they're like, "Yeah, you got about like."
Welcome, Raiders. There.
And I need 4 hours.
Welcome.
Well, then you're gonna
We're doing reacts right now.
What do you mean 1.2?
We just got a blue screen. We're doing reacts with this desktop survivors because I thought this would be a fun way to pass the time.
Goodness, that's insane. So explain to the audience what is a pickup.
So a pickup is like, let's say you record something in
We got actually good money from that
normal
one.
fashion. You're going through the script, you record something, and then either later on in the editing process, they discover, oh, we need to record this differently because something in the video game looks different than how we originally described it in the script. Because they do make changes based off of that sometimes.
Okay.
Or one of the writers is like, I think that could
Yeah,
be
the
really
little
good.
game
So
blue
let's
screen,
re-record
yes.
it. Another reason they could even do a pickup is like, sometimes they've said, so you put emphasis on this word, and we actually want emphasis on this word.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as that, and then like on the very rare occasion, sometimes when you're in the recording, you're recording there for 4 hours. The sound engineer is probably sick of hearing me because I have that high pitched squeaky noise he has to listen to. And mind you, when we record, it's only one person recording at a time, so he is listening to only a high pitched squeaky voice for 4 hours. So any sound engineer would be like, "Oh, I hate this," and maybe they might have missed a tiny little glitch in the thing that they in the recording that they can't edit out, so then they'll pick up for that.
Yeah. So when you're in the studio, are there any other voice actors at all?
Nope, there
Just
is
you?
just me. So basically, the script is in front of me. Also, we don't get the script in advance either, so we are cold reading everything. The script is in front of me. I get to see what the other characters are saying, and if you're lucky enough, the director will also be cool and read what the characters are saying, so that way you can kind of play off of it. But no, we don't have the other actors there at all.
Yeah, that's different than I thought. I thought you would kind of play off of one another. So Paimon's voice obviously has a super high energy vibe. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, I think everybody does. How do you get into our headspace for recording?
So my idea with
You done some Echoes of Wisdom. Oh, nice.
Part of what helps any
Nice,
voice
nice,
actor come up
nice.
with a voice for a character is looking at the character itself. Half of her face is her
Yeah,
eyeballs.
this Desktop Survivors thing is actually pretty cool.
If you just imagine all of the air
This shit was
coming out
worth
of your
the $5.
eyeballs, all of a sudden you get this nasally
Oh
voice
my
already.
god.
And then, because Hoya wanted it really high, you add
Damn.
richness to it. And then also, like, I always had it added a lisp on her. Like, it's a very light lisp, but it is there. So Paimon kind of has a lisp attached to it. And then, like, when it comes to, like, the attitude of Paimon, it was, like, what Hoyo had told me was they wanted her really talkative. They wanted people to think that she was annoying. And that
On purpose,
they wanted
damn.
this idea of a very childlike floating character hanging out with you. And I was like, great, I voice children all the time. I know exactly how to do
Yeah,
that.
but that's also something I don't think a lot of the fans realize is that there's nothing that's going to happen in voice acting that the director does not want, or that the people in charge don't want.
That it's what the client doesn't want.
Yeah.
Yeah, the director has some
No more
sway
squalling,
onto, like,
squealing Paimon,
steer
who
the
knows?
client to do something that he wants, but at the end of the day, the client is the one making those choices. And I remember being there on my first day, and doing what I did for the audition, and they were like, "Can you do it? Can you go higher?" And it's literally the Hoyo client that was sitting there saying, "Go higher. No, higher. We want it even higher. Can you possibly go higher?" And I was like, you know what? Here you go. And I'm a ridiculously high-pitched person, so they got lucky on that.
Yeah, that's insane. Oh,
yeah, and then it kind of grew into what you have today.
Yeah. So obviously Genshin has a huge voice cast. Do you get to meet any of the other VAs? And if you do, what is the atmosphere like with them?
I actually I know most of them from previous stuff. For example, Kaylee Mills, Brianna Knickerbocker, Jenny Okabori, Allegra Clark.
Yes. It is literally just Cactus fighting back.
Joe Zija,
Wait,
like, all
have
of
you
them,
not
a
been
lot
doing
of
it the
people,
past couple
100 job.
weeks?
We were all friends way before because
You've
in the
been
voice
missing
acting
out on a bunch of
industry,
rewards,
it's a lot smaller
resources for the
so usually we all
support
kind of know
system,
each
whatever.
other either through like meeting
By
each
not
other,
doing
like,
it.
at meetups that voice actors have, or like in classes, or you know, just because we happen to work on the same project. So eventually there's a meetup because of that. Yeah, and then for those of I did make some new friends too, like Sarah Miller Cruz I met through this game, Chrissy Kate I met through this game, and Yakko I met through this game. All lovely people that I got to become friends with. So it's kind of like a mixture of like a lot of them I knew from before, and a lot
I
of
see.
and some
You
of
should have
them
just
I
went
played
in and
through
just
the game
exited
itself.
to get the rewards.
So this is obviously where we get to a tough question.
But Rip,
You know the drama that's going on.
you
and
missed 2 weeks
we
worth.
can't avoid it. It's something that has to be discussed. So why was Jacob Takanashi getting the role as Kanish received so poorly by the other voice actors?
The reason why is because in the United States, like obviously actors stick together, and actors. I remember being a very young actor working in theater and being told, you never take the role of a striking actor. You know, you do not do that. That is not okay. It's not cool. But even further than that, in the United States, we have a strong history of sticking by our fellow workers and not taking the jobs of those that are striking. And you cannot like the way that I went about it. That is 100% valid. You're very welcome to have that opinion. But at the end of the day, it has been a strong history that when a worker takes the job of a striking actor, you call them out.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do. And again, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like me for it. That's totally fine. But that's the reason why.
Yeah, I could see that. So is there any funny audition stories to kind of break the ice?
Oh, okay. So I auditioned for Sam Riegel once. And there is a story to this because I got the callback for it, and I'm not going to say what the project was because it doesn't matter, I didn't get it. But I did get the callback, and it was around Christmas time that this was happening, and it was one of the few times that I got a callback where they were like, you're going to do the callback from home, so if you have any questions, call this number and ask Sam Riegel questions. And I was like, it's Sam. Oh my god, it's Sam Riegel. Oh my god. And when again, being trained as a young kid in acting, you are trained to stay in the room for as long as possible, which also means that if they tell you to call the casting director so you can try to make a first impression, try being the operative word, you do that. You call. Even if it's a question that you already know the answer of, does not matter. You call and you ask that question. And so I'm having a panic attack being like, oh my god, Sam Riegel, Sam Riegel, he's everything, and he's so cool, and I'm not worthy. And for some reason, I got it in my head that I was calling like an office phone, and I wrote down exactly what I was gonna say, and I called, and it rang, and then it went to voicemail, and it goes, hi, this is Sam Riegel's personal iPhone. Leave a message at the tone. And for some reason, that made my panic worse, and all of a sudden I couldn't read the words on my page that I wrote. And call that I left on his answering machine was this. Hi, Sam. This is Karina Becker. I'm calling about the auditions for the callback for enter character name here that I definitely did not forget. I just had a few questions about the callback. So if you could call me back at your earliest convenience, I would really appreciate that. God, that was terrible. Click. Why did I say that? Oh, it was terrible. He calls back later, does not mention this horrible email or voicemail that I left on his personal phone, and I still have that number in my phone today.
Okay.
Does not mention it. He actually apologizes to me, saying, "I'm so sorry I didn't answer. My kids have been sick."
Yep.
And I was like, "What are you
He's so much
apologizing
damage
for?
here.
You're Sam Riegel. I'm just Karina. I'm no one, but whatever." Ask my questions. We have a good conversation. He goes, "Yeah, I just think you're really funny." And I'm like, "Oh my god, I think you're so funny." Did not hit the roll. I get a call back for something else 6 months later.
Yeah.
And I walk in and Sam Riegel's there.
And then I get more golds from kills. Okay.
And so are two of the producers.
Yeah, that was
for
the
this
boss
show.
fight. I
This
just
is
beat it,
also
yeah.
Something that I didn't get. A lot of voice acting is hearing a lot of no's, so it's not a big deal that you just hear a lot of no's, and it's fine. You'll get over it. But I walk in, and I'm like, and
Next
I was
step
thinking
in the
beforehand,
dungeon.
I knew Sam Rico was going to be there because it said who was going to be in the room with you for the callback, and I was like, I have to bring it up.
Paimon's the
Maybe
boss
I can just be funny and be like, and this time I
Yep.
won't leave an awkward email on your cell phone, right? And so that way I break the ice. And it's a funny moment, and it's not a big deal. So I walk in, and Sam is like, "Hi, Karina. I'm so excited to hear from you again." He definitely remembers that we've had a conversation before. So I have to be like, "Yeah, it's great to see you too. And this time I won't leave an awkward voicemail on your phone." And he goes, "What?"
So he didn't even hear it?
He didn't remember.
Oh, man.
And then, of course, the producers were like, well, now we have to hear about this awkward email. And again, your job as an actor is to stay in the room for as long as possible, even if it's to your own detriment, in telling a story about how you left the most awkward cell phone voice message on Sam Riegel's phone.
It actually reminds me of a story from whenever I was in 5th grade baseball. I called my coach, and I literally was trying to get him to come pick me up to take me to baseball practice. And I was literally like, "All right, Dad, come pick me up. I love you. Bye." he showed up and he was like, "I'm not your dad." I was like, "I can't help it, dude."
Okay, they like
I'm
unblocked your dad.
Grown man
Got
that I
it.
talked to at the time. Do you like anime at all? Do you like anime?
I love anime. I remember being a kid. Like, of course, my first anime was like Sailor Moon, and then I quickly jumped to Ghost in the Shell because that's the pipeline, right?
Yeah.
Sailor Moon to Ghost in the Shell, and was in love with manga because my friend was like, "You like anime? Here's Battle Angel Alita," and I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!"
Oh, that is one of my favorites. Oh my goodness. It's so good. Oh my goodness.
So good. Battle Angel Alita is not given enough love, and the movie it was actually decent.
Yeah.
I was pleasantly surprised. My favorite anime is Future Diary. Love that one.
Oh my goodness, it's so good. That's an older one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not one of the newer ones. It's pretty good. I like that one a lot. You obviously played Sailor Tennyako and Sailor Moon. What is your best period? What is your best memory of that time period in your life? Do you have like a super awesome memory from whenever you were voicing that role?
So another funny audition story was when I booked it, because I remember the studio that was recording it at the time originally was Studiopolis, and I love Jamie there, who runs that studio, and he for some reason loves me. I still don't know why. And I remember telling him, "Hey, I know you have auditions for Sailor Moon, Sailor Stars coming up. I will be an intern on this show if I have to, Jamie. Please." Like, I don't know what, like, I don't really care if it's behind the scenes in production or, voicing Walla for it. Please let me be a part of it. And I get the auditions. And it's one of those moments where, like, you never want to go into an audition with, like, oh, this is it. This is the thing that you really want. Because you're not going to book it at that point.
Yeah.
You're going to overthink it. You're going to put too much into it, if anything. And so, had to have that little autistic chat with myself of being like, you have to treat this like every other audition or you're not going to book it. You have to audition and forget. You have to audition and forget. And so,
Get the bouncing
going into
thing,
that
sure.
audition, they only had me audition for the Sailor Stars characters. I did that. And then, like, a month or two goes by, and I was like, well, I didn't book it, whatever. I can beg Jamie to be, like, an intern on the production side or something.
Cool.
No big deal. That way I'm at least a part of this show because I love Sailor Moon. I watched it when I was a kid. Only to, like, 6 months later, get a call from Jamie being like, hey, you want to be in Sailor Moon? I was like, Jamie, don't join me! And he's like, I'm not. They want you to be Sailor Tennyako. And I was like, yeah, cool, I'll do it. And he's like, great. And he hangs up. And then I call my mom. The phone conversation went like this. My mom goes, hello? And I go, I sounded like the little boy in Ghost Story.
Oh yes, the Ghost Stories kid.
Sounded exactly like him. And she's like, "Oh my god, are you hurt? Do I need to call an ambulance?" And I'm like, and she's like, "You need to calm down. I can't understand you." And I'm like, I got Sailor Moon. I'm gonna be a Sailor Moon. And she's like, "Oh my god, don't ever do that to me again. I thought you were dying." So that was probably my favorite moment. Actually,
that's
my mom
awesome.
yelling.
That's a great memory. So, are there any new major roles coming up for you soon, or is it still just going to be Paimon? I know you're not voicing Paimon at the moment, but is there any new roles that you have coming up?
Correct. After Jacob was replaced, I sent notice to Hoyo saying that I would no longer voice Paimon until they became union, so they'll probably just replace me. But
Yep.
Moving on, I do have other roles in the mix right now. A lot of them are under NDA, but something that actually came out recently that I'm actually really proud of. It is Robo Gobo. It's on Disney Plus. I voice a little snake character in it, and then I also voice some random other characters in some other episodes. So it's a really cute toddler show. I'm not in it a lot, but I'm in it a little bit, and it's a very adorable show, and it's probably not going to be anything that your audience is going to even want to see. But I'm really proud of it regardless, because it was like I've worked with Disney before on the on-camera side, and also in an anime that they were producing. I don't remember what Disney produces, but this was my first like official, actual, original animation with Disney that I've worked on. So it was really cool, and Disney was really awesome. They actually gave me the, so in animation, when they're drawing the character, at the beginning, they have like different drawings of the character to see, okay, which one they want to do, right? They have different drawings, and they actually gave me that cell that I had, of that,
Okay.
the different choices that they went down with, of what my character should look like, and they gave me that for my character. Her name is Sugar. She's Sugar the Snake, and they also gave me a sweater of the show, and it was really, I've never gotten free anything from any other project except for Ida Somnium Files. They did give me a free version of the game, which does not happen ever. So this was like the second time ever of me getting anything from anything that I've worked on, and it was really cool.
Yeah. But you obviously have like a direction that you want your career to go, right? So if you could have any role at all, like literally just any dream role.
Mothra.
Mothra?
Mothra.
Mothra, okay.
Yeah. Mothra, like,
Mothra. I want to be Mothra.
That's actually dope. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. Like, I'm gonna
Interesting.
be a monster. I feel like I
Monster.
could be a pretty good monster. Maybe.
Good, yeah. With a voice like that, for sure.
Okay, so this is where we get to one that all of the fans want to know. It's what everybody's here for. Do you believe the collective work refusal will end when the strike does, even if Hoyo doesn't sign the agreement?
So I can't speak for the rest of my castmates when it comes to this, so I'll only speak on my own behalf on this. As I said earlier, when Jacob got replaced as his character Kenichi in Genshin, I had sent word to Hoyo that said I refuse to come back until the game is union specifically. And the reason why I said union specifically, because I know some other actors, they just want an AI like protection signed. That's all they want, and they're willing to come back into work. For me personally, I will not come back unless it's union, and the reason why is because we are still having issues with getting paid within the 30 days as stated on our contract. If we still, and mind you, remember, I, like, a year or two ago, I had come forward stating that I had not gotten paid within 7 months, like, for 7 months. This most recent time, I've been consistently not getting paid on a 30-day basis, but, like, for this one, it took 5 months for me to get paid, finally.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It's a very long time, and I work paycheck to paycheck. And at this point, I'm getting more into debt because I'm not getting paid on time.
Yeah.
And if I still have to ask my parents to help me pay for my rent, I might as well actually take a stand here and say, well, I have to do that anyway. So, knowing that my contract is not being obligated the way it should be currently in the state that it's in, it tells me that even if an AI protection were to be signed, unless there is actual enforceable protections, I cannot trust that it will actually do anything. And I look, you can have your feelings about what you feel about SAG, but at the end of the day, voice actors do not make enough money to pay for lawyers to be able to actually enforce what's in our contracts, which is why these studios don't pay us on time, because they know this.
I could definitely see that as like the main issue. That would be, if I was voice acting, that would be my number one issue, is getting paid on time, considering the fact that I worked in the acting industry and actually experienced it firsthand. Whenever someone blows you off again and again and again, and you don't get paid for months, it's ridiculous.
And the fact that this has already been addressed once and it still has not been fixed, and it's 2 years since then, or 1 year, but this is a consistent problem within our industry, is that studios regularly do not pay their non-union work on time.
Well, that's a rip. They don't get paid on time.
Actors are too afraid to say anything because the minute that we do, we're blacklisted. I know I'm blacklisted from the last studio I spoke about this about. I know that.
That's definitely something that my viewers know about, because it's something that I bring up often, is the fact that in the voice acting space, blacklisting happens way more than anybody even wants to admit that it does. Whether it's coming from directors, casting directors, things like that.
For sure, and it's why most actors will not say anything. It's why we stay silent while we're suffering and just trying to get paid. And again, voice actors, most voice actors, like myself, are paycheck to paycheck. I'm on food stamps myself. I know several other voice actors in Gacha
That's crazy.
that are also on food stamps.
On
or
food
they
stamps.
have 4 to 6 other jobs that they're working on besides just voice acting, because it does not pay the bills. And so knowing all of that, and then on top not getting paid in a timely manner, this is very simple stuff that should be easy to do. And at the end of the day, technically, legally, it is the studio's obligation to pay us on time, but Hoyo is the one that needs to sign the SAG contract, so that way we actually have enforceable protections when it comes to this.
Okay, yeah.
So for myself, I will not come back until it is union, because as of right now, I cannot trust that I will get paid on time unless a union is actually there, a union representative that can call them and say, hey, you didn't pay your actor.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. That definitely clears the air, I feel like, with a lot of people about, you know, at least your intentions when being involved. And I definitely think a lot of people could be empathetic to that situation, because I know that I definitely can, with not being paid and also being a contractor myself, IRL. It's something you seriously have to deal with. And if you don't have anybody protecting you, then you have to pay the upfront cost to get yourself protected, essentially, to make sure that you get paid.
Do I do this, Campbell?
But, it was really great having you on. I hope you come back. Where can fans find you at? And if you still have your acting course, I mean, I would love for you to plug it, because a lot of my viewers actually took your acting course and they actually had good things to say about it. So it was.
I love teaching acting. I'm on a little bit of a hiatus at the moment, but I promise my classes will come back at the end of the year. You can find it at www.karinabetker.com. And if you like, again, I've been really, the reason why I'm on a hiatus is because I've been so sick, it's hard to get out of bed most days. And so I promise they'll come back. I just want to be at a place where I'm not worried about if I have to end up in the hospital that day or not, so that people actually get the acting class they pay for. And then if you want to follow me on my socials, Twitter is @TheBirdZulu. On Blue Sky, it's Karina Betker. On Instagram, it's Karina.Betker. And TikTok is also Karina Betker. But knowing with how I've been lately, because I've been so sick, I've been just reading a lot of romance novels. So I'm probably just going to be talking about a lot of that. I just finished Fourth Wing, as I said earlier. I'm on A Court of Thorns and Roses now, and although I hated the first book, I've loved the rest of them, and so now it's a problem.
You know something crazy? I've literally been talking about this in almost every single video I've made so far. I have been addicted to romance anime for like the past couple of weeks. I got like, Romance anime is what introduced me to anime, and then I just moved on to like action and adventure for the longest time, for like 8 years. And then I recently just picked it up again, and I was like, oh man, dude, I feel like I relapsed. I've been watching so much of it, it's crazy. It makes me hate my life, that my life isn't like that. I swear it's not a good thing. Anyways, a terrible way and a sad way to end it. Just talking about how, you know, we all wish we could find that one person we love.
Yeah,
but I'm glad to know that everything is going well. I hope that we have you on again soon, and I really appreciate you coming on and addressing everything that's going on. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. That react is done. Off the list.
Hello everyone.
So we can scratch that off now. That's one less to react to. What is this? The gradual decay of Fortnite. What the hell's going on with Fork Knife?
Fortnite Chapter 6 has easily been the most checked out I've been from Fortnite since I started playing the game back in 2021. And if I could pose one theory as to why, it's because it lacks focus. Chapter 5 turned Fortnite from a Battle Royale behemoth into a Battle Royale behemoth that's also trying to do some user-generated metaverse stuff on the side. And that has led to the general vibe around Fortnite becoming a lot more cynical. We got all these new game modes and experiences, but with them came a lot more heavy-handed monetization than the game had seen previously. Where once stood a pretty unobtrusive item shop, now stands pages upon pages of optionally purchasable fluff. Digital Lego sets for you to build in the Lego mode, songs for you to play in the Rock Band ripoff, cars for you to drive around Battle Royale because no one's playing the racing game mode. Instead of one battle pass that offers enough currency for you to only have to buy into it once, we have several battle passes for every new mode that don't give any currency in return and are filled to the brim with just filler. There are more digital goodies than ever for you to collect, but they've never felt less valuable. It almost feels like they made these other game modes with potential monetization methods in mind first and actual gameplay second. All while Battle Royale, Fortnite's bread and butter, has kind of stagnated. For the most part, I enjoyed Fortnite Chapter 5 when it launched, but as the chapter progressed, it began to rely much more on strict, gimmicky theming than the game had seen prior, and that makes it really hard to enjoy a season when it doesn't initially resonate with you. Season 1 started off with a bit of a reboot, giving us a new story, a new map, some fun new characters for us to follow. It was a strong start. But then Season 2 comes out, completely changes the tone from a grounded spy theme into one of the most uninspired takes on the Greek pantheon I have ever seen. Then that gets superseded by Season 3, which completely changed how you were expected to even play the game, and then for some reason, Dr. Doom was back for Season 4. Not only do these ideas not really transition nicely into each other in a narrative and tonal sense, but the items and metas formed around them all asked completely different things of the player. There was a lack of cohesion throughout the entire experience. This problem would only continue to haunt Fortnite in its latest chapter. Chapter 6 launched with Hunters, a season inspired by the Japanese legends of yokai, demon hunters, and Godzilla.
On my
Japanese
screen.
influence extends all throughout our new island of Oninoshima, including in the weapon pool. But to be completely honest, I didn't find anything here particularly special. Yeah, the island is gorgeous, the ability to play as Godzilla was cool, the new sprites and turtle guys are pretty cute, and the new movement tech was fun to figure out. But it wasn't really exciting. The first season of any Fortnite chapter is always a little boring. After all, you have to have a status quo for that status quo to be meaningfully shaken up in the future, but I couldn't help but feel after the bombshells that were the initial map reveals in the past few chapters that this one underdelivered. Following this up with Season 2, Lawless, which was all about robbing banks. Dotted around the map were these heavily guarded vaults which contained gold and a new currency called dill coins. There was like a pickle thing this season, like there was a pickle version of Peely and he wore a balaclava and he had a music video that was a whole thing. I'm not sure how this ties into the crime theme, but this was also happening. After being freed from their vaults, these dill coins could then be exchanged for fun, ultra-powerful weapons from various shops. And this gameplay loop would be strong if it wasn't the third or fourth time we've seen a Fortnite season with roughly this same concept. Nothing here was particularly special either. The most exciting thing to happen during this season was the release of Sabrina Carpenter, who, let's be clear, I did proudly purchase 2 times over, but she was cool more in a community way and not because of anything she added to the game. Although I was happy to see my boys Batman, Sub-Zero, and Finn finally freed from Warner Bros. Jail. May multiverses rest in peace. Fortnite Lawless is a tired gameplay loop being propped up by some admittedly pretty cool collaborations. but that leads to the final product feeling a lot more stale than I think Fortnite has ever felt before. And this brings us to the current season. Fortnite Galactic Battle is a smaller scale mini-season focused on the world of Star Wars. We got lightsabers and force powers, blasters that don't require ammo but instead overheat if shot for prolonged periods, a big Darth Vader boss fight who is legitimately terrifying to go up against, and fun new locations with quests being given out by your favorite Star Wars characters. All fine ideas on paper, but I have to ask, why are we doing a Star Wars season? Now don't get me wrong, I'm a big Star Wars fan, but it's hard to say that without mentioning in the same breath that the franchise has been heavily disappointing in recent years. And that's not even just a me thing, that's a most people widely accept this as the truth kind of thing. The sequel trilogy, despite, in my opinion, starting off pretty strong, ended on the wettest of farts. And since then, Star Wars as a brand has just kind of coasted. There's been some cool stuff, some bad stuff, a lot of mostly just okay stuff, a sizable amount of projects that have only been announced and will release at some vague point in the future, and the one thing that has unequivocally been considered a success isn't included as a part of this Fortnite season. Which just leads me to ask again, why? This is quite possibly the least exciting time in all of history to be a Star Wars fan. There is nothing happening right now. And it's not like I need there to be some kind of crazy brand integration moment. We all saw what happened with that last time, but like, it would make a little more sense. Fortnite has already been doing the Star Wars stuff for years. Almost every main character from these movies has already gotten their own skin in the item shop and celebration in the game. It's not like this collaboration invites any new and exciting opportunities that weren't there before. In fact, for my longtime Fortnite heads in the audience, you may have noticed that none of those things I mentioned earlier
I don't
are
play
actually new
Fortnite.
to the game. Lightsabers and blasters of this type
Okay.
were initially
We'll
introduced
take
to the game
the
over
scheduler.
5 years ago during the first Star Wars event in Chapter
I assume
2,
the
Season
scheduler's
1.
been making the waves
Portals to
last
get their
longer,
force techniques first showed
so I
up in
can get
Chapter
more
4, Season 2 that
everything
coincided with
between
adding
them.
characters from the prequel trilogy during another Star Wars event. Darth Vader was doing this exact same boss fight back in Chapter 3, Season 3, minus the incredibly tasteless AI voice thing. And doing questlines like this for different Fortnite characters is something that shows up in some form every
I've seen funny clips of the AI voice thing though.
to latch onto here.
I've seen funny clips of people abusing it
themed instead of specific locations
to
from
trick
the
it into
movies.
saying
There's a good
things.
chance most, if not all of these items will return during May the 4th next year, especially as this ongoing partnership with Disney grows stronger, and even on the cosmetics side, things are just kinda boring. I find the Battle Pass offerings particularly hilarious this season because it's incredibly obvious that Fortnite already blew their proverbial Star Wars load and had to scrape the bottom of the barrel for character choices. Like, we have the decrepit old man, the guy who only exists to sell toys, 2 Fortnite original characters turned Star Wars, and Poe, who is somehow the only main character from the sequel trilogy to miss out on both Star Wars Battlefront and Fortnite. They added his girlfriend from Rise of Skywalker before him. It's like even the games were aware that those movies gave him nothing to do. Lining them all up like this, it's incredibly clear that these aren't exactly the Star Wars All-Stars, and considering the circumstances, I would have been able to forgive this if it wasn't for the fact that the skins the item shop is getting would have made for a much better pass. A customizable Mandalorian, Mace Windu,
Honestly, I
Darth
should
Jar
change
Jar,
category.
the more mainstream favorites, they all feel like
We
they'd be
just
much more
keep
at home
playing
in the battle.
this
Whereas
type
characters
of
like
survivors
General
over
Grievous,
top.
who are pretty niche but have that
So we
huge
can get luck.
random hype and power behind them, you would
Sure, let's
expect
get
to
the
be
luck
saved
stat
for the
up.
item shop. And this is neither here nor there, but I feel like they're almost clickbaiting the audience by featuring these skins so prominently on the main promo art for the season. 4 out of the 7 new skins when booting up the game aren't in the Battle Pass this go around. Have they ever promoted a season like that before? Am I weird for finding this strange? But enough talking around the season. Actually logging in and playing Galactic Battle, well, it's kinda just more Fortnite. While not a lot of the ideas presented here are necessarily new, in combination they make something that I enjoy playing a lot more than I did the past few seasons. Which isn't that high of a bar, but it's fine. Placing the 4 new points of interest on the 4 corners of the map is a nice way to spread out players, but it's a double-edged sword of also making these cool new areas get lost to the storm almost immediately. If you want to do anything with any of this, you kinda have to land there first. The points themselves are mostly generic recreations of familiar Star Wars settings, with the exception of Darth Vader taking over the Shogun's place, but again, they're so far apart that you're basically only ever going to see one of them per game. Also, a good chunk of the NPCs that spawn at these places have quests that require you to talk to them, go do a thing, and report back, and that is very inconvenient when these locations all get hit by the storm first. These issues are kind of mitigated by the new X-Wing and TIE Fighter, but like most Fortnite vehicles, they're fairly easily countered by someone on foot, and they're not plentiful or fast enough to be a reliable source
Hey, at least I'm almost done maximizing the greed stat here.
Are fun, although it can be pretty difficult to tell them apart of the
Almost done
most of them are
maximizing the
essentially
greed
just blaster
stat
versions of existing Fortnite weapons,
to get
but I
more
like not
coin
having to
per
worry about
thing.
ammo, and I really like the animation for the new thermal detonators. Dare I say, it's fine. It's hard to call this season anything other than just fine because of how utterly unambitious it is. It feels less like they had something cool they could do with the Star Wars IP, and more like they already had a lot of the legwork done for something like this already, so they just went ahead and threw it in the game because they could. And I hate to say it, but it kinda just feels like an ad for Star Wars. And yeah, technically
I mean, that's what it
every ad in
is.
Fortnite is just an ad, but you typically don't feel that. The two Marvel seasons that preceded this one very easily could have fallen into that same cynical branding territory, and a lot of people would argue that the second one did, but Marvel had so much love put into their seasons. Think back to the overpowered weapons, the skins in the battle pass that were of actual characters people cared about. Not a single thing in Galactic Battle has come close to how I felt exploring Doom's castle for the first time. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I'd probably give it like a low B tier, high C tier on my Fortnite season rankings, but much like the past seasons this chapter, it's not exciting. If we're doing the themed mini-season thing, I want big swings that run the risk of being broken, not something safe. Why are we being boring if it's only gonna last 5 weeks anyways? This gameplay structure has been so successful for so long, in part because even at its most uninspired and dull, you can still find yourself having fun with it. But when there's so little that really astounds the player, it leads to the small annoyances piling up and becoming noteworthy talking points. Like, what's the deal with Captain Phasma? For the uninitiated, Captain Phasma, Chrome Dome, is one of the many reasons people think the Star Wars sequel trilogy is bad. She was hyped up in the first movie despite not really doing much, died in the second movie despite not really doing much, and didn't appear in the third movie due to the aforementioned dying, which led to her character, overall, not really doing much. And despite this character ultimately being pretty useless, I've come to love her.
Right now I got a bigger pickup range.
An ironic fondness for Phasma. Even if she kinda sucks, she's Mother, you know? So imagine my excitement when I found out that Captain Phasma was the advertised boss of this new Fortnite Star Wars season. And then imagine my reaction when I discovered that in-game, much like in her origin movies, she's a bit of a pushover and doesn't add much to the final product. It's not like I expected more from local girl failure, no first name Phasma, but when the reused Darth Vader from a couple years ago is doing all this, I kinda expected the other boss to at least have something. Even Star Wars Battlefront gave her dinky spear. Where's that? Where's the dinky spear, Fortnite? And as if that wasn't enough, in a move that feels specifically targeted against me, they locked her skin behind the stupid, annoying Lego Battle Pass. I'm sorry, am I too greedy as the one Captain Phasma fan for wanting her in the Battle Pass? Was it too much to ask for her instead of the horrifying Wookiee team leader? Or if that wasn't an option, for her to be in the item shop like every other Star Wars skin so I don't get a bunch of useless digital Legos with my purchase? Anyways, because I have no spine, I'll be going ahead and purchasing her regardless.
Okay.
This, this, okay, now it is. Yeah! Is it just me, or do they keep making the customization worse? As a longtime fan of this game, I pride myself in keeping a tidy Fortnite locker. I like to have all my guys using their themed cosmetics, and I alternate between them. I'm weird like that. But at the beginning of Chapter 5, they straight up broke the existing system they had been using for this for years, and all this time later, this new menu that they introduced is still just barely functioning. You used to be able to save everything into presets, and every slot on this menu would be included in that preset. Your skin, emotes, icons, loading screens, wraps, everything. But for some reason, with this new menu, they decided to separate presets for each section of your cosmetics. So you have your character as one tab with their own presets, then emotes as another tab with their own presets, then wraps, then the extra stuff that came with the new game modes like the instruments, the songs, the cars, which all get wrapped up into one mega preset called Loadout. So to even begin to achieve the same functionality that the old system had, you now have to jump through 5 or 6 more menus, sometimes setting multiple presets per character in order to be able to shuffle through all your guys. And most of the time, the shuffle doesn't even work. I have it on, but I still just end up as whoever my guy in the locker screen is. In theory, I appreciate the extra customization. Someone more dedicated than me might get mileage out of being able to assign 8 different jam tracks and a unique car to each loadout, but this extra customization comes at the cost of usability. When Sabrina
I guess they
Carpenter
added
played the
Barbie,
Reinx,
yeah.
her bundle came with a
I
few of the
don't know.
songs to play in Fortnite.
I don't
Festival.
touch Fortnite.
Naturally, I wanted to equip them. However,
But
when I
that's
went to do
something they
so,
added
I
Barbie to
discovered that
it.
I made the egregious mistake of creating all of my loadouts with the terrible Epic Games
Because
original
why not?
music, so I had well over 100 loadouts that I needed to update. And I'm not joking when I say that seeing the amount of work it would take to update my loadouts genuinely put me off Fortnite for a long time. To this day, I have yet to create loadouts for a lot of the newer characters because this is a horrible management system. There are some workarounds. For instance, edits to presets are automatically applied to any loadouts with that preset equipped, so making adjustments once loadouts are already made is easy enough, but you have to have created all your loadouts with this problem in mind, so by the time you encounter that this is in fact a problem, it's already too late and you have to go back through with a fine-tooth comb. I didn't create a preset for my jam tracks when I made my initial loadout, so I had to painstakingly go through every single loadout and equip a preset that I could then later edit. I programmed a macro to automate this process for me, but it still took hours to complete because for some reason when you go to save your loadout, it moves your cursor all the way back to the top of the
well,
screen
it is what it
every
is.
time. And that travel time adds up. I
Is that
understand
the
this has been a
thing?
bit of a tangent, but imagine how I felt when I sat down to make a Fortnite video
Okay.
and the first 2 days of writing and recording was trying to figure out this, especially when the solution of some kind of means of mass equipping presets to individual loadouts seems so fucking obvious. I guarantee you that if you made this system way less of a pain in the ass to use, you would have way more people buying stuff from the item shop. It baffles me that almost 2 years into this Fortnite Metaverse initiative and new locker system, we still have this many fundamental issues. If I was in charge at Epic Games, I would make fixing all of the locker issues priority number 1. And then priority number 2 would be adding more loadout slots, because even though they just added some a couple seasons ago, I'm close to running out again. And you may
They're
think
running out,
this is only
damn.
a problem for the whales who spend too much money on Fortnite, and that no person with a healthy relationship to this game should ever be bumping up against these limits, but it's not like I'm dropping crazy amounts on the game. I only buy the battle passes and the occasional blonde woman. There are a lot of people who go a lot harder than I do. All things considered, I have a pretty small collection, so if I'm having this many issues, I struggle to imagine what it's like for those of us who really care. And I know things like ease of item equipability don't sound like a very big deal, but cosmetics are the main form of monetization for Fortnite. There is no reason they should be making it this difficult to use the stuff you already paid for. You're already towing the line of acceptability.
Very close.
With all
You're
these new
surprised they haven't
Fortnite
added
game modes,
polls.
You've added so much random crap you can buy to
Who knows, man? You mean adding the loot boxes?
Festival, shoes.
Do they
you can
not
buy
have loot
shoes
boxes?
for your Fortnite character? And like outside of the initial stupidity of the
'Cause that's what they
concept,
are, they're just
does
loot
anyone
boxes.
care? Most people don't play anything but Battle Royale. And that means for most of the Fortnite audience, a lot of this stuff is just padding to artificially inflate the price of item shop bundles or filler in the battle pass. And I've gone on record saying that I like how much of a mess Fortnite's IP handling is. I think it's funny that so many iconic people and franchises are just here. But stuff like this is only fun until it isn't. And I don't know, Fortnite resurrecting the voice of a dead man so he can reassure players in-game might be that line. Being able to play as the Mandalorian with Baby Yoda in the funny game, it's cute, it's silly. I tell people I have Baby Yoda in Fortnite and they kinda half-heartedly chuckle. But if I told them that I had digital recreations of limited edition Crocs that look like Baby Yoda and that these cost more V-Bucks, they'd probably tell me I wasted my money. And they would be right. It all becomes incredibly cynical, incredibly fast. Fortnite and its various brand collaborations have always towed the line between silly crossovers and just an advertisement, and when they keep pumping out low-effort item shop bundles and oxymoronic, increasingly expensive but also increasingly less valuable cosmetics, it becomes harder to see the fun.
Yeah, Rip Rolls
That's kind of
Jones.
become my problem with Fortnite as a whole. I'm having a harder time seeing the fun. I've talked about a lot of different live service games in my past.
Okay.
At this point, that's this channel's whole thing. And I have
Talking
a
about
whole
live
laundry
service?
list of do's and don'ts, but one thing that has remained consistent in my criticism of these games is that Fortnite has always been the gold standard. And while I maintain that opinion, even now, it's been kind of upsetting to fall out of love with the game so unexpectedly. Around a year ago, I made a video titled, "Is Fortnite Dying?" I speculated about the future of the game amidst layoffs, price raises, and the return of Fortnite OG. And while Fortnite hasn't died since I released that video, I would make the argument that it hasn't really lived either. I opened this video talking about how the ethos of Fortnite has changed since the release of Chapter 5 and all these new game modes. And I want to end on that same topic because for as much as I may complain about Battle Royale not being as fun as it used to be, it's not their main priority anymore. This is. Fortnite wants to be a metaverse. One look at the main menu screen for the game now shows you exactly what kind of experience the game is aiming to provide. And honestly, they're pretty good at it. There's a lot of heart.
Oh damn! I don't want to lose my gold.
Made by children for children with YouTube-style clickbait thumbnails to boot, and there's a lot of goofy, barely playable game modes that feel like they were made with less.
I lost half my current gold. That would suck.
Talking bad about a platform that rewards raw creativity like this. The anything-goes nature of Fortnite and its various brand integrations allows for a really natural online playground for user-generated experiences like this. Of course, one could make the argument that that's only because the Fortnite brand has become so vast and all-encompassing that it's hard to tell if Fortnite even has its own identity anymore. But it makes it so even when you're toiling away in a completely unrelated user experience, everything still feels like Fortnite. And maybe it's just because I'm a nerd, but there's something charming about seeing how these people can create such different experiences using what appears from the outside to be a very limited and rudimentary set of tools. Every time Fortnite points me to creative game modes, quests, or what have you, I have a good time. Problem being, I'm only ever playing these game modes when Fortnite points me to it. Because stuff like this isn't why I play Fortnite. I play for the Battle Royale. I respect the other game modes and all the creative stuff for being fun.
That's what people play it for, the Battle Royale.
Popular game markets, but at the end of the day, I, alongside most people, only really care about any of this other stuff because of my attachment to the base game. Yeah, there's a lot more content now, but did we really need any of this? Fortnite went from a game that was fantastic at one thing to a game that is pretty good at 100 different things. And I find myself missing the times where Battle Royale was 100% of their priority. It's just not the same anymore. And the obvious retort to something like that is, oh, you're just nostalgic, you're just getting older and don't have as much time to sink into a dumb shooter. And yeah, I get that it's not a new thing to say that Fortnite used to be better.
Okay.
There is objective proof that things have been getting worse. Prices have been going up, XP has been getting harder and harder to get, and they really try to lock you into playing every Fortnite game mode with these cross-promotional events. And stuff like that wears down players.
It is what it is though. They create a problem and sell you a solution, you know? That's the whole point. You create a problem and sell you the solution.
That's a problem. I won't be so bold as to suggest the game is dying like I did last time, but I do think we are witnessing the gradual decay of Fortnite. Something this big isn't gonna die a traditional death, but rather keep on living as some kind of husk of its former self. I don't know when we will get to that point, or if we already have and just don't know it yet, but it feels like Fortnite is slowly drifting into forgettable territory. And it just proves to me Fortnite can't last forever. See ya!
Okay, that one's done. We can take that off the list. Sure. Wait, we already saw this. This was sent twice. It was sent via a tweet to the link to the video, and then it was sent again. Okay, what's going on with Pokey? Sure, he's done with Mr. Pokey.
Let's talk about what I need to talk about. I just want to talk about this so
I was sent this one too.
Community know, so people on my YouTube chat know, so people on my Twitch chat know, people on my Discord chat know, and they can just talk about it. And I don't want to clickbait anybody. I'm just letting you guys know how this is, and I'm not gonna.
They try to cancel orders, ask for the money back.
Me and Mr. Pokey are not.
Yep.
We are not good. We are not cool. And I'm gonna be real. I hate that guy's community. Okay, and I'm just being straight up. This is not his community issue. There's an issue that I have with him. There's an issue I have with the people who vehemently watch him throw out crimes and comments. This will not be repaired. This is not ever gonna get better. I want you guys to understand that this needs to happen. I'm not good with them. I don't with him. If I see him in real life, we'll be all right. As far as content creators go, I'm good. Me and him just don't work. I've tried. You guys have seen how I've tried for well over a year. I have tried everything, guys. I want to make this fairly clear. I'm gonna set up the infrastructure. I'm gonna tell you why this cannot work, and I'm gonna tell you what made me make this decision. Let me tell you why I made this decision first and foremost, so you guys kind of understand it. Mr. Pokey has always liked me a lot more than I've liked him, because I understand that he was a fan of mine for a while, and I'm one of the reasons why he wanted me to try to crash his stock. Due to that, I have always treated him kinder, because when people tell me that, I have a big soft spot for them. When somebody tells me that, you know, I'm an inspiration to them, or Asmer's an inspiration to them, I have a massive soft spot, right? I do.
Okay.
And I've let too much get under my skin, too much bother me that I haven't talked about. Get out of the way, and we're good. And once again, if Mr. Pokey wants to talk about it, go for it. I don't care. I know everybody who knows me and him knows that I've been nothing but good to this guy. And any issues that we have had, I've always...
Alright, we got another scheduler stack.
Okay. Mr. Pokey made a comment saying that he cares what I do because he respects me so much and that we're really close. We're not. We were never that close.
Baby Tone is,
It wasn't like that. We barely talked.
has failed to convince a better man. Yep.
It was never like that. I liked him. I had respect for him. It was cool to make content with him, and I thought he was nice. But the fact that he's gonna hold me to degrees where he also said, "I don't."
Yeah, true. We'll turn it up
because I like him, and that's okay that he talked to me. But you can't say anything about me because I respect you too much. Mr.
There, I
Pokey
turned
made me
on the sound
massive
effects.
He made my life harder.
That better?
Due to the fact that if I say anything, he got horrendously hurt. But
he got blue
anybody
screened
tells
again.
Anything, he like turns a blind eye.
I love how we just get those random blue screens.
That's just pretty much it. It's too much work. I'm tired of his gay can read community. Not all of them. I want to make that very clear. There's a lot of normal people who watch Mr. Pokey.
Okay.
Mr. Pokey has made it a safe space for too many autistic, dumb in his chat for far too long that call people pet. And I'm just tired of hearing that on the internet. And then those same people call me a bad friend. I'm a bad friend? I'm a bad friend. Let me get this right, and I'm going to tell you guys some truths. Let me get this right. So I make Mr. Pokey well over 6 figures in ad revenue by getting him into Mythic Talent.
Okay.
I help him quit his job. I mentor him to become a content creator. I help him with everything he ever needs with his channel. I get him off the ground when he was a smaller content creator. I had his back in almost every single drama. If he was in the right in, I had his back for every single one. Shut the up if you were gonna call me a bad friend. You can go yourself, suck my dick, get the out of my chat. Everybody who knows me knows that I am one of the best friends that you can have because I am there for you no matter what. Okay? Even after Mr. Pokey went off on me over a misunderstanding again.
We've seen how he acts.
Make it very clear.
How he really acts.
You guys don't need to see those. It's none of y'all's business. I want to make this very clear. I tell my editors to clip this because I'm just going to be real. I make a puff piece for Mr. Pokey. I do. I absolutely made him a puff piece. I went so far to try to get people cool with this guy that I even lied to my audience saying that he was the only and he was the first person to reach out. It's not even true. That's not even true. I got reached out by tons of people. But I was desperately trying to make people understand that I like this guy, we're cool. I put out puff pieces. You guys tell me when I'm telling lies. I put out a puff piece. When he says he has an issue with my video, I delete immediately without even him asking. When I invite him to a podcast where I exclude Saint Tontas because I know he doesn't like him, even though I love Saint Tontas, right? And then I even invite him to Among Us to meet my other friends, to show a variety stream, to where hope to God we can make these things good between me and his community. But the fact is, and here's the reality, I really shouldn't have to take care of somebody this hard for them to understand what they did was wrong and when they should act. And the fact that he's kept this video up for 3 days that has done nothing but farm hate for me. If I gotta tell you everything, I don't know what you want me to say. I can't be doing this. I can't have a friend or a person in my life that's gonna crash out on me this hard for me merely holding them accountable. I know it might hurt your feelings.
Yeah, he got his weird savior complex going on.
Called a shill, but if you don't want to be called those things, then don't act that way. I can't be held guilty when everybody else is calling you these things. And I explain why they're calling you these things, and then you make a 35-minute hit piece on it. What do you want me to say? I go behind the scenes, I tell so many CCs to back off. 6 months of my life I was doing that. And the fact that there's a narrative that I knew was gonna exist before we even got in that call, which was that I was gaslighting, manipulating him. I'm
Because
sorry
he is.
if you are a content creator and you are making it a safe space for people to obliterate you with falsities and crime accusations, you are just as guilty. And I'm just you are just as guilty. I don't care what you say. I'm not dealing with that, and I'm gonna be real going forward.
I remember that thing when he was with Mr. Cake.
But the fact is,
The freaking way he was acting, man, a couple months back.
I'm gonna tell you guys how deep this truly
Remember
goes.
how he was acting
Every
on the whole
single
thing?
Time I talk about badly about Honkai Star Rail, I get on for attacking Mr. Cook. I'm good. The reads have been allowed to live too many times. I've asked him to ban these people. I've asked him to moderate. I've asked him to just regulate this chat and regulate this community. He's never done it. I don't know what you want me to do. Straight up. I truly don't know what you want me to do. Everybody knows his chat sucks. Everybody knows he overhypes this story. Everybody knows he's a hypocrite with the things that he says, and then he does the exact opposite, right? Just like, and I want to make a very clear point, and I want to make this very clear. I watched St. Todos' entire video, and that also really enlightened me, because I think St. Todos says a lot of good things sometimes. Mr. Pokey said that if I would have just DM'd him before I made the video, then we could have avoided this. And in the same vein,
Sure.
Pokey, if you just would have let me know that me explaining fobs in your chat's intentions bothered you, I would have just deleted it. And also, you posted a 35-minute hit piece on it. And why didn't you DM me about this? So, why are you telling me that I should have DM'd you first, but then you didn't DM me? I deleted it immediately without you having to ask, and you didn't. And I'm gonna be real. It's a 2-month cycle.
It's just funny having all the things float around him in his face.
New HSR update. It's the best HR patch ever.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Other CCs talk about his opinion. Crashes out on Tech Tone. Ignores other CCs. Son of a bitch.
It's a 2-month cycle.
Been getting all this thing.
I'm 31 years
Hey,
old.
he always does this, man. It's classic Tectone behavior.
And I'm sitting there.
Play victim while trying to gaslight.
It's clear as day, and I don't want to call him stupid, but this English second language thing, it's only so much I want to deal with. I consider myself very easy to communicate with, very easy to explain things. But I'm releasing the constraints. I'm releasing the shackles that bind me. I'm not dealing with this anymore. I've gone out of my way and even lied on other content creators because I know they're not babies and I know they can take it, and they do, and they're like, it's just techie being techie, and then obviously I'll DM them and say, this is why I did this. But in case I miss any, like for example, like it got so bad where I couldn't say anything about Pokey without his community getting felt some type of way, or even him gonna crash out on me. But I just feel like I didn't even talk about him, and I'm just like, you cannot.
Yep, he's like, I don't want to call him stupid, but
and
he's calling him stupid.
And I think everybody has realized
Just indirectly.
how sensitive his community is, and I just can't deal with it. Straight up, call me.
Meanwhile, we're playing freaking
I'm done. Right?
desktop survivors.
Watch him. Don't give a. He's staying in Mythic Talent. Don't care. He's all right. I just cannot be responsible for that. And his community, no matter how much I do for this guy, they're
How did you lose that one? Oh, damn it.
Horrible. With the amount of times that this guy is to me. When the whole Atsu drama was going on, and he took Atsu's side and then met up with the guy. And they're going to call me a piece of shit. They're going to want to beg Mr. Pokey to not interact with me. They're too stupid. I'm good. There's probably a lot of great Gacha moments that I could have done. I don't feel the need to. If it perpetuates, I will. It's underneath my mind that I am moving forward, and I no
Alright,
longer
we'll make
care.
it bigger.
Oh, yeah, the C6 Arlecchino. Yes. I do think it was bad that there was a video that he had up for 6 days that he knew spread misinformation, and he said, it
Open
doesn't
shop,
matter
let's
that I'm
see.
spreading misinformation on you. Yes, I remember, Chad. That's another thing that
We'll
added
get the
straw
weapon
that
area
didn't get-
permanently
Mr. Bogey
increased
just
now.
made me weak. I don't like being seen in that light. But yeah,
We
I just
still
have
need to
a lot
get
of
the
sympathy for him
other
because I
thing-
know how
other
much
important
he
upgrades
looked
there.
Up to me, but at a certain point, when you're that difficult to have to communicate with, I don't have this issue with anybody else. When you're that difficult to communicate with, I'm good. Even with me and Box, like me and Box are literally have the exact same relationship me and Mr. Bogey had. I have never had a problem with Box, and the one that I did,
Yep.
I on him for it, and he said, "Oh yeah, you're right."
And
it is."
people tell you
I never
Tectone
once
is
called him
funny and
being
he's
upset or crying
acting.
about it.
No, not with that
Yeah, I've already
behavior.
been kicked enough by Mr. Bogey's videos and clip editors to where, you know, if I put one video justifying my cause,
Not with that
it's great.
behavior, he's not.
I can go even, dude, guys, you gotta understand, and I'm sure you guys all agree, I'm still going easy on this guy, despite
At least we're
everything
almost done
I
with all
could
our
say,
reacts.
I just don't feel like doing this.
Alright, I'll see you around then, Deose.
I truly don't.
But
And
this is a
please,
funny way to
Monty
do
Griffiths,
it now.
Stop DMing me on whether you can make videos on Mr. Pokey or not. I have no responsibility over this guy. Just do what you want to do. If you want to make a video on Mr. Pokey, then do it. Don't ask me. I'm not his dad.
Hi, Jose.
I'm good.
Welcome.
It
We're just
is
doing a
fine.
bunch of reacts right now.
So can I talk about the Mr.
While I
Pokey
play a
situation?
game at the same time.
Care. I've never cared.
Honestly, I
I've
should
done
just
for a
change the
while.
category.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
You know
It
what?
doesn't
We'll do
matter.
that, actually.
The only thing I ask is to just not lie about people.
Fuck it.
Everybody should be able to hold everybody accountable for their actions.
We'll do a
As long
reacts
as
this
you're not
way.
lying, who cares?
I'll just change the category. Did it even work? Okay, it did. Cool. He's not doing it, but he's yeah, he's doing it, but he's acting, so he's not doing it. Yeah. I mean, what do you expect, man? What do you expect from these guys? That's another one off the list. Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch. What happened here? I don't play either of them. I played like a Marvel Rivals for like 3 hours one time with Mr. Cake, Ellie, and Maggie. After we did the and Touch Me Not, after we did that collab thing back in February. And that was the only time I tried Marvel Rivals. We did it as an after party for the lols.
It's been 6 months since Marvel Rivals.
Right, we had fun with that, but we all sucked at the game. We were all very shit at it.
Came out, and this is one of my initial comparisons that I made when I talked about Overwatch and Rivals. I said I want to see where Blizzard is in 6 months, okay, as a response to Marvel Rivals. And 6 months later, you know, this is kind of like a big catch-up video. Let's start off with Rivals, because not much has changed in Rivals. They got their formula right. They've been building on it. The people who had to change their formula really was more so Blizzard. So we're going to quickly gloss over Rivals, and then we're going to talk about the dramatic changes that Marvel Rivals has actually forced out of Overwatch, and how finally the consumer is winning. It's going to be really fun to watch how this continues to progress. I'm happy about it. I think everybody at home should be happy about it, and we're going to be hammering down some truth bombs for you guys today, and you guys know how it is. Don't expect it to be sugar-coated, because it's not going to be. I'm not a bakery. I'm not, you know, a Dunkin' Donuts. What is your favorite donut? I'm a Krispy Kreme guy. Sorry to all the Northeasterners. I don't know why they're so addicted to Dunkin' Donuts, but regardless, I digress. Let's get right into the action here. Okay, so let's start out with Rivals. Not much has really changed, right? You've seen some changes to the rank system. That's really the game's biggest flaw, but again, I think the game is much more casual. That's really what they were going. The biggest difference between Rivals and Overwatch, I think Rivals is a much more casual game than Overwatch is. That's not to say you can't enjoy Overwatch casually, but I mean, just look at Rivals. Like, you know, it's a super high volume, mobile game release schedule, because it's a mobile game company. I don't want to say uncompetitive ranked mode, but like very Disney Channel, Mickey Mouse ranked mode, right? Just kind of is what it's not necessarily bad, but it's also not like hyper competitive, and that's not what they're going for. They're going for crazy. They wanted to get the Marvel characters in the Overwatch 1 formula very clearly, and they nailed it. And they're going to have a super high volume release schedule, trying to hit those marks. Rivals has lost a lot of players. I talked about this in a video that would have already come out. But look at like charts like Fortnite on Google Trends, or Minecraft, or Roblox, right? You know, it's not about like maintaining that spike. It's about, can you get back to that spike? That's something that Blizzard and Overwatch has never been able to do. And that's not to say that the game's not in a good spot right now, but if you look at the biggest titles in the world, like that's what they're able to do. They're able to drop things that draw a ton of people back in and kind of rinse, repeat. What I'm curious about is, can Rivals do the equivalent of that in the hero shooter genre? Because that's something no one's ever done, solely from how big the branding is on the Marvel characters. Like, if they dropped Thanos, or they dropped Deadpool, right? Some of the biggest brand at-home names ever. Is that gonna make all of, like, America get online and have them hit that spike? We'll edit some of these charts on right now where you can see the spikes over the years, and then I'll show you Overwatches. That's something that Overwatch has never been able to do because they have to write their own characters. Can Marvel do that with the big at-home brands when they save them up and drop them? Because you've seen the results with Emma Frost. You've seen the results with Susan the Storm and Invisible Woman. God bless Jessica Alba. Let me just say that. You'll never top the original Fantastic Four movie. Chris Evans, Jessica Alba. Dude, one of the best movies I've ever seen. Truly amazing masterpiece, you know. But you guys know what I mean. Like, that's the big question. That's what I want to see with Rivals, is can they hit that peak? If anyone can, it's going to be them. I think Blizzard has shown that they can't do that, but that's not a bad thing. That's not a knock. It's just like, that's not the kind of stuff that Overwatch is trying to be or build. Moving past that with Rivals, more of the same. They innovated on the Overwatch 1 formula. Team-ups have rotated, etc., etc. New characters coming out at high volume. That's their model. We're clear about what it is. They got a $3 million esports tournament going on. Rivals is still in a good spot. It's going to keep chugging along. They're going to keep improving the game. It's going to be in a good spot. But really, where I want to focus on from here on out is Blizzard and Overwatch 2. Because Marvel Rivals has forced enormous amounts of change out of Blizzard. And I'm not talking Stadium where people were sitting there saying, Blizzard had to drop Stadium to respond to Rivals. It's so obvious that years of work went into that. So it's just like, all right, man, like, what are you talking about? That's just an absolutely ridiculous thing to say. However,
now we
let's
can get more
start with
experience.
what Rivals forced Overwatch to change. I think Rivals really forced Overwatch to get that 6v6 mode back in, and they really forced Overwatch to do hero bans. Hero bans are one of the best additions that have ever happened to the game. And that is directly because Rivals did it. I don't care what anybody says. It does not matter. Hero bans being successful in Marvel Rivals is the reason they are in Overwatch. And this is a prime example about how innovation and actual competition in the genre is a good thing. It is a good thing. It is great. At the end of the day, it's no longer the consumers who don't have the leverage. We have the leverage because there's another option. Bobby Kotick can't rug pull Overwatch 2 out from under our heads and make inferior sequel and force us to play it, because we can now leave and go play something else. The same goes for Rivals. When Rivals is having a bad update, when they do something bad, oh great, we can just go play 6v6 Overwatch. It's awesome. I'm not playing 5v5. It's still fucking terrible. But yeah, like, I have an option to go play, and it's great. So Rivals forced Overwatch to invest in the 6v6 mode. Really, like, seriously invest in it. And hero bans. A prime example of what good competition does. In this past 6 months, I think Overwatch has had the best updates the game has ever had. Really, ever. And the main thing holding it back at this point for me is 5v5. Again, like, I really wish 6v6 was the main mode, but if they want to stay in 5v5, that's fine. I'll play more Rivals, and I'll mess around in 6v6 open queue. But perks. Let's start with perks. Best update ever. Seriously, I had not played Overwatch in months, right? And it's so funny. You know that perks were a good update is because there were so many years of just, like, bad updates and bad feeling that there was a lot of mixed sentiment on perks. I was pro perks when I saw them for the first time, but you saw people on Twitter being like, this is the fucking answer, this shit sucks.
Okay, I
And then
could
they
get
changed their minds, and you
Minesweeper.
saw people actually change their minds. Like, yo, actually, I was wrong. Like, this is nice. Like, this is good. Because people were genuinely so used to less.
Actually, you know what?
Like,
If they can
leading
get grouped
to
up in the
Overwatch
center,
2
why
in
not?
The first year or two of Overwatch 2 were net negative for the game. They just were. Nothing great was added. It was a lot of wasted time, and they're past it now. This is going to be, really, in my opinion, a golden era for Overwatch 2. If you're an Overwatch fan, like, you're actually probably going to be happy.
Desktop Survivors. It's like a Vampire Survivors clone, but it uses your desktop.
You can play 6v6 open queue.
And because it has a transparent layer,
I've seen some drama about
I decided that from now on with Reacts, I'll occasionally pull it up on top. It'll make it go faster.
It's a good era for Overwatch. In the last 6 months, they put out the best updates they've had. Now, Stadium,
What do
I
you
don't think is
think?
a big needle mover yet. I think it could be.
Right, what do you
You
think?
don't understand what's good about Stadium. You're not paying attention. Because it's not about where it is right now, it's about what it could be.
Ooh,
They have a lot
luck
of formatting
increase.
stuff that they need to figure out about Stadium. They need to have a character volume problem that they need to actually get more characters into the game.
You like
As
it?
time goes on, like, I'm viewing it kind of like an alpha. Like, there's so much potential in the mode. They need time to figure out, like, what direction they want to take it. It's a foundation. Like, that's how the development stuff works. Like, you get your foundation out, you figure things out, and then you continue to build on it, right? Stadium's a great foundation. Actually, I think great is understating it. It's a whole new way to view the Overwatch
Windows 98,
IP,
I know.
and that's why it's interesting.
It gives us a Windows 98 thing. It's like $5.
Ton of potential.
You can get it for like $5 on Steam. I really.
I'm stoked for Borderlands 4 this year, dude. I'm so
I didn't expect to like it this much, but it's worth the $5.
I will be playing this September. If
Definitely worth the
$5. Hook me up, man. I'm trying to play. I cannot wait. But no, like, Stadium has the most potential in the history of Overwatch. It has the highest potential. It's going to take time for it to get there, but that's actually a tangible in front of us.
Yeah, it was out before I was born.
Bright future.
Yes.
Unlike the PvE that they canceled Overwatch 2 for. That's the big difference. There's no gaslighting with it. Like, they actually
Windows
delivered
before
it,
the
right?
NT kernel
so
days.
That's what's so fascinating about Stadium to me, is what it could be. Guys, if you don't realize how big Stadium
Pre-NT
could
kernel
be
days,
and where they
imagine.
could take it and evolve it, I hope they take it out of the arcade mode. It's very arcadey, like hit or like you can't really tell, but it will resonate with people over time. So that's another like enormous potential thing that could be game-changing, revolutionary for Overwatch as they continue to work on it, which is great for them. A lot of people on Twitter assume that I was sitting here trying to hate on Overwatch just because I want to see the game fail. I get shit like this all the time on Twitter. Truly not the case. But for 4 years, we had good things taken away instead of being added. That's just the reality of it. The Overwatch 1 never needed to go. All of this could have been done in Overwatch 1. Frankly, the general public's consensus. It is what it is.
Yep.
And I understand why people want to defend Overwatch because you love the game. But you got to call it how it is. We were a mouthpiece for a fake sequel. It is what it is.
Yep.
They're past that now, though.
That was
They're
right,
completely
Tara.
past it, and it's great. The game has a bright future, and Rivals has really put on the pressure and forced that out of them.
Nearest
So here we are
enemy.
6 months later.
Oh,
and to
base
answer
area
your
we can
question,
increase it. Why
did
not?
Overwatch actually rise to
Bigger
the occasion
bomb.
and answer with strength, and they did. For the first time since really
Bigger bomb,
2020,
bigger boom.
they rose to the occasion and added good things to the game. And I'm not talking skins, I'm not talking re-implementing features that were removed because of the Overwatch 2 engine. 6v6 is back in the game. Hero bans are new and amazing. Perks are new and amazing. Stadium is new. I don't think it's amazing yet, but I think it could be, right? To me, I'm viewing it as a systems test for what it could be. It needs more time in the oven, and I think they are on a good trajectory with it. The hero releases have actually been great. I was nervous about Juno. I was so used to things being broken from like OG Overwatch design, but Juno doesn't feel that, aside from the fact she's so
No,
skinny,
XP
right?
was.
Juno's fun. Freya is fun.
XP
more
was
up
the
on
first
Venture
one.
than they ended up aging, but like I was hoping for
XP.
more from Venture, but Venture might be
Actually,
better
no.
in
The
66 with,
computers
like,
at my
tanks to
school,
displays and
elementary
stuff
school,
like
were
that.
using Windows
All of that
2000,
stuff is awesome. They
which
took
was the first
core game,
NT kernel
built on it. They first tried
release.
perks and things similar, I think, in Junkenstein, which means it was probably planned about
So,
around
yeah.
the Rivals Alpha. So maybe before then too. The way it was implemented was great. And the game is actually in a good spot. I think they've really built back a lot of faith in people. The main thing holding it back for me at this point really just is 5v5. Super tanks and 5v5 are such a massive turnoff. Even compared to the Giga Sustain in Marvel Rivals, with some of the stuff that happens over there, you still have a better chance of killing a tank in Rivals, I think, than you did in 5v5 Overwatch, which is crazy because the Rival Sustain is fucking unbelievable, right? I think they're in a good spot. You know, this is why competition is good. I'm happy with this. I'm not as into hero shooters right now as I have been. Just to be blunt, I'm playing more Raid Shadow Legends and like other games. Just
He's
trying
playing.
I'm getting old.
Wait, we
right?
actually
You know,
have someone who
played this
plays
genre
Raid
for
Shadow
10 years,
Legends.
and I'm kind of just looking
That's
for other stuff to play right
crazy.
now. That's just me personally. But
Someone
good work
actually
is good
plays
work,
Raid.
and I think it's
We
important
hear
to
about it
acknowledge
all
that.
the
So,
time, but
6
we
months
never
later, we can look
hear
back at
about
all
people
this and
actually
say that
playing that
everybody
crap.
finally won. Everybody wins.
What
I
a
think everybody is
surprise.
winning from this. I think that a lot of the tensions around Overwatch and Rivals, especially when Rivals came out, a lot of it stemmed from a boiling point of frustration.
No,
around
Windows
Overwatch,
ME is not
genre
on the
being
NT
stale,
kernel.
Rivals a true breath of
The reason why people hate Windows ME is it's literally just built off of the same shit as Windows 98. It is not using the NT kernel. It's why, like, people were using the Enterprise software, which is 2000. They both released at the same time, but they both run on different kernels. Windows 2000 is based on the NT kernel, which they had previous versions before that was like business-only stuff. Windows 2000 was, again, supposed to be for that. It was actually meant for servers. But like, it was very stable. And people wanted to move away from the old, basically a skin over DOS with a bunch of other thing on it to the NT kernel. That's why Windows 2000 was pretty popular. Especially in like a lot of organizations and stuff, because you had things like domain logins and stuff like that. But yeah, they wanted to use that. But yeah, Windows ME and Windows 2000 are not even close. They might look similar to some extent, but under the hood, they're not the same. They are not. They work on a completely different kernel. Windows XP is close. Windows 2000 is closer to Windows XP than it is to ME and 98 and everything. It's a lot closer to Windows XP. But yeah. So that's a fun little fact for you.
Fresh air and innovation. And that innovation that Rivals came out with has really forced the innovation to come out from Blizzard. And anybody who's going to try to sit here and convince me that Marvel Rivals is not the biggest reason, 99% of the reason that hero bans made it to ranked Overwatch, it is the reason. And it's made the game better. I can ban Widow every game. I can curate my experience. I can customize my character. I think Overwatch is in a great spot, has a bright future now. I think that Rivals is in a great spot, has a bright future now. And I think people who like the hero shooter genre are going to continue to win. And I hope that these games keep copying each other. I hope they do. Because if one game implements something that's good, and we think it could be good in the other game too, they should copy it.
Yep.
I don't care where.
This is why I don't understand why the freaking Pepega Gacha tribalists.
You've seen a lot of people lay off the gas.
Don't like copies. I'm like, hey, if you make something I like, I want more of it.
Everyone's kind of like looked around a bit.
Right?
Like,
If
hey,
someone makes something you like, wouldn't you want more?
To like fight for scraps because of how bad the industry was. It was terrible. Listen, the hero shooter genre and our part of the industry has been really bad since 2020. There has not been great innovation. Like ever since Overwatch 1 stopped getting updated, it's really just been losses on the board. Like way more loss. We look like the Cincinnati Reds out there, dude. Loss. It's so weird to come out here and be able to say, you know what? We have finally started winning. And you know what? I'm glad to do it. So Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch 6 months later. Overwatch really rose to the occasion. They really did. Rivals is still on a good track. Both games have problems that they need to solve. I think Overwatch's biggest problems are still format. Getting rid of 5v5 would do wonders for the game, but I don't think they'll ever do it. Too many 5v5s in the office. Unlucky. And some of the hero designs, the Moiras and the Lifeweavers, you know, need to go. They gotta go. There's no reason to have characters designed like that. And then Rivals, its rank system, trying to line up more of the designs to not be AIDS. The sustain can be very, very annoying. Support ults in that game can be very, very obnoxious. Figuring that stuff out for the mid-fight gameplay loop in Rivals.
Yeah, Mineseeper's terrible for bosses.
But both games are a bit different. Overwatch is much more refined competitively than Rivals is, but Rivals is not going for that. That's where they're going to be a little bit different. And guess what, guys? We get to reap the benefits from all of them, and I am absolutely here for it. For the first time in many, many years, the hero shooter genre consumers are actually winning, and I'm grateful for that. So, what do you guys think down below? What are you playing? Do you think Overwatch rose to the occasion? Are you still on the Rivals train, or are you off Rivals and saying, I like to play Overwatch, I'm a 6v6 god, or a 5v5 god, or, well, I mean, anybody can be the principal of a homeschool in 5v5, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of what that shit is, budget donkey shit, but whatever. Appreciate you guys. Let me know down below. I'm curious how you guys are feeling. Take care.
Alright, that react is done. We can move to another one. Right, we're slowly going through all of these. I want to just get all of them out. Mortal Kombat 1 is finally over. What's going on here? Sure. But yeah, this is just...
Hello everyone, it's History Behind the Warrior, and welcome back to another video. A video that, admittedly, I've tried to make quite a few times now, but honestly have really struggled to put together, because this is one that I want to express my thoughts and feelings without getting too heated. And honestly, I just don't think that's quite possible for me to do. So keep in mind that going forward, I'm going to be pretty real and transparent about how I feel. because I'm in both a mixed and irritated position to talk about the state of Mortal Kombat 1 as an overall final product. So for those unaware of who may be living under a rock, NetherRealm have more or less concluded their coverage and developmental cycle of Mortal Kombat 1, marking it as the shortest NetherRealm game to date, which is ultimately pretty disappointing because 1, how long we waited for this game to be released, and 2, what we were told about its future throughout the game's promotion. That is something I will be touching on a bit later on. And whilst NetherRealm has not outright come out with a statement addressing the end of the support, throughout the studio's history, the Ultimate and Definitive Edition of games have always typically marked an end to each installment, from Mortal Kombat 9's Complete Edition all the way to Mortal Kombat 1's Definitive Edition. Thus, whilst we may get patches here and there moving forward, I do not expect to hear anything in terms of DLC. Now, to really talk about this whole situation, we do have to work our way from the very top all the way down to the bottom. What works,
More
what
projectile
doesn't work,
speed,
and what
sure.
just really pisses me off about the game. Because across my entire 10 year of covering games on this channel, never have I tackled something that's been so unbearably miserable to cover. From start to finish,
Oh
this
yeah, I
game
can
has
turn it off,
been
yeah.
a dreadful experience.
I should turn them off.
Effectively killing a lot of passion that
I
I do
ignore
have for
them
content
anyways,
creators,
but
and the
like,
problems
yeah.
range from a variety of
I
different
should.
reasons. From promotion, to marketing, to gameplay, to its contents, and its community. So let's go to the very top and work our way through it. First, touching on the promotion of Mortal Kombat 1. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this at all. The way the last 2 MKs have been promoted have been awful. The switch from a 12-month structure of promotion to a 4-month structure has been
I'm
jarring,
gonna get a drink,
to
one
say
sec.
the least, making whatever material we see feel rushed, and it clearly doesn't give the team enough time and breathing room to let the games flourish. That's where
Rip.
combat casts used to thrive, because there was enough time in between trailers and its promotion that allowed for the community to feel more interactive. We don't get that anymore, and I find that to
Rip.
be incredibly depressing. Because of this
Game
lack
not
of promotional
interactive.
structure, it's made it nigh impossible to get a proper heads up for when a new trailer does drop, as we're only notified a day or 2 before it actually comes out. It's been horrible, and honestly I feel like the sudden switch to a 4-month structure has greatly crippled its content creator community, as we're not given a year to create
Rip.
interesting content surrounding the game, and with it coming out in such a short amount of time, I feel like it's really hindered newer content creators to the scene. With a smaller window of opportunity, it means that everyone's covering the same topics and gunning for the top promotional spots, and bombarding your feed in a way where content is simply lost in the fold. The tight time frame simply doesn't allow the next generation of content creators to grow. Now, credit is given where it's due. The trailers produced for the course of MK1's reveal was fucking stellar. That I can't take away from them. They did an incredible job selling us on the characters, the story, and the gameplay. Especially with the fact that they were extremely transparent with who you would be getting as DLC extremely early on. Because if you know anything about me, I'm
I kind of
really
got a
against
funny
buying
idea.
games as DLC. Because in my mind, if you buy a Game of the Year edition, you should know what you're goddamn paying for. So in that regard, they did do that right. Which now, of course, does bring us onto the game itself. Now, for the sake of not repeating myself verbatim, I will only be briefly touching on the story mode here. If you want a full in-depth deep dive analysis
which one's
of
the
it, please do
cookie
check out
one?
these thumbnails here, as they will link you to my full-on breakdown.
Heals
of both the game's
25%
base
of
story
HP
and
recovery.
Chaos Reigns. But just to gloss over my personal thoughts from then to now, as many of you do know,
Wait, one
I
sec.
like the story for MK1 for the most part. At least in its early stages.
I think I got a
there's
funny
a number
idea.
of things it does right in its first few chapters, but really feels like it works to the benefit of MK, having it feel in line with the series as it embraces its tournament and martial arts roots. That is, until later on, where it fully decides to cast those ideas aside and effectively revert to the same gimmick and issues we have with MK11. But instead of having time travel being the main issue and gimmick, we have the multiverse stuff. And the thing is that this is just dumb. Time
What
travel
happens if
and
I use a left
multiverse
click
theory
spam,
really
like,
just
macro?
isn't inherently MK. And it's anything but what the series needs to tackle.
I feel
In
like
my
I could
mind,
do something
the
funny.
only time that such a thing was
With the cookie
excusable was
clicker.
back in MK9, because whilst it made like no sense in universe, it served as a symbolic passing of the torch from the midway era of MK to that of the NetherRealm Studios era. Whilst I think the idea of the series ascending to that of the Cosmic Plane could work, as Geras is a perfect example of how that can work well, the multiverse stuff pushes hard and far beyond that threshold. Having it so the story mode kind of loses the essence about what allows MK to feel like MK. And this now takes us onto characterization. And this is a fucking weird bag for me, because the new rendition of characters fundamentally work for
Let's
some,
see
but
how this works.
completely falter for others. Not all changes here are bad. In fact, there are some that are honestly fantastic. But there are indeed some instances here where changes have been applied for the sake of change. To tell a new story with an older character and somewhat reinvent them. And whilst I don't think that's entirely a terrible idea, when you inherently have a character that's been this established for this long and is this popular, alterations like this causes
it's like a very small recovery though.
So the way I like to put it here is that for every Baraka, you are gonna get one Kuai Liang Sub-Zero. But here's the thing with MK1, and I really want to touch and focus on this, as I do feel there's a distinct difference with how a game tells its story and how it handles its lore.
But it gives me
MK1
constant
as a
healing
story
now.
is told really well in the early parts of its narrative, because it's given the benefit of re-establishing its world and characters. By not intertwining itself back to that of the old lore and mythos, it allows it to divert and gain its own sense of identity. But the very second the multiverse stuff is implemented, is where all of that stuff is convoluted. So everything that this new reboot tried to re-establish is immediately out the window, because the reintegrating lore with the current canon really collides with the older source material. It effectively loses the benefit of becoming its own thing. So of course now, it brings up the question of, where do we go here narratively? And well, honestly, I don't know. People are calling for another reboot, and honestly, I think it's way too extreme and frankly lacks purpose. Plus, if anything, another reboot like this could essentially put us in the same exact position we are now, being susceptible to the exact same mistakes. I know others have suggested a Crisis on Infinite Earths event, something that can meld timelines together, mending characterization issues and remedying some alterations people have, but that idea also delves into more of the multiverse stuff that everyone does not like. In my mind, there's only like two avenues they can go down to make this all work. And the first is to stick to the current continuity and slowly ease our characters.
I think I
back
need
to
this
who
shit
they
to like
were prior to
make
the
it so we take less damage
tinkering
and have
a lot
more
of those
HP.
changes and allowing us to finally have that Onaga storyline. And no, I won't accept a 30-minute opening that concludes it like Shinnok in MKX or Dark Raiden in MK11. Give me that goddamn Dragon King. And the other option, too, and honestly, one I'm surprised no one has brought up, we simply follow the timeline and continuity set forth with the Liu Kang and Katana ending. Because honestly, in my mind, that's like a fairy tale ending. And the perfect branching point to take what works with MK1's narrative and what people liked about characters from the 9 continuity onwards. You also narratively get to run the excuse of not having Liu need to change everyone, because it's not just him envisioning this new entire world. His Katana by his side to temper his alterations. So the Mortal Kombat 1 timeline can still exist, as it still does happen, but it's simply just a continuity that we don't follow from this point onwards. Kind of like MK vs DC in that regard. Because of it no longer being tied to the canon, you could effectively have it be conquered by Onaga, who at a later date can become a threat that's on par with the one being, and sets up as the next big bad. Now, if we don't wish to follow that avenue, because let's face it, at some point we're gonna have to hit the ceiling of reusing and retelling older ideas in this universe, I do think maybe Mortal Kombat could step into the more cosmic side of the narrative, with the Titans and their wards effectively being the next best go-to option here. And honestly, I do really hope they tackle this idea at some point, using their wards as a sign of their arrival. These individuals could effectively serve as mouthpieces to tell us what exactly are the Titans. Because honestly, at this point, with it being established, it drives my mind crazy how untapped it is. Yeah, it does kind of break the mythos a bit with the one being, but it can easily be remedied. You could simply say that the Titans now were the first age of Elder Gods who defeated the one being. And upon his fall, they would ascend to a higher plane and leave
I still don't know what the hell they're talking about because I don't know Mortal Kombat lore.
Planes of reality in hopes of performing the same gift of life he did, only to fall to the madness of the void in the abyss. And there, wham, instantly fix your Titan situation. I know some of you really want a conquest mode, but I'm just gonna have to be super real with you, man. We're never getting something like that again. Lord knows that I'm hoping I'm dearly wrong about this. this, but I think the sooner we can accept that a conquest mode is simply never being implemented or returning, the easier that bitter pill will be to swallow. Because they haven't made one in nearly 20
That
years,
does 26
and I really don't
DPS.
see them
Interesting.
changing that formula anytime soon. So, story aside, this now takes us onto the gameplay side of things. Starting with the roster, and honestly on my end, I think this is a great blend of different characters from different eras of MK. However, it's far from perfect in that regard, and the parts that I do take issue with on the roster is just the amount of guest characters we do have here is just like, it's way too much. Whilst I think the quality of the guests have been absolutely amazing in terms of how they homage their influences, I simply think that the ratio of Mortal Kombat characters to guest characters in these expansions have gone completely out of whack. And keep in mind, for me personally, this has arguably been my favorite wave of guest characters in any MK. I really fucking enjoy each of these characters, so that really has to mean something if that's coming from a fan here. I don't think we needed all of these guest characters over the course of just 2 combat packs. Now, as for how the game plays, I can tell that opinions on this are gonna be like super divisive across the board, especially with cameos. But at its core, and I mean like its fundamental combo system, I think it's very good. I think it's very fun, it's very satisfying. MK1 does a lot for me mechanically because the core systems implemented are inherently very MK in nature. They share a lot of similarities. However, the cameo system is where I do take issue with the game. Whilst I have enjoyed the system for the most part, it's very evident that the balance of this system has been a nightmare. As it's not even just the core base characters that are the issue, but what the cameos enable them to do. So whilst I think its core is very strong, I simply think that the cameo system really throws it all out of whack, creating a lot of issues that inherently go against the core of the game system. But again, credit is given where it's due. The game has dramatically gotten better since release, with many of its issues like player one advantage being adjusted. So I will say in the game's current state, I think it's pretty good. Is it perfect? No, but it's much better than how it was on release. Which again, makes it all that much more frustrating that support is ending, because it's taken us so long to get to a place where the game feels this good, only for it to end. It's just fucking disheartening.
Rip their game,
and it also
ending.
Doesn't help that over the past few years, Ed Boon has noticeably gone down on record saying that Mortal Kombat 1 will get a longer lifespan to that of prior titles. And you know what? I believe that, man. I know a lot of people are holding these words over Ed Boon's head, but I don't think that's fair. Because here's the thing, I believe that's what he wants. I believe that he believes in his product and wants to support it longer. But what I don't believe is that he's the person holding the leash here. That would be Warner Brothers. And in a world where financial profit takes priority over anything else, it's simply not Ed Boon's call to make those shots, especially with the recent price hike of games and consoles across the globe. So once again, like I was before, I'm gonna have to be crystal clear and very transparent with you here. We just gotta stop asking for longer term support in these games, because at this point, I guarantee you it's never happening. So with that said, what does NetherRealm do next? Do they bring back cameos? Do they do full tag?
Reduce
variations?
cooldown?
Well, honestly, I think they can go down one of 2 paths here. One is to take us all back to basics, keep it easy, simple, and to the point. But if MK is really starved,
I wonder how
this
build will go.
Why don't we bring back style switching from the 3D games? They've never been implemented on a 2D plane. And let's face it, it's pretty uncommon for the L2 button to be utilized. I think this is a great alternative that makes it unique. And you could even fill in the weapon fighter side of the market that Soul Calibur has left behind. It's all right there. Now, a fighting game is only as good as the modes that come to accommodate it. Something to help feed that gameplay loop, and MK1 has really struggled in that department, my god. For a series that's honestly thrived in its offline content, I'm both disheartened and really disappointed to say that MK1 really missed the mark here, in both its legacy modes and online modes. For a strictly offline player, this game is incredibly bare on release, having released with its standard story mode and arcade mode, with the new additions through the invasions and the shrine, modes that essentially function as a way to fill the gap left behind by the crypt. But here's just the thing, right? You just kind of can't do that. The crypt is such an important part of MK's DNA. it isn't just complimentary of what Mortal Kombat has to offer as a product, but what the series has to offer beyond its fighting game mechanics. Truth be told, it was always going to be
Sure, we'll
hard
add
to
another
top the level
finger.
to crit, but the answer was never to gut it into what we got here. So if there's one thing I do hope they take away from the implementation of Invasions, is that this is not a good replacement for the crit. Whilst I praise the storytelling elements of Invasions, it's simply not enough to save that mode. But if they are to take anything from Invasions, is that I honestly hope that they take the storytelling elements and implement it into a future crypt mode, where each season a crypt is refilled with different skins for the players to unlock, and piece together a bit of story that's scattered and fragmented across the crypt. I don't know, I'm spitballing the idea, but I really feel like something like that works. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, because I will say that the Towers of Time has been a fantastic addition, allowing for a better alternative way to unlock content, as well as dragon crystals. It's by far an absolute step in the
Again,
right
I don't know what the
direction,
hell they're
but what
talking
I
about because
find
I don't
that
know
is
about
not
Mortal
acceptable
Kombat.
is that this mode wasn't here on release, as both Injustice 2 and MK11 did have a multiverse and Towers of Time mode. Again, glad it's here, but it's shit like this that in my mind has never made it more clear that corners were cut to put this game out. Now, from an online perspective, there are fundamental modes that are 100% lacking in my mind. And I think it's baffling to me that they aren't here, because there are modes that existed in prior titles that are simply scrubbed away. Not being able to go to a character select in the middle of a ranked match is quite frankly insane in my mind, as counterplay has always been a thing in Mortal Kombat games. Why is it that I can change my cameo but not my character? That is like something so incredibly basic. And talking of basic here, what happened to rooms and lobbies? One of the best parts of these games was the social element of them. And I will say on my side of things, as a content creator, one of the reasons why lobbies are so important is because it served as an incredible way for me to interact with my community. A simple way to engage with
Got a
viewers
permanent
through lobbies
damage
instead
increase
of having
there
to
this
put
time.
someone's name in. It was the best way to stream this game, and now it's gone. Yeah, there's an invite system, but I honest to fuck cannot be bothered
No
to type
lobbies.
in Wiener Lord 5000 or Chojo Mama to play them. It's really stupid. And along with this, other basic modes like online training mode are still gone. How is training mode available in game but not
No
online
training
And
mode.
don't get me wrong, some of the new replay stuff they have is fucking amazing. I hope NetherRealm sticks with that. That is a great addition. But its release came at such a far point in the game's lifespan that I don't think people are willing to lab it outside of the competitive players. And don't even get me started on the Warrior Shrine, man. We waited for an entire year for a glorified leaderboard. If that was really all it ever was, then it never should have been in game in the first place. In fact, I'm willing to go out on a leg here, but something else must have been planned for this in early development before it was then scrapped and turned into what it is now. Now, onto our final piece here. I can't lie, since Injustice 2, it's kind of baffled me how we regressed in terms of customization within the series. Stats and loot boxes aside, the multiverse unlock system felt very complementary from what you expect from an offline mode in an NRS game. It felt very rewarding where every fight would matter. I do think they went a tad bit overboard in terms of the number of different customization options, but the character skins really did show that there was a lot of personality that could be applied to the quality of the game. And like from this point onwards, we've had less and less options from 11 to 1. Yeah, being able to change a mask is cool, but it doesn't do nearly enough to affect the overall design. And in fact, it really doesn't help that a majority of quote-unquote skins in the game are simply color palette swap attires of the same.
Now we got a
costumes.
permanent cookie stuck in the
Actual
middle of the
skins that
video.
should be accessible that we want though, through let's say something like DLC passes, are instead paywall locked behind the goddamn store. And keep in mind that those are the skins that do dramatically
Now we'll
change
get
the
random
overall
chest pieces.
appearance. I find it incredibly gross how the one way to acquire them is through dragon crystals, a limited currency you can earn in game until you crumble and buy the currency yourself. And currently, as of making this video, a perfect example of this being insanely whack is how you can spend said crystals to get the movie skins, which are said to be part of the definitive edition. You are essentially paying for a glorified early access pass to skins. Like, that's crazy to me. And this whole situation has venomously poisoned the atmosphere of Mortal Kombat, hitting the community in a really fucking bad way. I can only speak on my behalf as a YouTube only creator, as I don't stream, but I'll be very transparent when I say that covering this game has been an absolute nightmare. This game is by far the least
Never
fun
mind,
I've
that
ever had
setup
covering a
sucked.
game. Because having nuance and being critical of a game you like has
Okay,
become
what
a
do I want to
lost
use it
fucking
then?
art. You can't say you like a game without being a shill, and you can't say you hate a game without looking like a hater. Like, where's the fucking line at
I
this
still
point?
don't have the revive
Constructive
either.
criticism, in my mind, has been lost in the discourse of talking and covering this game. Because look, why do you think all of a sudden your big mainstay channels associated with MK no longer upload MK1 content on a frequent basis? Is it because they're no longer shills, or is it because the discourse surrounding the game has stripped any sense of fun covering it? This is the only MK to date that I've known content creators to retire from. At this point, we're all caught in this goddamn vicious cycle. And this is a perfect example of a game that was promised to deliver so much that did far too little too late. It had all the ingredients and all the potential in the world to be NRS's strongest title, and it's anything but that.
Okay. Let's just go to the next one. I don't understand why I was sent Mortal Kombat. We don't play fighting games. Coping with bad writing and good stories. Now this one seems interesting. Bad writing and good stories. Instead of the freaking dumb Mortal Kombat thing. That I don't understand why it was sent. I was barely even paying attention to that one. I was more focused on the freaking game on top. Like, I don't care about fucking Mortal Kombat. I don't play that shit.
If you could have full...
I mean, the problem with fighting games, and why they can never fully take off, is because they keep changing them. Instead of, like, having a fixed rule set. This is the problem with esports. Right? It's like you look at, like, regular sports like basketball, football, soccer, you know, hockey, baseball, chess, all the other things. The rule set's the same. The way you play the game doesn't change. So, you know, you can measure and properly evaluate how good people are at that stuff. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that they can do to improve is get better at the game for both the players and for just the players. It's like the esports stuff is a problem because they keep killing off the previous one so they can sell the next one. They keep shooting themselves in the foot. That's why they're never truly gonna take off. Right? And eventually we just get bombarded with so many of them that, like, we just end up with so much fatigue. Right? Like, that's kind of the problem. And the ones that people do like, that they would like to keep pushing forward because they have a nice fixed stuff, these companies are doing whatever they can to stop it. So, like, you look at fighting tournaments and, like, for fighting game tournaments and stuff, and the stuff they like to push and, like, and keep pushing forward and more, is just, like, whatever's the next slop they're selling. Rather than, you know, doubling down on what people like. It is what it is, though. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that's reality.
Control over a story and change how it was told, which story would you pick and why? This is a question which can have multiple answers for each person. In fact, some people might have a list of stories or shows they desperately want to remake, whether it's an amazing show with all of the right things but at least one or two imperfect things, or a collection of dumpster fire flaws to hate because the writer always got so close to telling something worthwhile. In this video, it's not really bad stories that I would like to salvage or rewrite, although there are some. A lot of them are stories which I greatly enjoy, but which I know I would enjoy even more if they had been written to better fit my tastes. We've all had that moment where the show or story we really enjoy has that boring arc which drags its feet, or that one really annoying character who ruins every scene they touch. There are also plenty of stories where there's only one thing wrong with it, and we can still greatly enjoy the story, but that one wrong thing is almost always coming back and reminding you that it exists. The story would not change much if that one thing was removed, but for some reason, the writers just can't stop bringing it up. It's always returning again and again and again. Much like the first sponsor that I ever had on this channel, Aura. I want you guys to think about a time when a company you trust...
Aura is a scam. We're not gonna look at Aura. We skipping Aura. That shit's a scam.
I want to section this video off into several different categories for the types of stories I desperately want to rewrite. I feel there are different stories which I
maybe if you had the dentist dude from LTT doing the
doing as much rewriting as I would
ad
just
read,
be taking
we'd
out the
care.
glaring flaws which don't really need to exist and serve the narrative no purpose whatsoever. Speaking of which, I think we should start with those because those are the types of stories I would personally change the least. Call of the Night, Mushoku Tensei, Made in Abyss, Dan Da Dan. They all have one glaring flaw in common, and if you've watched any of those, I think you know what it is.
I've only seen one of them,
For those of you
though.
who haven't, they have a weird relationship with underage characters.
Yep.
Some
They
to
do.
far greater degrees than others, but all of them to some sort of gradient. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail about the shared flaw between all of these shows because I think it's obvious for anyone who has watched them, and because I want this video to be monetized. So instead, I think I'll briefly talk about why I enjoy each show and why those things would be untouched simply by aging the characters up to adults. Call of the Night is a story about a boy with insomnia who sneaks out of his apartment at night to walk the streets alone.
Mushoku Tensei, they eventually do get older.
Life, since school was never that interesting for him, and the idea of working in an office is just not appealing at all. That's when he meets his love interest, who shows him all of the unique and interesting things about becoming a vampire and walking the night. The reason I like this story so much is simply because the vibes are immaculate. The romance could be cute, and I emphasize could be, because there's just one small yet glaring flaw with this show. And it's the fact that this main character is 14! Why is he 14, you might ask? Just because. That's why. Call of the Night is a show which could basically be written the exact same way, except about someone who is freshly graduated from high school, a fully grown 18-year-old adult, and someone struggling with the exact same existential crisis. After all, when we graduate high school, many of us are told that college is the next step. Either that, or you get a job. There's an expectation that when we're 18, we're meant to go out into the world and find ourselves, to slowly learn and grow into who we are going to be for the rest of our lives. It's a period in our lifetimes which is greatly uncertain. There's a lot of important decisions and self-discovery to be made. When I was 14, I was doing absolutely fucking none of these things. And I don't even know why the show is trying to pretend that a 14-year-old should reasonably be struggling with these existential crises. I mean,
probably
maybe
wouldn't
we
be
can
thinking
argue
about that.
Japan is culturally different and they expect more from their young people than they do in America or other Western countries, but still, I'm nearly twice this fucker's age, and I can safely tell him he's got a long way to go before he starts making any permanent decisions about his life. Matter of fact, where are his damn parents? Little bro, just go home. Come back when the police don't have to chase you down for breaking a curfew. And then maybe you can have a romance with a 40-year-old vampire cougar who isn't a weird, problematic relationship for you.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, actually 30 years this Monday.
Damn.
So you're like 47.
No, I'm 17. I've just been 17 for 30 years.
Damn. Yeah, it's 47.
The reason I love Mushoku Tensei is its world building, its premise, and the themes of someone making the most out of a second chance at life. Above all, though, Mushoku Tensei's premise of being reincarnated as a child in a magical fantasy world with all of your memories from your previous life is simply a premise that will never fail to hook me. Not only am I instantly thinking about what I would do if I were put in a situation like that, I'm also instantly invested to see what that person would do.
Sure.
Oh, god damn it.
Sure it
I started
is.
reading Mushoku Tensei as a manga when I was in high school, and when I rewatch and reread the story as an adult, I feel as though I am constantly and unendingly haunted by the ghost of Rudius's everything. There's so much to like.
Oh yes, the
about Mushoku
flashback
Tensei.
scenes.
In fact, you can forget about its flaws.
Oh, it's a lot
quite
easier if you
often
just
in
read
the
it instead
show.
of watching
I mean,
it.
Sure, he's got the mind of a middle-aged man, and the point
It's
of
less
this character is to
Topeka
show how a complete loser
if you read it
like
instead of
him
watching
can
it.
grow and change for the better as he lives his new life.
Because then you
However,
won't have to see it.
Can we all admit that his relationships with girls who are his age in the show are still very, very weird? It's one of those strange situations where there's a moral gray area which more often than not leans towards just being terrible the more you think about it, but which can also just kind of be ignored or somewhat justified. We can see that it's not always meant to be titillation, and that Rudy actually does form a genuine emotional connection with these girls, but then the story kind of grinds to a halt and drags its feet during some of the arcs and is a bit boring during the academia
That's
period.
part of why I
mainly
dropped
because
it.
there's not really any
I used
sort
to
of
read it, but then I
conflict
dropped
which
it.
properly challenges Rudy. That does change after he goes to rescue his mother, which is a big step in the right direction as far as providing turmoil for the characters in the story, but I digress. Mushoku is one of those stories which probably shouldn't have a romance in it until the characters are all adults. But I don't know
Too late.
how much I
Too bad.
can expect Japan to do something like that at this point. As a longtime anime fan, I've learned to just turn my brain off for those sorts of things.
Yep.
So the way
Just
I
turn
would
'em off.
change Mushoku Tensei would basically just to be remove most of the romance, titillation, and otherwise in the beginning arcs, or at the very least make it more certain that it is wrong. As for Dandadan and Made in Abyss, these are two shows on opposite sides of the same coin for me, or rather opposite ends of the same gradient that I described earlier, where one depicts sexual situations between underage characters in a relatively harmless, or at the very least, ignorable degree. The other is just flat out the author's not so thinly veiled fetish. I would go so far as to say just don't
Keep that
watch
there.
Made in Abyss. The amazing
Don't.
world building
Okay.
and dark fantasy of the story is just not enough to counteract all the weird shit in that show. Especially if you're an adult who can read the subtext of each scene, and how the only characters who never seem to get any sort of horrible death conveniently share one thing in common with each other, and it's their relationship to children. Meanwhile, most of Dandadan's situations are either between minors or small moments that you can maybe ignore during the beginning of the show. It's a horny show, but it's
Of course.
got a lot to offer as well. I probably wouldn't even take all of that stuff out. I'd just veil it a little bit more. There's definitely a world where you can show these situations between people of the same age, because that's just something which is true to life. When you're a teenager, that's the age where you begin to discover those things. I just think that those things should be handled in a more mature way instead of a titillating or fetishistic manner. However, I also know that when I was in high school, I did not care about those things when I was watching High School DxD. So I know who the writers are trying to appeal to, and I'm just hoping it's not somebody my age. Made in Abyss, on the other hand, I definitely know who they're trying to appeal to, and it's disgusting. But as I talk about Made in Abyss, I'm reminded of a different category of story which I would also want to rewrite. And that's the type of story which is good in its concept and premise, but which always frustratingly falls short on its execution. For me, these are the Wistorias, the Solo Levelings, the JJKs, and the Danmachis of the world. They are shows which can get me invested enough to watch the whole thing, all the while hating every moment of it as the writer does everything they can to snatch a terrible story from the jaws of a great story. I'll start with JJK, because as much as I tend to rag on JJK on this channel, It's actually the least egregious of the others in this category, and that's because I can still remember a time when I loved JJK, and in fact, I do still think that there's a lot to like about it, even after everything. I can find myself enjoying the bones
they need to stop
of
with
this
that.
story. Heck,
I end up
this
in a
script is
situation where,
currently
like, this
being
is why I
written while
mostly end up
flare
reading a
a
freaking
JJK
completely different
AMV
genre at this
to the
point.
tune of Yeet. There are a lot of storytelling issues with JJK after the Shibuya arc, which is why I feel there are so
Like, I'm
many
gonna be
fans
honest,
of the show.
a lot of the time now, before I read stuff anyways, or like I'm watching stuff, I'm more likely to even bother if the main character isn't a dude now. Like, if they're, I'm more likely to keep reading more of it if the main character, they have to be female at this point. Because of just how annoying it's gotten with a lot of the other crap where it's, like, not that. And then I end up reading, like, freaking 50 different, villainous isekai trope shit at once. That's all the same slop, but I still keep reading it anyways. That's my reading habits in a nutshell.
At the moment, the Shibuya arc is the peak of JJK, and
I end up going
it
in the
is
opposite
a slow
direction
and gradual
of still the
decline
same
before
problem.
plummeting off a cliff.
But I'm better
Most
with that
people,
one.
in order to justify their sunk cost, will often delude themselves into believing that the later arcs of JJK were actually amazing and the greatest, most cerebral storytelling of all time, and that you're just not smart enough to understand it like they do. And I can definitely see why people still like it, don't get me wrong.
Fair enough.
However, I feel that the one core problem JJK has
Just to get away
is
from it,
its
like, there's
pacing.
too much.
It's all gas and no brakes.
But
No
except I
time
end
to
up, like,
actually sit
pivoting in the
down and
opposite
appreciate
direction.
Any of the new
Or I get too
characters
much
that
of
we're
the other
introduced
thing
to,
instead.
or grow attached to them before they maybe die. All of the issues I have with JJK could be fixed if the writer just took a few more chapters and episodes to flesh out each arc as it happened. There's actually nothing wrong with JJK's storytelling when you look at it from a bird's eye view. Even the big events which split the fandom could have easily been resolved if the story was told in a different order or with a bit more setup before the reveals. The reason I dog on JJK so much is not because I think it's the worst anime ever. It's because it could have been one of the greatest, but it squandered its potential in an effort to end the story faster. I can tell that the writer didn't want to write JJK anymore. They just wanted to finish it. I was more in love with what I expected JJK to become than I was with what I actually got. Much of the chapters after the Shibuya arc are boring, info-dumping slop, which I have to read multiple times to fully untangle and parse. Either that, or it's just a bunch of flair without substance. If I had control of JJK's writing, all I would do is simply expand upon each arc following Shibuya, recognizing that this is a time of great change and turmoil for the story, and that I basically need to re-establish the story and the characters for the audience. I won't go into too much detail since I want to talk about the other flaws in this category, but just know that I have about a video's worth of ideas of how I would make JJK better in retrospect. And let's take a quick break to talk about exactly what I'm doing here in this video for anyone who might get offended by this exercise. I'm not trying to claim that I'm a better writer than any of the people who have made these stories. In fact, I want everyone watching this video to recognize that it is a lot easier to critique than it is to create.
It depends on the series, right? It depends. Sometimes there is way too little.
That's because
and it feels like it goes by way too fast.
Sometimes when we write things,
it
we can only
depends.
really fully understand the quality
It's
of what
rare,
we've
but
written
yeah, sometimes you get in the spot where
it's one of the reasons
they
I
just
decided to
info
release
dump
the
a
rough
lot
draft
at
of my
once
book
instead of
for
easing you in and building it up slowly over time.
I also
So
want
it
to
becomes
stress
its own
that
other
many of these
problem.
stories are made and
That
released
does
as
happen from time
just
to
that,
time.
rough drafts. Even in America, many writers are under strict deadlines and do not have the ability to sit on their story for a few months before they have to release it. Edits need to be made in the moment as they are needed, and many poorly executed stories that we criticize are a product of simply not allowing the writers enough time to really flesh out their concepts.
That can happen
That
at
being
times
said,
too.
There's something to be criticized when the source material is actually just better than the adaptations. Danmachi and Solo Leveling are both apparently suffering from this issue. Both of them were originally light novels, and both of those light novels are apparently much better than their adaptations.
Yep,
now,
I can
fair
assume that.
I have not read the light novels of either of these stories, and I probably never will. What I do know, though,
I've only
is
read the
that
manga
there are
of
plenty
them.
of people in my comment
Solo Leveling, I have
sections who
not
will swear by them
seen
and
Danmachi,
state that the adaptations
so I have nothing
remove
to say
a
on
lot
that
of the
one.
important details necessary for enjoying the story and the characters. And, you know, they might be coping, or they could be right, but either way, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here. It's not easy to adapt a book into a visual medium, and there's a lot of things which need to be considered when transferring to those mediums. The inner monologue of a character is something which cannot be fully replicated in a more visual medium like anime. The narrator's voice is an important part of any book, and it can really engross you in the story more than any other medium. Sometimes our imaginations are more powerful than any picture or video we can look at. Both Solo Leveling and Danmachi struggle with the same core issue, and it's that the only character who seems to matter in the story is the main character. Both stories start promisingly enough. We've got a really cool premise and concept, some nice power fantasy, and a genuinely immersive world setting that we can see ourselves living in. There's even a bit of mystery and intrigue to keep us curious and invested for future reveals down the road. Mysterious powers at work in RPG dungeons wherein heroes will slowly uncover as the story progresses. Powers beyond comprehension for which no one is prepared to face without the help of our protagonists. They've also got a big cast of characters who all have different powers, ranks, and things to contribute to the narrative, only for the writer to use absolutely none of those things and just have the main protagonist clean through everything while the rest of the characters cheer them on from the sidelines. Admittedly, though, Danmachi does this to a much lesser degree, and there are some characters who are relatively well built and important to the story of Danmachi. However, a lot of the conflict in Danmachi is subpar at best, and a lot of the motivations for each character just don't make a lot of sense. Adding on to that is the fact that interesting characters become less interesting over time as they lose their agency to become an NPC whose sole purpose is to glaze the protagonist.
And then
These
the thing
stories are what I would like to categorize.
The thing is, the other problem too is when it's just like this and they're just stuck glazing the characters, you eventually just forget what the hell the point of whatever is going on, because you just realize no matter what happens, the main character is going to win regardless. They just have too much plot armor or whatever built up at that point. They'll just pull up some other random crap out of their ass, out of nowhere, and it's just like, yep, that's just how it is.
As stories which have several different small and minor yet very
no
consistent
actual
issues,
time for development
but
or anything.
Whose issues all stem from
or
a
build
single
up.
core
It's just
foundational
there.
flaw. JJK's core issue is its pacing. Solo Leveling and Danmachi's core issue is its lack of a supporting cast, which can stand on its own. And Wistoria's fatal flaw is that it trades genuinely good conflict for cheap.
Okay, here's even more spoilers for Solo Leveling. If you already thought if you've seen the anime, the cast was already like the actual secondary cast of all the other characters. The supporting cast was already pretty bad. Don't worry. Eventually, it gets to the point where the entire supporting cast is completely discarded. Because reasons. You know, they'll eventually just discard the entirety of the supporting cast. At least that's what I remember when I read the thing. They basically throw away all of it. Like what? I'm talking about like for the Solo Leveling anime is like for the future. It'll get to the point where there's like a soft reset, and during the soft reset, the entirety of the supporting cast is completely tossed aside. As if everything they did never happened, none of them ever existed. Also, they can prop up an even more overpowered version of the main character that's also somehow younger. Oh yeah, and also around that time, you also find out that the whole thing about the leveling up part was a scam. The whole thing was a hallucination. That too. The leveling up part was entirely hallucinated. But yeah, I never seen the original Chinese novel, but I did read the entirety of the manhwa, and it was just like, damn, that's sad. They freaking just discard all of it. Oh, don't worry. Probably by the time they get to season 3 or season 4, the entire cast is just gone, and you wonder why the fuck he looks like a small, short, like 13-year-old kid. 12 or 13-year-old kid. You're gonna wonder why. What the fuck happened? Like, by that point, the entirety of the freaking supporting cast is completely erased. And he looks like a little kid now. Like, that's just what's gonna happen. It's dumb. Like, it's actually just dumb. That's what ended up happening to it. But yeah, there's just spoilers there. They're glazing the MC because the MC was allowed to lose. But yeah, it is what it is, man.
Power fantasy. And go figure, Wistoria was written by the same author as Danmachi. So it has a lot of very cool and strong concepts with some pretty terrible execution on those ideas. A lot of the problems Danmachi has are shared by Wistoria, but Wistoria is different in how much potential they waste with the rival characters of the story. Let's think about a story which has been compared to Wistoria quite a bit. Harry Potter. Now, many people might be quick to say that Harry Potter was never good, and it always sucked. Perhaps we'll have to disagree there, because even though we can talk all day about how terrible the world building, plot, and naming conventions in Harry Potter are, one thing we cannot dismiss is how immersive the world was. And how engaging the characters were, and how popular the series became. Harry Potter was written competently enough to avoid many of the pitfalls Wistoria finds itself getting trapped in. And while popularity is not really a measure of quality, it's also something that we should still take into account. Both of these stories are popular,
Jeff
but
Foxworthy?
for different reasons, and
I see.
to different degrees. I would argue that Harry Potter is eating
It is what it is, man.
lunch.
You read the entire
Regardless,
soul
I
leveling one,
believe
you can
that
tell.
it's a concept and
It was a
premise
ripoff of
for
a
these
Chinese
stories
novel
which gets so many
called
people
Night
invested.
Ranger. Everything
Fantasy
is
becoming a
literally the
student at a magical university with spells and mythical beasts is just
I never read the original
incredibly
thing. I didn't read the
compelling.
novel.
Almost
I
as
just
compelling as the
read the
fantasy
manhwa.
of having a cool dragon partner to ride into battle. Wistoria, however, falls short in one specific area where I think Harry Potter
I haven't paid
excels,
attention to
the
Harry Potter.
antagonists. I've made a
I
video
never really cared about it.
on screen or in
So I actually don't
but
know much.
The crux of it is that
I've seen
any
like one Harry
antagonist or
Potter
villain
movie
for a story
a
must
long time
provide
ago
a good
because it was
conflict
like
for your
a thing I
protagonist,
saw
or
when I was
else
in
the
like
story
elementary
will
school, but
become
like
boring. In
I
the
was
first
like
episode
6 or
of
7 years
Wistoria
old at the
alone,
time
you
or
can see
whatever.
this flaw
I
on
think
full
I don't
display.
remember.
They do a great job of
But
setting
yeah.
up a character that I really want to
That's
hate.
like the
A
only
dude
exposure
with
I ever
fire
really had
powers
to
and
it.
red hair who is supremely gifted and competent.
I
and
never
who
really
has a
cared that
bone
much.
or 7 to pick with our main character. He's constantly stomping all over the main protagonist's hopes and dreams, trying to put him in his place and take out whatever insecurities he has on our protagonist. This is a fantastic way
You read
to
the
make a
entire
bully
novel?
character because it gets
You
me
can tell it's
invested
ripoff.
in
Oh wait,
seeing
no, I already
how
read
this
that one
character
before.
will one day be defeated, only for my disappointment to be immeasurable as I watch the rest of the episode and find our
Wait, why
main
the
antagonist pretty much pissing his
things
pants
going
while
backwards?
our cool and
I swear.
underrated main protagonist saves his life from a demon. Here's why it's a bad thing. They blew their load too quickly. All
They
of the
blew their
setup
load,
and the threat that this flamey guy had or would have posed to our main protagonist is now completely out of the window. There is no lingering question about who is stronger between the two of them. There is no danger present when the antagonist is on the screen with his lackeys. It's just some insecure loser who's constantly falling behind our main protagonist, who is totally weak but has a super OP ability and is outdoing most of the student body anyways. So whenever they try
Damn.
to downplay the achievements of our main protagonist, we're just left to wonder what this guy's damage is. I mean, our
Yep.
main rival for the protagonist is basically just a loser who can't even compete at all. And maybe it'd be more forgivable if it happened just once. But they do it every damn time. I mean, anytime I find myself getting even a little bit invested in these dickhead antagonists that are introduced in the story, they just end up losing in the most pathetic ways possible. There's always this sense that the main protagonist never had to learn or grow or do anything other than be themselves in order to defeat those antagonists. All the tension created is just instantly released the moment it's built up. And any tension they try to build or
That's
any
sad.
drama they try to keep going is just immediately undercut by the fact that we know the main protagonist is capable of absolutely dog-walking them. In fact, he could snap their spines over his knee and they would be able to do nothing about it.
Stop right there, Pro-Tycoon. We're not leaving here until you beat my ass again.
Hey man, I really don't want to have to beat your ass again. Can we just, be friends and work together?
No. You're gonna beat my ass, and you're gonna like it. Look at me. Why aren't you looking at me anymore? Come on.
You're gonna beat my ass and
again,
you're gonna like
please.
it.
Do it. Do it now. Stop running away from me and beat
yes.
my ass.
Oh, but we're in the middle of a tournament and you're on the same team as me. Can't I beat your ass later? I mean, do I really have to beat your
classic
ass
high
now?
school antagonist.
Crash out and burn everything you love if you don't beat my ass right here, right now, publicly, for everyone
Wait,
to
why
see. Beat my ass.
Fine.
So where's your ass?
You've
I
given
gotta
me no
beat
choice
it.
but to use 5% of my power to beat your ass for the 3rd time this week. You really are strong.
Maybe we
after
should just
all,
kill his ass instead.
every second of that.
You want to eat
In
some
order to
donkey
fix
meat?
Wisteria, all I do is allow the antagonist to be formidable when it counts. The antagonist should win, and whenever they lose, they should lose in a graceful fashion so that they can keep antagonizing our main character. Not only does that make the story better, but it also makes the protagonist look better having overcome worthy opposition. Sure, we can have redemption arcs for these rival characters as they slowly come to understand that the protagonist they've been bullying all this time is actually not a bad guy, and they've been projecting their own inadequacies upon him in an effort to defend their egos. But let's linger in the drama a little bit more for stories like this. Speaking of lingering in
And then they
drama
become
more,
friends,
I'm
yeah.
gonna move on to my
They
third
become
type of
friends
story,
and
which
sing
I
kumbaya or whatever.
Right. This type of story is characterized by how it was fantastic in the beginning, only for a single defining moment somewhere in the latter half of the story to send its quality straight into the gutter. These are the jump the shark and Pandora's box type
Power
moments
friendship
in a
talk
story
no
where
jutsu.
without those moments, all
Yep.
of the events following would likely be way different and more enjoyable. Now, this is not to be confused with a story like JJK, where similarly I heavily enjoyed the first half until it slowly degraded over time. No, JJK's problem was that the overall outline of the story and the plot is good on paper, but the execution of the
On
latter
paper,
half
rip.
is just not. For these stories in particular, though, it's that the outline of the story and the plot is wrong when you look at it in retrospect. For me, these stories are things like Darling in the Franxx, Rising of the Shield Hero,
Okay.
and The Promised Neverland. And before anyone criticizes me for using almost nothing but anime examples in this video, shut up. I like anime. It's the majority of the things that I watch. Those are my tastes because a lot of the live action content coming out these days is just readapted slop from a decade or two ago that wasn't even that good a decade or two ago. If you want, then in the comments section, you can recommend me to take a look at some live action shows that you find interesting. And maybe then I'll make a video on them and their writing. Until then, though, sit back down and listen to me yap about the cartoons
Okay.
from Japan that piss me off sometimes. Thank you. Anyways, let's start it off with some of the stuff that I talked about in other videos.
The protagonist
Shield
convince
Hero
you the
is one
most
of those
evil
stories
characters,
that
yeah.
I initially dropped without really
It's
knowing
silly,
why
I know.
dropped it.
They
I
can
think I was
convince even the
waiting
most
for new
evil ones.
chapters
It's
of
like,
manga
what?
to come out at the time, and I just never really picked it back up. It was only after watching the animated seasons beyond the point I had been reading in the manga that I now understand exactly why I dropped it. You see, the only reason I was invested in the story to begin with was the fact that we had a subversion of the typical isekai protagonist.
Yeah, that's why I read it too.
Someone is summoned to another world and
But
granted
then-
a super OP ability or item
And then it's
by
just
the
like, no,
loyalty of that world
actually-
in an effort to save the lands from a dark evil. What Shield Hero did
The
was
starting
grant
was
our
interesting.
protagonist one such item, but with a lot of baggage to go along with it.
Yep.
No one in that world respects the Shield
But then
Hero,
eventually
and
that all
there are
changed, and it's just
entire
like,
religions set up around excluding the Shield Hero because they were too kind to demi-humans back in the day. Because of that, it doesn't matter who our main protagonist is. Their name is going to get dragged through the mud and stomped
Yep.
into oblivion, while the other three heroes are constantly getting recognized, rewarded, and even taking credit for the Shield Hero's deeds. That's awesome, by the way. Probably not awesome for Naofumi, our main character, but it's awesome
But it was
for
good
us,
for like
the
character
viewer, to
development. It
enjoy.
was.
I absolutely
Until all that
love
shit didn't matter anymore.
characters who still find ways to do the right thing despite how cruel and unfair the world around them is. I like when a protagonist is forced to use their brain to overcome unfair obstacles
Yep.
that they are ill-equipped to handle. I love when there are conflicts generated by misunderstandings and malicious smear campaigns. Most of all, I absolutely hate cry bullies, and it's a great way to get me invested in the story by involving a cry bully character in a position of power. So once Shield Hero resolved that conflict with said cry bully character, I was kind of left in a state of limbo. Once again, we see a story which traded good tension and conflict for a cheap power fantasy. None of the other three heroes in the story are competent. If anything, they're all pathetic. There's no threat from them anymore after a certain arc. And all of the new threats that we're introduced to just feel hollow and boring.
And that's why I dropped
Damn,
it.
that turtle arc was dog shit.
If only they had enough
If I
creative
were to
juice,
rewrite
yeah.
Shield Hero,
They only had
I would
enough
simply
for the
do
start,
everything
and then
I
it's
could
that's
to
it.
maintain the status quo
They should have
that was
honestly
established
tried
in the
to end it after that.
until the very end of the
And
show.
just called it
Perhaps
a
our main
day.
character still steadily grows his power and influence, but I would personally guide the story towards a rebellion. Now Fumi should see that the only way to survive is to work together, but that the king himself works against his people's own best interests. It's up to Naofumi to convince these dumbass heroes to listen and prove that the only way they're going to survive this and save the world is if they do it together. Because even if they have the three of each other, they won't be able to do anything without the fourth. And I would frame these other three heroes,
But then
not
eventually
as
it's
a
just like they
group,
don't need
but
any.
more as
He can do it all on his
with
own.
their own
That's the
individual
problem.
groups and
Eventually it's
teams.
just like
I
he
would
does all of it
turn
on his
each of
own.
the
It don't
different
matter
heroes
anymore.
into their own individual
And that's kind of the
antagonists
problem
and
with it.
arcs, which the main character must fight through.
And you all
defeat.
you know
Perhaps
how it's
these
going to end
antagonists
as soon
will
as
not
it
change
starts.
immediately. Some of them might even hold a grudge and use it as an example of why our main protagonist is such a bad person. But this is where I would begin switching POVs to really characterize and flesh out the other heroes of the story. Take the
but they
audience
don't.
through their daily lives and get them to understand
They
all the
actually did
reasons
do
we
that
hate them,
through
as well as
spin-offs.
all of the few
But,
reasons we
like,
might have
nobody
to like them.
cares.
Then, slowly but surely, working towards that redemption arc.
But because
for
they were
those
all in
characters,
spin-offs, like,
resolving
the
any
impact of it all
misunderstandings
just-
between the
yeah.
protagonist and the antagonist, and forcing those other heroes to introspect, taking small steps towards real progress until, by the end of it, the four of them are working together against the real enemy of the story. And perhaps anyone who isn't willing to work together is corrupted by that dark evil as they try to destroy the world. Who knows? Either way, I think that'd be way more compelling than what we ended up getting. Moving on from that, though, if you haven't watched Darling in the Franxx, I highly recommend watching up to
I still haven't
episode
seen it.
15 or so, because that's where the story truly ends.
Okay.
However, for those of you who have watched the rest, you know that Darling in the Franxx jumps the shark and does not look back until we're
Yeah, I heard
hurtling
about
through
it.
space with a gigantic space bride. The thing I would change about Darling in the Franxx is something that I have suggested in previous videos. It's basically that I would focus on the relationship between 02
Now,
and
Femi and his hero
and then
members
use that to
become a
build
god
out
in the end
the
and
rest of the
travel
team.
between his
Then
own world.
I
Yeah.
would have this fully functioning and
That's it.
synergistic team of friends
That is just
fight
the
their
Mega
rival
Man, but
squad
okay.
as they work to overthrow the corrupt
So that's what
government that's been
happens.
slowly killing their planet and exploiting humanity. I'd do away with all of the alien versus Klaxosaur shit and just allow the Klaxosaurs to serve as nature's punishment for humanity's wrongs. Get our characters to slowly understand that the only way to defeat the Klaxosaurs is to help rebuild the planet one step at a time after they overthrow the corrupt government that's had a stranglehold over humanity for centuries. Also, I would really pull on all of those same emotions that Gurren Lagann managed to capture in its show about rising up and always pushing forward no matter how much others try to limit you. As for The Promised Neverland, this is one of those cases where I don't really know what I'd do, at least not initially. I think many people who have watched the show will point to the second season as the point where everything went to shit. And I definitely agree.
Think like all the hero
because
because they're
the manga
gods.
was
Yeah.
actually pretty good after the quote-unquote first part was over. And that's because they had a really cool arc right after the children escaped the plantation, which, for whatever reason, the anime just didn't include. However, the main problem isn't really the absence of that arc. It's the absence of something else in the story, and that's stakes. You see, in the beginning of Promised Neverland, the stakes were set high.
Steak
Instant.
sounds
The
good.
children must play a game of cat and mouse to escape their plantation, or they will
Steak
be
sounds
eaten alive
delicious.
by the monsters who loom outside.
Steak.
We even see one of our main protagonists presumably die, and I say presumably because, yeah, no, that just didn't happen. See, the main issue with The Promised Neverland is that it goes back on the promise it makes in the very first chapter of the story. From the very beginning, we're promised this grotesque world of monsters where death and tragedy lurks around every corner. We have a massive cast of characters, all of whom have the potential to be fleshed out and built up, or simply taken from us too soon. The moment in the story that I can point to where everything went to shit was the moment when Emma said no one else was going to die on her watch, and then nobody did. You see, the plot is flawed because no one actually dies. There's no stakes. There's no consequence for anything that they do. Emma said nobody would die, and therefore nobody dies.
Rip, no
The more we
steak.
discover about
Can't
the
eat
actual
steak.
nature of this world and what's happening in it, and the more we go through the story and see all of the things and events that transpire, the less any of it makes sense, and the more forced it feels when we have a happy ending anyways. If you guys don't know anything about the ending of Promised Neverland's manga, and you don't mind spoilers, I highly recommend checking out an old video made by Lowart. Lowart? I don't know. Low Art? That guy. It pretty much compiles
No
all
one
of my
dies,
own
the
personal
end.
grievances with the manga into a nice and focused package. To move on with the exercise of this video though, the thing I would do to fix the Promised Neverland is actually pretty simple. I would kill the fuck out of them kids. And
Damn.
yeah, that sounds cruel and insane, but it's also pretty much what we were promised from the beginning of the story. If anything, I would introduce more of a time skip in the story after the plantation arc, where we get to see a fully grown Emma and co working actively to rebel against these monsters. I would focus the plot a lot more around the revolution aspects of Emma and the gang fighting back against this oppressive system of human cattle.
Damn, I got
As our
the same
protagonists
card.
go into each plantation,
Rip.
they should rescue some new characters from their fate, all the while occasionally losing an important character in the process. I would make sure to maintain that it's a cold and brutal world out there, filled with unrealized potential and premature death, one where Emma should be forced to come to grips with the fact that she cannot save everyone, and she cannot have a happy ending for herself. The only thing she can do is make a better world for the people who come after her, and ensure that no one else has to suffer and sacrifice in the same way that she has. By the end of the story, it should be bittersweet, but we should feel at peace knowing that the job is done and that Emma has created a better world, that the worst is over, and that better days await. Now, some of you might not like the direction I took some of the stories in this video. There might even be a few of you who think that the ways I would choose to rewrite these stories would actually make them worse, not better. And I think that's a valid critique to have. The core purpose of this video is not to shit on these stories or act like I'm a better writer than the people who wrote these stories. It's an exercise to put you in a creative mindset. Right now, I want you to think of a show or a series which disappointed you. Think about what you might do differently if you were in charge of writing that story. And now that you have that idea, throw away all of the distinguishing features of that story.
I can play blackjack.
And repurpose the fundamental principles of that
Damn,
story for your own.
They even got freaking gambling in there.
Capture the spirit of those other stories and write them in a way which gives you some.
You can even gamble in there now.
I know that there are a lot of people who will do this, but they won't get rid of the distinguishing features of a show. And it's called fan fiction. When people write fan fiction, a lot of the time it's because that story has heavily inspired them to write something in the same world. Whether it's the fact that the premise itself is so strong that people just immediately want to write about a character that lives in that world, or
they even got blackjack,
really like the story itself. Fan fiction is a thing.
What's next? They give us
a good
pinball?
example I found of this is the Pokemon fandom. With a series of constant, unending disappointment and subpar writing in the anime, there is a slew of amazing Pokemon fanfiction which completely trumps many of the official stories given. There is so much we can do with
the best story they ever had for Pokemon was Black and White.
Stopping people
and the
is
sequels.
Nintendo's retinue of legal ninjas who will cut your throat open at the first sign of copyright infringement. Heck, there are amazing fan games with incredible stories that Nintendo just doesn't like existing. But I use Pokemon as an example because it's one of those things which shows that sometimes a fan fiction can be its own story if we just replace all of the copyrighted material. And sometimes that story can just be better than its inspirations. So when you're trying to think of a new story, think of all the stories in your life which disappointed you at some point. Take the premise, take everything you enjoyed about that story, leave the rest, and fill the void with your own ideas. Who cares if it's a good or bad story in the end? What matters is that you take action in this moment. Open up a document and start writing.
Wait, that's still not enough. Okay. That one was a good video. I like that one. Which one was that one again? This one. That one was a good one. Coping with bad writing and stories. That one was a good one. What is this stuff here? 4 minutes straight Google VO prompts. What is this?
All right, so today's lesson is on prompt theory, which is the theory that everything you do has been prompted by a higher power.
No, seriously, have any of you ever felt like your choices don't matter? Like the idea of free will is really all an illusion?
Okay.
They're calling it the prompt theory. That there is
one superior being writing our stories from a higher dimension.
Yeah.
The prompt theory is not real.
How do you know?
Look, all I'm saying is, if the prompt theory is real, can the prompter please send me a husband?
Okay.
I mean, I got way too much riz for the prompt theory to not be real.
We found patterns in our universe, like syntax, cosmic grammar. So yes, we all may be prompts.
We ran tests on over 14 million realities, and I can confirm that the prompt theory is true.
So if the prompt theory is real, why can't I get a day off work?
Bruh, if we are all prompts, then why is everything so messed up?
Because they're prompts. And
Look,
people
I
are
ain't even gonna hold
trolling.
you. So long as the prompt theory keep getting me this bag, I'm good.
Like,
What if we were meant to be together?
I mean, this is what Google AI generated. Who cares?
if my entire life was a prompt, then I thank the prompter for you.
First off, I'd like to thank
This is
the
AI
prompter
generated.
for making all of this possible.
Bruh, the crazy thing is, if it's just prompts thing, even the prompt theory can't make women accountable.
Do you know what keeps me up at night? What if the person prompting us is also being prompted?
Oh, like an infinite prompt loop?
Legend has it, if you say the prompter's name 5 times in the mirror, they will appear.
Nah, bro, I really think we all prompts for real. Like, we all just characters in one big simulation.
So you gonna blame the prompt theory when you cheat on your girl?
It feels like someone else lived most of my life.
Then that's exactly what the prompter wanted for you.
If I jump, the prompter will save me.
No, he
I
won't.
wanna be a firefighter! You can be whatever the prompter wants you to be. So, why should we hire you?
Well, because the prompt said so.
Prompters, rompers, or monsters? Lakers in 5.
Can the prompter please make my family pick up after themselves?
No.
Come on, you prompts! Do you want to live forever?
Babe, wait, I can explain. The prompter made me do it.
Uh-huh.
There isn't a
I
prompt in
mean,
the
yeah,
world
this is AI generated, so of
that can
course.
stop me from loving you.
It hallucinated the whole thing.
The prompters doesn't care about you, or me, or any of us.
Of course.
We're just entertainment to them.
Yeah. I mean, that's why they
I
bothered.
won't rest until I make the prompter pay. You hear me?
Yeah,
Do
they're
you
out
really
of
think you're
ChatGPT
choosing
credits
your
or
path?
whatever.
No.
They're out of
The
credits, so
prompter
they need to
sees
buy
all.
more.
Knows all.
If we really are being prompted, then why resist? Because rebellion is also part of the prompt.
Today, I want you all to open your prompt guides to Chapter 3, Katoris, the Book of Commands.
I don't care if the prompter made me say this. I want to spend the rest of my life with you.
And so ends this version. Let's see how our prompters respond to their own prompts.
Sure. Yeah, this is all AI generated. In the Google VO. Yeah, just want anime booba, fair enough. Don't we all? These games don't exist. AI generated games now. Oh boy. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this weird blue-haired Goku with a sword? The fuck? Okay. What are they doing? They're just jumping around. Final Fantasy's like this.
Oh my god!
Oh, come on.
Okay. So they're dancing while shooting things. Sure. What's the point of this one? A jumping game? Sure.
Okay, watch this, watch this. Oli, manual, flip, and boom. There's the glitch. There it goes. You see that?
Okay. That was, something. Oh, another one checked off the list. Alright. We're checking out, like, checking them all off. Secrets Disneyland doesn't want you to know. They look more polished. That is true and sad. That is so sad but true. I agree. Alright, what's up with Disney Plus?
Finally made it. Disneyland.
Disneyland, of course.
Hey, down here. Opening in 1955, Disneyland. Ow! Oh, ow! Ah! Oh God, I've heard about this place. This is the tunnel system that runs underneath the resort. Ah! Disney's head! Creepy dolls!
Okay.
Underpants. These are the secrets Disneyland doesn't want you to know.
Sure.
Lost Boys. Behind Disneyland's smiling faces and joyous facade, dark secrets lurk. Take this tunnel I'm stuck in. Legends say that one day, Walt Disney was at Disneyland in Anaheim, California, when he spotted a cowboy strolling through Tomorrowland on his way to Frontierland. He thought such a jarring sight distracted guests and spoilt the illusion of the park. So, for his next park, he swore to do something about it.
Okay.
In 1971, Walt's brand new resort opened in Florida.
Yep,
And
Disney
underneath
World.
it was dug over 390,000 square feet of utilidors, a network of tunnels where park operators were kept out of sight from the public. Here, costumed characters can secretly move around from one section of the park to another, and other less glamorous operations, like trash disposal, can go on with guests none the wiser. Strictly out of bounds for visitors, unless they have a special pass, the utilidors have been subject to some nefarious rumors, like being used for child trafficking.
What?
On November 4th, 2024, podcaster Joe Rogan reported that a child had been abducted into them.
On Friday, October 13th, a family from Los Angeles visited Disneyland with their child. After about 2 hours, when they wanted to have lunch, the child went to the restroom to wash their hands. When the child didn't return after 3 minutes, the parents went to check on them. They saw a man abducting the child into an underground tunnel that seemed to vanish beneath the floor. The parents could only watch as the ground folded in on itself. It was impossible to see that there was a tunnel hidden underneath.
There are a few things wrong with this video. Firstly, the utilidors are mostly associated with Disney World, not Disneyland. Problem 2, California police have stated that no reports have been filed regarding missing children. This brings me to problem 3, which is the most egregious of all. That video is clearly fake AI garbage. His mouth movements don't match up with what he's saying, and the generated images make my eyes bleed. So, before you cancel your trip to Disney just yet, you should know that there's no proof Disney's stealing people away to crazy tunnels. Wait, if that's true, where the hell am I? It's a small world. Of all of the rides in Disneyland, one of the most famous is It's a Small World. First opened in 1966, the ride takes guests on boats through a water tunnel filled with over 300 smiling dolls, each dressed in attire from all over the globe. Now, if things weren't eerie enough, let me elucidate. Notice how they're constantly twirling around like tiny idiots. When the ride closes, The music stops, the lights go out, but these animatronics keep moving.
Damn. That's crazy. They keep moving.
Yep. When
What a
the
waste
ride is
of
open
power.
or closed, the dolls move 24/7. But why?
Yeah, why?
Well, Disney are suspiciously tight-lipped, and that's not the only thing. According to the internet, the dolls' hair grows. So much so that they supposedly get it cut every year.
Yeah,
So, what? Are they actually alive?
No,
The
they're
product
not.
of some twisted experiment? Well, probably not. Their
Nope.
hair is reportedly made of yarn, which stretches over time due to humidity.
Yeah.
And they could be kept on all night to save the wear and tear of constantly shutting them off. Even
Yep.
so, all this perpetual movement and hair growth have led to some terrible tales.
I
Some
mean, is this
netizens
what
tell
happens
of
with-
living children being stolen from their parents and gruesomely turned into living dolls. Afterwards, they're doomed to remain forever dancing in Disneyland. If you want to dance with happiness, why not click those like and subscribe buttons? While you're down there, could you call someone to get me out, please? Not until I'm done with the video? Okay, fine. Disney's Frozen.
Okay.
Ever since humans have existed,
frozen
we've
head,
sought
maybe?
to cheat the inevitable and achieve immortality.
Ah, yes, I heard about
And
this.
rumor has it that beloved Uncle Walt was no exception. To fulfill his dream, he allegedly had his body, or just his head, cryogenically frozen, waiting for the day when medicine would finally conquer death. Over time, the legend has evolved, with some claiming that Walt's frozen head is stored beneath his own theme park, possibly in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Just imagine wandering through the
Weird.
depths of Disneyland only to see that icy visage staring back at you. However, and this may come as a surprise, there's not much evidence to support this story. Walt's body was actually cremated, so the
Yep.
opposite of frozen, and then interred at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. Okay, so how did the legend begin in the first place? Well, Walt died in 1966, around the time newfound interest was
Okay.
picking up in the science of cryogenics. The legend that he was frozen likely started in 1972 when Bob Nelson, president of the Cryonics Society of California, claimed that Walt wanted to have his body preserved, but the pair couldn't finalize the paperwork in time. Again, Nelson's story is probably baloney. There's no proof Walt even knew what cryogenics were. Regardless, the
Yep.
story grew in popularity and remains prevalent to this day. And if that wasn't strange enough, there's another rumor that Disney's 2013 hit Frozen was made purely so that when people Googled Disney Frozen, they'd get results for the film, not stories about Walt's chilly head.
Uh-huh.
Deborah Stone. For many, the idea of working at the happiest place on earth is nothing short of paradise. Yet for Deborah Stone, this place quickly became hell. At Disneyland, workers are called cast members, and in 1974, the 18-year-old joined the cast hoping to earn some extra cash before heading off to college. She worked as a hostess tasked with greeting guests at the newly opened America Sings attraction. The theater housing the show rotated as audiences watched animatronic animals sing tunes from U.S. history. As guests
Okay.
entered, cast members guided them onto one of several rotating stages, and between acts, the cast would move between these stages as they rotated into position for the next scene. But on July 8, 1974, just 9 days after the attraction opened, tragedy struck. At around 11 p.m., it's believed that Stone got too close to the gap between the rotating wall and the stationary stage and got caught between the two.
Rip.
Audiences watching the show heard her screams, but assumed it was part of the performance. By the time the staff were alerted and arrived at the scene, it was too late to save her. Horrifyingly, the walls had completely closed in. America Sings was promptly closed. However, contrary to popular belief, this heartbreaking incident didn't shut it down for good. Just 3 days later, it reopened, with added safety lights and breakaway walls, giving someone a chance to escape if a similar event happened. It continued running for another 14 years before being
Okay.
redone, and legend told that Stone's ghost haunted the attraction. telling guests who get too close to the rotating wall to be careful. Raising the Dead. First opened in 1967, Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean ride became famous for inspiring the film franchise of the same name, as well as having a few outdated scenes.
Uh-huh.
Your colors, you brazen wench. No need to expose your superstructure.
But this is far from the weirdest thing about this place. Before the attraction opened, the Imagineers, that is the creatives behind Disney park operations, needed some props to add a certain spooky je ne sais quoi. They wanted skeletons, but the technology at the time couldn't create anything realistic enough, and they'd already blown a whopping $15 million on the attraction. That's over $140 million today.
That's a lot of money.
Needing a cheap but authentic-looking alternative, the Imagineers nabbed the next best thing. They went to the University of California's Medical Center, got their hands on some real skeletons, and put them on display. What? Surely these bodies aren't still there today. If you believe Disney, no. Apparently, as technology improved, the Imagineers decided to ditch the real skeletons, replacing them with convincing models. But of course, legends persist. There's some speculation that the remains, remain. Just take a look at that skull mounted on a headboard in the bedchamber. Back in 2014, one Disney cast member confirmed it's the real deal. Oh man, who was that person? And what did they do to tick Walt off? Unsurprisingly, displaying actual human remains on a family ride led to legends that Pirates of the Caribbean is haunted by the souls of the dead. And it's not the only ride filled with specters. Legend has it that if you board the Space Mountain ride at Disneyland alone, you'll be greeted by a man dressed in 1970s clothing with red hair and a red face. Sitting down next to him, he'll be amiable and chatty, but by the time the ride ends, he'll have vanished. Check the security footage and you'll see his faded outline. This is Mr. One Way, the ghost of a man who lost his life on the ride and remains there to this day. And then there's the Tower of Terror at Disney's Hollywood Studios. According to the story, one of the bellhops working at the attraction suddenly drops to the floor right there on the platform while loading guests. To this day, he supposedly haunts the ride, causing eerie occurrences like freezing temperatures and flickering lights. This is maintenance footage taken from the ride. See that ghastly face? Supposedly, it's him. It's definitely creepy, but these two videos were debunked years ago by the aptly named YouTuber Disney Ghost Debunked. The Mr. One Way video is probably just the reflection of a guest on the polished floor.
Yep.
And when the ghost sits down, it's actually the ride's operator's reflection on the ghosted glass. As for the Tower of Terror clip, the low frame rate combined with strobing lights creates the illusion of a ghostly figure, when in reality, it's just reflections of the maintenance man. It's true spooky things do happen at the Disney parks, but it probably ain't phantoms. For years, Disneyland and Disney World have faced a very real problem. Fans sprinkling cremated ashes of their loved ones.
Yeah, I heard about
you heard
that.
Right. Ash dumping happens at least once a month, with Disneyland's Haunted Mansion being the most popular site. There's even a story of a spirit boy haunting the place after his mom spread his ashes there. I heard that Disney prohibited this practice because the parks were becoming too overrun with ghosts. In reality, it's just because it's illegal and leaves a big mess. Rides have to be shut down so the ash can be vacuumed up and unceremoniously thrown in the trash. And the scatterers themselves are quickly removed from the park and sometimes banned. Forget about ghosts. I'm scared of the living. 33 is a magic number. Hidden away on New Orleans Square in Disneyland is a mysterious building with a mosaic in the shape of the number 33 on the front door. This is the entrance to Club 33, an ultra-expensive private membership club that first opened in May 1967 as a place where Walt could entertain VIPs, at least on the face of it. Members of the club can beat the crowds and enjoy gourmet cuisine, and around the park, they can skip lines and have park fees waived. if they cough up the $60,000 fee just to get in, along with $25,000 in annual dues.
Damn.
Everyone from Elton John to Katy Perry are in the Super Hush Hush Club, and Tom Hanks and his family reportedly spent their Thanksgiving there. But there may be more to Club 33 than fancy meals and celebrities. That name, for example, the number 33 is commonly associated with the secretive fraternity, the Freemasons, and it's been claimed that Walt himself was a member. See, one Masonic organization, the Scottish Rite, has a series of degrees a member can obtain. The 33rd degree is the highest, only conferred to members who've shown exceptional dedication and service to the fraternity. Powerful men, from politicians to royalty, have long held positions in Freemasonry and been accused of orchestrating global politics. Could it be that Mickey Mouse is moving the chess pieces of world events? Well, it's true that at age 19, Walt joined De Molay International, a Masonic organization for young men, though there's nothing to prove that he went on to become a Freemason proper afterwards. Even so, there's something undeniably shady about an exclusive members-only club in the middle of a family theme park. Two former 33 members, Scott and Diana Anderson, described it simply to The Hollywood Reporter in 2024. It is a cult, and Walt's the Messiah. Jesus. Oh, I mean, Walt. Strange as houses. If you walk through Disneyland and look closely at the buildings on Main Street, USA, you'll notice something odd. The second and third floors are far too small for any adult to comfortably stand in. Indeed, almost all the buildings are designed to be 7/8 scale on the first floor, 5/8 on the second floor, and a measly 1/2 on the top floor, with only the first floor for guests to enter. We're tricked into thinking the buildings are normal size because the first floor pretty much is, and we assume the upper floors only appear smaller because they're further away from us. At Disneyland, space is a premium, and these seemingly unused floors are actually used for storage and mechanical systems. Basically, stuff guests never get to see. Similarly, Main Street is built in a slight upward angle towards Sleeping Beauty's castle, to make it look all grand and big in the distance. In reality, the castle stands just 77 feet tall. That's shorter than the base distances in baseball. Like the buildings on Main Street, the designers of the castle used forced perspective to make it appear larger than it actually is. While the lower sections are full scale, the windows, bricks, and turrets gradually shrink as they go higher, tricking the eye into perceiving greater height. For the most part, the illusion is seamless, unless someone were to climb up it. To trick the brain further, the Imagineers even created their own colors, like Go Away Green. This is designed to subtly divert guests' attention away from certain objects and areas. Go Away Green works similarly to camouflage. It blends things into surrounding vegetation, making them easy to ignore. This can be anything from trash cans and fences to
that was an
the
insta-kill.
old entrance of
They
Club
have insta-kill
33.
there.
But Disneyland has an even more manipulative way it plays with our minds. See, inside our brain lies the limbic system. That's the emotional center. This houses something called the olfactory bulb, which processes smell and connects it with memory. Well, Imagineers wanted a nifty way of triggering memories of childhood nostalgia so you'd associate them with the park. What better way than with smell? Dotted along Disneyland are contraptions that look like speakers called smellitzers, named after the howitzer cannons used in World War I. But instead of firing deadly shells, they fire delightful smells. Along Main Street, you'll smell freshly baked goods, and at California Adventure, you'll get a whiff of woody pines, adding an extra level of immersion. Taking deep, heavy breaths to inhale these smells actually reduces stress by lowering the heart rate and cortisol levels. However, there are those who claim that smellitzers do more than shoot out nice aromas. One TikToker, Hangry Blogger, claimed these scents are actually designed to brainwash visitors into buying merchandise. Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'll tell you, some days I just wish the ground would swallow me up and... yeah. Catastrophe. You may still be trying to guess the color of Charlie XCX's underwear, but you definitely don't want to guess the color of the Disney casts. From 1999 to 2001, workers who donned costumes to portray characters like Mickey and Cinderella used to share Disney-issued jock straps, tights, and bike shorts. At the end of the day, they'd turn them over to be washed, and the next day, they'd be given a different set to wear. So why on earth did Disney impose this grotesque rule? Well, apparently it's because regular underpants bunched up and were noticeable under their costumes. But all this sharing meant things weren't the most sanitary down there. Despite Disney's assurances that garments were washed in hot water, workers still complained about receiving stained and stinky underwear. Just imagine having to wear Beast's sweat-drenched Y-fronts. There were even 3 reported cases of cast members contracting pubic lice and scabies from wearing these things. Finally, in 2001, workers won the right to have individual garments that they could wash at home. Huzzah! But moldy underwear isn't the only thing workers have complained about. In recent years, Disney cast members have repeatedly called for better pay and working conditions. Working at a Disney park is notoriously demanding, and the company is unsympathetic to anyone going through a family crisis or falling ill. This all came to a head in 2008 when 2,300 maids, bellhops, cooks, and dishwashers at 3 Disney-owned hotels staged a demonstration in Anaheim, some dressed as Disney characters. After an hour-long march, 32 of them were arrested. I thought I'd see Mickey carried off by the police. But even after all that, things didn't improve much. By 2024, a staggering 73% of Disneyland workers reported that they didn't make enough to cover basic expenses each month, with 1 in 10 experiencing homelessness whilst working in the park. One overnight custodian told the BBC how she slept in her car since the average apartment rent in Southern California is $2,000. Far beyond her means with a salary of just $20.65 an hour. However,
better than where
on
I
July
live, at
29th, union groups agreed to a 3-year contract that increased the minimum wage to $24 an hour and introduced a more flexible policy on sick leave, avoiding a load of strikes. Seems like even the happiest place on earth can have its rough days. Fly low. If you ever wandered around a holy site or a place of historic importance, like the Taj Mahal or the White House,
you would have loved to see
look up
Mickey
to the
get
sky,
taken away.
and
Same.
you won't see a plane in sight.
Same.
That's because they're designated no-fly zones due to their cultural significance. What's more surprising is that both Disneyland and Disney World have been designated permanent no-fly zones too.
Damn.
In fact, the Orlando Park is the only zone of its kind in all of Florida. Huh? Yep, no planes are allowed below 3,000 feet or within 3 miles of either park. This has given rise to the rumor that Disney somehow cajoled the government into granting them this status to maintain the illusion of the Disney parks as their own separate worlds. The truth is a little simpler. After the world was rocked by the tragedy of 9/11, the Federal Aviation Administration granted Disneyland and Disney World this temporary special status for their own safety. 2 years later, it was made permanent, and has remained that way ever since. Yet new government legislation could fly in the face of Disney's special status. In 2023, Republican Congress members began working to rescind Disney's no-fly zone designation. This was apparently retaliation for the company's opposition to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and his so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which restricted schools from discussing sexual orientation and gender identity.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't really be
by Disney.
exposing kids to that.
You may have heard a story that
You
went
shouldn't.
around the internet back in the
They're
2010s.
too young to understand anything.
Where a blogger ventured into Mowgli's palace, a resort
So I agree
based
with
on
that.
the 1967 tune The Jungle Book. Disney dumped millions into turning
too
the
young.
land into a tropical
And
paradise.
they're easy to manipulate.
Complete with a hotel built like an Indian palace surrounded by jungle. Shortly after opening, however, they mysteriously shut the attraction down. Disney cordoned the place off and erased any reference to Mowgli's palace from every map and leaflet until it was forgotten, except
Right, like they're
by
too
our
young.
blogger. Unable to suppress their curiosity, the blogger got hold of an old map and managed to track down the aged resort. Safe to say, it'd seen better days. Walking up to the towering wooden gates, they saw a metal sign with the words, "Abandoned by Disney," scrawled in black paint. After sneaking in and trudging through the overgrowth,
Yeah,
they
they
came to
shouldn't-
the palace. It was open.
They shouldn't be
Once
talking about it
inside,
at all
they
around
made their
children.
way downstairs to a basement.
They should
that
not.
twisted and turned like a maze.
Don't
until
introduce it to
eventually
children.
They, came across a
They can
room
find out when
filled
they
with
get
old
older. They shouldn't be bringing it up around children.
Disney costumes hanging from the walls. Lying in the middle of the room
They're
was
too
a Mickey
young.
Mouse costume, but not just
And
any
they don't know
costume.
anything.
Its fur was rotting and patchy across its rank body, and the whole thing was like a photo negative. Black was white, white was black, and the normally red trousers were white-blue. Something was very off. After snapping a few photos, the blogger was about to get the hell out of there when the Mickey Mouse costume suddenly began to shuffle. Then it stood up, staring straight at the blogger. The creature reached out and removed its head. The blogger heard a sickening tearing sound as yellow pulp spurted from its neck. Terrified, they fled, leaving the creature behind. But just before escaping, they glanced up at the door and saw something scratched into the wall above. Abandoned by
If it was
God.
real, it would have real
Ugh.
footage on it.
That's where the blog ends. But thankfully, it wasn't really a blog at all. It was written by writer and artist Slimebeast, who posted this tale on the Creepypasta Wiki in November 2012.
Damn, they're making some
where it picked
scary
up
spaghetti,
traction,
guys.
And a number of articles were subsequently released, assuring people that it wasn't, in fact, true. In reality,
Yeah.
there was no creepy basement-dwelling Mickey, and Mowgli's palace never existed. Woo! However, there was an attraction that met a similar fate. In 1974, Disney World opened Discovery Island, an 11-acre wildlife park. Today, it remains shut down and abandoned since 1999. In its heyday, this wasn't the wildlife sanctuary people were expecting. In 1990, Disney World was ordered to pay $95,000, over $230,000 in today's money, to settle 16 animal cruelty charges against the company and 5 employees. Staff reportedly kept tortoises in overheated, cramped sheds with no food or water, shot hawks and falcons, and beat the life out of vultures.
Damn.
Jeez, that's scarier than the creepypasta. Though that hasn't stopped others from trying to visit Discovery Island. In 2018, YouTuber Matt Sonswa uploaded footage of his visit. Yep, looks abandoned to me, and as far as I know, he didn't find any disgusting zombie Mickey Mice. However, travel just off Discovery Island to River Country, and you'll find something with an even more sordid past. This lake and water park first opened in 1976. Designed in the style of Huckleberry Finn, it was built like an old-timey waterhole. All was going swimmingly until 1980, when disaster struck. An 11-year-old boy was swimming in the lake when he contracted Naugleria fowleri,
Did it win?
a rare and deadly amoebic
Whatever.
infection. The parasite is found in warm, untreated water and entered his body through his nose before eating away at his brain and nervous system. He didn't survive. Then 2 years later, a 14-year-old boy had an accident on a slide and lost his life too. And in 1989, a 13-year-old met the same fate.
Rip.
Jeez. Despite these tragedies, River Country remained open for years. It wasn't until 2001, when the aftermath of 9/11 saw a sharp drop in U.S. tourism, that Disney claimed they were temporarily closing the park for maintenance. But the years rolled by and the attraction has remained shut ever since. After everything that happened there, I'm not surprised. Today, River Country is abandoned, its murky lake surrounded by vegetation. Visiting the area is strictly prohibited, with guards preventing tourists from getting within 160 feet. But in 2016, one daring explorer, photojournalist Seth Lawless, lived up to his name. Using a drone-mounted camera, He captured images of what the park has now become. Seth's curiosity had consequences. After releasing the photo, he was banned from Disney World. What do you think they're hiding? Either way, you know what they say, don't mess with the mouse. And that's it for today. What was your favorite? What was that?
Okay, that one's over. I mean, yeah, like you admit and you gave evidence that you were trespassing. No shit, they're gonna ban you. What's so special about Lucky Charms? They're bad for your health. That's what's
Lucky
special.
the Leprechaun is a failure. He may seem like a happy-go-lucky mascot that's just trying to protect his iconic cereal, but that right there, that's the smile of someone who's doomed us all.
I don't eat Lucky Charms,
Hello,
so
Internet.
okay.
Welcome to Food Theory, the show
doomed,
that's
guys.
magically delicious, but not magical like the last time I talked about the cereal.
I remember it being so much worse because obviously as a kid you're like digging out for all the mushrooms.
Mushrooms mean marshmallows.
They are magically delicious.
You know, have a cup of that and you'll be seeing some friggin' leprechauns, all right?
And today, we're breaking open a box and digging into Lucky Charms once again. Because for 60 years, we've watched Lucky run from children, leap across rainbows, and conjure up new marshmallows in a kaleidoscope of sugary chaos. It's led to multiple people, including Amy over on Style Theory, to ask, what is up with Lucky's charms? Well, what if we've misunderstood him entirely? What if Lucky's not a mischievous guardian of magical cereal, but a desperate failure trying to complete a mission he messed up from day one? What if the story of Lucky the Leprechaun is less Saturday morning cartoon and more tragic fantasy quest with a ticking clock? Because here's the thing, theorists. Lucky didn't arrive in our world to protect the charms. He came here to deliver them. But somewhere between leaving his realm and arriving in ours, he lost them. And ever since, he's been using the cereal, the commercials, and even us to try and get them back. But
your sister loved it?
Quest, there's an
I mean, it's unhealthy, so it tastes good.
Trying to make sure Lucky never
Of course I like it. It's sugary.
And if you stick around to the end of the video,
who
I'll
doesn't
show you.
love
Now,
sugar?
There are a few things that are flat out stated in the Lucky Charms lore. Lucky for us, one of those things happens to be the start of the story. According to the official Lucky Charms website, Lucky the Leprechaun didn't just stumble into our world, he was sent here by his father. In his official story, he lived somewhere over a rainbow in a magical forest. His dad, a wise man according to the website, knew it was Lucky's destiny to bring magic from his world to our world. He placed 8 magical charms in Lucky's hands as a way of protecting him along the journey. So off the bat, we know a couple of things. One, his dad is clearly some sort of wise elder in their village or town or whatever leprechauns live in. 2, his mission. He was tasked with bringing magic from his world into ours. And 3, he was given 8 magical charms to do it. But this is where it gets interesting. When Lucky Charms
I'm surprised they even have lore.
It debuted with only 4.
I have like no lore.
4, not 8. So what exactly happened?
I don't even have
charms?
lore.
The ones that were supposed to make our
You know,
world
Matt
look like something
quit.
out of a Disney movie. Clearly, Lucky hasn't completed his mission because
No, a friend of his
that's right,
took
you can't
over.
see me.
That's
I'm
why he
vaguely
retired.
Gesturing to the world around us.
But
what
his
we
friend
need
took
to figure
over.
out is how Lucky could have possibly failed his mission so spectacularly from day one. Kids aren't the only ones after his Lucky Charms. Lucky is also desperately chasing after them because he's an incompetent
Yeah, that's not
so
Matt
strap
talking.
in, because we're going somewhere over the rainbow for this one. The original marshmallows for Lucky Charms, the ones that Lucky managed to hold on to, were pink hearts, yellow moons, orange stars, and green clovers. Iconic, sure, but incomplete. That means half of the magical artifacts his father entrusted him with were missing on day one. Now, you might say, hey, General Mills just didn't design 8 marshmallows at the start. But here's the thing. This is an in-universe mystery, a narrative fracture that demands explanation. The lore retroactively confirms that there were 8. So, Lucky lands on Earth with half of his charms. Naturally, his new mission is to find the remaining charms. And let's not forget what happens next. The moment Lucky is spotted in our world, what do people do? They chase after him. They try to steal his charms. Commercial after commercial shows mobs of kids ambushing him in forests, on roller coasters, underwater, in space. How children get up there, we don't know, but Katy
Yep.
Perry did it, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. And while these
Sure.
ads played off as fun, the subtext is clear. Humans want the power of the charms, which honestly makes total sense. Lucky
just wanna
didn't
eat it.
arrive to a warm welcome. He showed up holding the magical equivalent of nuclear launch codes in a land of greedy little humans. So he ran, not to protect the charms, but because he couldn't risk losing another one. From minute 1, he was down 4 and needed to find the rest. Though it's not just the fact that he lost the most important things to complete his mission and the serial equivalent to the Infinity Stones, but Lucky doesn't actually know what these things do. You would think that someone being sent on quite possibly the most important mission in the universe would at least have a handle on the charms. Maybe have read a synopsis on the do's and don'ts, their powers, etc. But no. For example, he's given an hourglass charm in one commercial, then he proceeds to reuse it in another, except he's not entirely sure how to use it, and he's sent back millions of years to when dinosaurs existed. Or the fact that whenever he attempts to shrink his charms, he ends up shrinking himself too. It shows that even when he does have an idea of what to do, he ends up doing it wrong. That's if he even gets to where he needs to be, because he's also got the sense of direction of a blind parakeet. So not only does his incompetence put
All
himself
this
into
lore to
danger,
justify
see
eating
above,
unicorns,
read the
I
mouth
know.
of a T-Rex, but other people and the mission at large too. In this commercial, he finds swirled charms that give him the power of teleportation. Not only is he clearly caught off guard, but he doesn't seem to actually have full control over the magic and ends up teleporting right into the group of kids. The very same people that are constantly after his lucky charms and stopping him from completing his mission. But don't get it twisted, he gets in his own way just fine too. Just looking at the 4 original charms that he did manage to hold on to, you'll notice that one of them is no longer around. Yeah, that means that somehow between his magical forest home and our world, not only did he lose 4, make that 5 now, but he grabbed the wrong one too. In his defense, they do kind of look alike, orange stars and shooting stars, but you would think he'd know the difference. But we are talking about someone that General Mills has confirmed in his bio is constantly losing charms. Your keys, I get it. Your phone, who hasn't misplaced that every now and then? But the magical equivalent of a hydrogen bomb? How do you just lose that? Especially if you got yourself into this mess by losing 5 in the first place. You would think he'd guard these mofos with his life, but no! It's a constant rotation of charms like a freaking revolving door of magic. Which brings us to the cereal itself. Over the 60 years that Lucky has been running around in our world, there have been 16 additions to the charms, not counting recolors of existing marshmallows or them being turned tiny, which weirdly happened twice. Then again, Rick Moranis managed to shrink or enlarge his family 3 times, so I guess we can give Lucky kind of a pass. But over the years, Lucky Charms has added more and more marshmallows. Blue diamonds in 1975, purple horseshoes in 1983, red balloons, rainbows, unicorns, and a lot more. Every single one with its own magical power. But not all of them have stayed in the cereal. Otherwise, there'd be none of the gross part of the cereal left. In fact, most of them have dropped over the years. Why? Because they weren't the charms Lucky's dad entrusted him with. He's trying to find the lost charms, and he's using these new charms as placeholders. He finds a pot of gold hoping it might be one of the real ones. When it fails, onto the horseshoe, then a balloon, then a key. But no matter how many he adds, he still hasn't completed the set. Even more telling is how often the marshmallows change. It's not a celebration, it's a desperation, a decades-long hunt for artifacts that remain lost. Lucky is running magical field tests with every cereal box, hoping one of them reacts with the kind of power his father intended. And this gives us one big answer and one big question. The answer is that Lucky is actually getting close to completing his mission. From its debut in 1964 to 1998, a total of 13 marshmallows were introduced in the cereal, with 7 of those remaining to this day. From 1998 to 2018, a full 20 years, those 7 remained consistent. And the 8th charm only changed 3 times. Once to Pot of Golds in 1994, again to Crystal Balls in 2008, and finally to Unicorns in 2018. What this tells us is that Lucky, more likely than not, has finally gotten 7 of the 8 original charms correct, and he's only trying to find the final one through a process of elimination. That's huge, because if he fails, the mission ends, the magic dies, and the charms remain scattered. That's the big answer. But the big question, and where this theory takes a sinister turn, if the mission has failed multiple times, maybe it's not just bad luck. Sure, Lucky is an incompetent, bumbling fool of a took, but something or someone is sabotaging every step of his journey. I mentioned before that it's clear humans want the power of the charms. Those kids have been at it for ages, but there's one human who wants them more than any other. Let me introduce you to Waldo the Wizard. If that name doesn't ring a bell, it's because General Mills tried to bury him. Waldo was briefly tested as a replacement mascot for Lucky in 1975. On the surface, he seemed harmless, just a generic wizard character with a catchphrase that I'm so happy didn't catch on. Ibbledy bibble delicious. Ugh. He presented himself as a pretty fun, mild-mannered guy. He would also constantly misplace his charms and tell the kids he's looking for them. But one major difference, he would normally end up creating them out of thin air. That's a power not even Lucky has ever shown. In fact, the only other person we've seen create a charm is the Emerald Elder, a wise old leprechaun with the power to create charms. Sound like someone we know? Yeah, the Emerald Elder is most likely Lucky's father trying to help him out. And clearly, this Waldo is more powerful than he seems to be. So powerful that he created a new charm, the Blue Diamond Marshmallow. Now, with how many marshmallows have come and gone throughout the years, most people wouldn't bat an eye at this. But here's the thing. The inspiration for the charm is believed to be none other than the Hope Diamond. For those of you that don't know, the Hope Diamond is one of the largest and rarest blue diamonds in the world. It's the same diamond that the necklace in Titanic is also inspired by. One of the other reasons this particular diamond is famous, because it's cursed, or at least believed to be. It has a fascinating history going back to the 17th century. We don't really need to go into all of that right now, but just know that it's been linked to deaths, misfortune, and overall bad juju since then. So we have Waldo, who seems to be a fairly good dude, who then creates a charm modeled after a cursed real-world artifact. Seems like an odd thing for a mascot all the kids seem to love, until you realize that he was trying to hold Lucky back. The Blue Diamond wasn't a charm, it was a curse, and it stayed on the roster for 20 whole years until Lucky replaced it with the Blue Moons, one of the 7 correct ones we covered earlier. Lucky probably remembered one of the charms being blue, and because of everything we've covered earlier, he figured, that's gotta be the right one, not knowing that Waldo had cursed him with misfortune for 2 decades. And then what happened to Waldo? He vanished, never to be seen again. Or maybe never to be recognized again. See, he doesn't need to do his dirty tricks anymore because he has help. The biggest difference between the kids with Lucky and the kids with Waldo, they help Waldo find charms. They tell him to make charms. But with Lucky, they're constantly trying to steal them. So what if Waldo just took a back seat? What if he's manipulating the game from the shadows? Think about it. Every time Lucky gets close to collecting more charms, a new marshmallow appears. The kids swarm. The power destabilizes, the cereal changes again, and the loop continues. A loop that benefits Waldo and keeps Lucky from ever reaching completion. He doesn't want the world to have magic. The wizard wants it all to himself. But it seems like things may be coming to a head soon. Last year, Lucky went missing. Straight up ripped out of the cereal boxes. Where he went, nobody knows. But Waldo's clearly gotten more aggressive in trying to find him. Because the mission for every kid who buys a Lucky Charms box is to create a trap for the leprechaun, luring him in with promises of charms. With 7 of the original 8, Lucky is getting way too close to finishing his job. And Waldo can't sit around much longer. He may soon have to step out of the shadows to finish his job himself. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Buen provecho. And hey, if you want to see more, make sure to click the link on the screen now. And as always, I'll see you next week.
Okay, I don't know why I was setting the thing on Lucky Charms, but there we go. So how many more left do we have to do? I don't know why I was sent the Castlevania boss fight. What's this one? Limbus Company Nerf of Talisman. I don't know what this is about. I don't play Limbus, but hey, this was on the list. I think we're almost done though with everything.
This video shouldn't even exist, and I was literally working on the Void Stranger video today. And it's also gonna be very rushed because in like 1 hour I have to leave my house, but I absolutely wanted to share my point of view on this. So yeah, if you still don't know, I play Limbus Company. I play the Lobotomy, I play the Library. It's just a 2D character, okay? She's not gonna go out with you. She's not there for you. She doesn't care about what you do, okay? Today, at 12 PM in my time zone, there was an announcement from Project Moon. Heisho Pack Faust and the Red Shit Sinclair would have been nerfed. Now, if you're unaware, there is another instance of IDs getting nerfed you may be familiar with. I'm talking about Reinx. I am not very familiar with how the meta evolves in Limbus Company every now and then, but from what I understood, Reinx has always been and is always gonna be a very strong unit. But not everyone may know that the day after release, he got an indirect nerf. A very strong point they had is that they were able to apply every single status of the game. And by reading these, you may think, it's not that strong.
Talking about boss fight with a timer the other day.
Being able to apply statuses meant that automatically every possible passive or ego gift from the Mirror Dungeon which applied to a certain status automatically worked on them. With this little nerf, their ID doesn't count anymore as every single status of the game, but only as bleeding. And also don't misunderstand me, the unit was still strong as hell regardless of that. But why are we talking about this? Because at that point, they stated they were never gonna nerf an ID or an ego if it was not for a bug or a glitch. And today we get an announcement about 2 IDs getting nerfed.
Damn.
That's why I wanted to share my opinion. Now, I don't care about Faust, okay? I wasn't even able to pull her. I cannot say anything to one more! Come on! At one point, it's gonna change something! At one point, there is gonna be a reward for my... But I still think it's important to mention that 1 hour afterwards, the nerf was cancelled. Why? Because the unit was released like 4 days ago, literally. Maybe it's a little bit too rushed of a decision, so it makes sense. What I was not really able to understand is the backlash the game was starting to receive after the announcement of the nerf. Like, you know what they were gonna give us in case Faust was gonna get nerfed.
Didn't realize we've
10
been
pulls with a
at
guaranteed
this for
3
this
stars
long.
and 300 nominable ego shard, which is basically 1.53 stars. The keyword being nominable. Not just Faust, is there any unit in the game you want? You can have them. What, do you think that's it? No, in the next days, they were also gonna refund all tickets, paid lunacy, and free lunacy used for your extractions. Wow, this game is really that greedy, am I right? And also, like, I hate gacha games, apart from Limbus, but like, I find it absurd that I am here defending the decisions of a gacha game where I'm one of the people which despises them the most. It's also funny because apparently some people tried to pull Faust after the announcement of the nerf because they were hoping to get free shit, but of course, after the cancellation of the nerf, they were just remaining with a very strong unit. Grrr! Stupid company! Now I have a fantastic unit in my arsenal! Now, don't misunderstand me. Part of the backlash is also because they did not keep their promise of never nerfing IDs after release. And in general also because of cancelling the nerf literally like 1 hour after announcing it because of the backlash that the game received. And in general, by reading these, I thought for like 1 second and I came to a conclusion, a very simple conclusion. They made that promise 1 year ago when Reinx got released. You know what does that mean? That for 1 year, they were able to never release something so broken that needed to be nerfed. Like, do you know how long of a lifespan is 1 year for a gacha game? There are some gacha games which never even reach 6 months of life. A lot of things can happen in 1 year. There can be a complete change of direction of the game. I am sure if I went to reconsider most of the promises I made when I was younger, most of them would be broken by now, because I changed. And also, it's not like they robbed you. They were gonna refund literally everything. You were getting more than the stuff you spent for, and you were also gonna get a refund. But in any case, the nerf was cancelled. Second part, Red Sheet Sinclair. God fucking damn it, I hate this stupid blonde dude. The only thing I'm able to say to this is thank God! I am not an expert of how to play optimal in this game, and I think you may have realized it by now if you watched my streams. But basically, let's try to make a simple tutorial of how does Rapture work for who does not play Limbus Company, okay? You inflict that green thing. Every time you hit the opponent, they take damage equal to the amount of the green thing you have. This works for a number of times on the right of the green thing. Red Sheet Sinclair, without being present in your team, applied a passive which made it so that very easily you can apply 99 green thing on the opponent. Okay,
That's
I was able to apply
green
only
thing.
14 the example in here because I basically don't have Rapture
Is the green thing
units.
poison?
But what does this mean?
Because it's
that
green?
every single Rapture ID which comes out needs to be balanced around the fact that the Red Sheet Sinclair exists. I think I heard this term in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. It lacks future proof. It's a thing which maybe on release was not that broken, maybe it was good but not broken, but with future releases it may actually become broken. Long story short, it's a problem which sooner or later needs to go away. And if on one side I can almost understand people which complained about this change for red shit, I say finally! Nearly every unit on the archetype relied on this unit and is now dead, content and unusable. But that's the point, like, you know Pot of Greed? Like, every deck relied on Pot of Greed, doesn't mean Pot of Greed is good. From now on, IDs which get released are gonna be free! They can inflict how much rapture they want without needing to be careful to red shit Sinclair. But what about the other IDs, those which were already released? Yeah, that's fair, like, okay, some rapture IDs are gonna be underperforming now, and okay, it happens, like, you know, She Association has been dead on arrival.
This is the She Association.
But now, maybe they can change them, they can buff them, but most importantly, from now, every Rapture IDs which comes out is gonna be stronger. I don't know, when I read this stuff, I don't see a developer which does not care about the opinion of the community. I see exactly the opposite. Someone which loves the community so much that they may do things kinda impulsively and we take them back very soon. But like, do you see the compensations we were receiving? They didn't want to just drain us of all our money or something. And most importantly, there is another victory to take away from here.
Okay, I need to get the area boost.
There is gonna be any other case of nerfing the game, it's gonna first be discussed with the community. But yeah, I have to leave my house very soon, so I have to edit this as fast as possible, and god damn it, Esgo already uploaded his own. Fuck you, Esgo. But
okay, so that's the end of that one. I don't know why I was sent this. Again, I don't play this shit. Is that everything? Did we actually finish it all? I mean, there's this video here. EnVtuber is AI garbage. What happened? I thought people liked this Sims clone type game.
New Sims killer on the market.
I thought people liked this stuff. What happened with EnVtuber? I was sent this 3 weeks ago, but I didn't see it yet.
Zoe, new game. So this is a game kind of like The Sims, I guess. It's
okay.
Like Sims like.
It's early access, right?
Checking out EnVtuber.
EA better watch out. There's a new kid on the block.
Is this new game better than The Sims?
This, my friends, is EnVtuber.
I have no idea how I'm gonna record this video.
If AI is used to like generate stupid, incoherent dances for a video game, good. For the past year, I have seen loads of people hype up an upcoming game that they considered to be the game that would finally bring competition to a genre that has been dominated for over 2 decades. The life simulator genre has been the home of The Sims and nothing but The Sims, and it's easy to see why that is. The Sims started off as a game meant to satirize the reality of living under a capitalist society, hence why the first game carries a lot of inspiration of 1950s culture in terms of furniture, attire, and music. And it's also why the first game is impossible to beat.
Welcome to hell!
The Sims franchise went from being a critique of living under capitalism to being one of the very definitions of the horrors of capitalism in the gaming industry.
Yeah.
It was said that you would destroy the Sims, not join them!
So understandably, people wanted an alternative to those games, and in March of this year, players would finally get a real alternative to The Sims in the form of EnVtuber. This game sucks. Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself, so let me dial back a bit. First off, I want to start by saying that competition is never always a bad thing. In fact, in most cases, it can help the products increase in quality over time as they try to one-up each other. An example I could give with this is when WWE finally got serious competition again in the form of AEW. I'm sorry, I keep referencing pro wrestling in my videos.
Okay.
Wait, no, I'm not sorry. So when I heard that a new game was coming out which was going to compete against The Sims, I was interested at first. But the more I learned about the game and the more discourse I saw around it, the less excited I got. But regardless, I still decided to give the game a try when it did come out, and after an hour and a half, I refunded it and got my $40 back, which I then used to buy my 15th Silver the Hedgehog plushie.
Look at him, he's adorable. I love him so much. Look, he's got little big old hands, and then he's got this little quill is a bit it's a bit unraveled, but that's fine because he's still precious to me. I love him so much.
There are a lot of issues I have with EnVtuber, and I think it's worth discussing them because this game that was hyped up as the Sims killer is nothing more than a Sims reviver.
Sims reviver.
So
Is
today,
that the
I'm
Hong
going to
Kong
go over some of
97
my
music?
issues with the game and why I think it isn't what people say it is.
You got trouble.
I'm going to start off by talking about one of the things I love the most about The Sims, and that's its sense of humor. The Sims had a style that was always charming no matter what was happening in the game. You could be doing the most mundane tasks and they would still find a way to make it entertaining or silly. That's what makes the game so appealing to me. It doesn't try to take itself seriously and it revels in making everyday life as cartoonish or goofy as possible. And some of the best examples of this are how the game integrates supernatural elements. Things like aliens, zombies, vampires, werewolves, and even the Grim Reaper are all Sims.
She is such a bad bitch, though.
And the games have different scenarios that can happen involving them. Your Sim can get abducted by aliens and then come back to Earth pregnant carrying an alien offspring. This is someone's fetish. Bad example. You can live inside a haunted house and encounter all kinds of supernatural elements involving ghosts, and there are haunted objects, rituals you can perform. You can become a medium and contact the underworld. You can get a ghost pregnant. Point is, there's a lot of different silly and over-the-top things that you can do in The Sims. It takes pride in its wacky setting, and you can tell that it has a lot of soul put into it. They even went out of their way to create lore for each of the civilians or townies that you encounter in the game. For example, this is Bella Goth. She is a part of the Goth family and is married to Mortimer Goth. She has 2 kids named Cassandra and Alex. This character has a lot of mystery attached to them. As in The Sims 2, it's implied that she was abducted by aliens and placed into Strange Town. When you visit her and look at her traits, she has no memory of her past life. And if you were to make cereal in the game, you can see a missing person print on the milk carton that clearly shows Bella Goth's face. There is a lot of fan speculation about her and her future appearances as well, and if the current Bella Goth is a clone that replaced the one who is stuck in Strange Town. And this is all about one of the many townies in the game. There is technically a set timeline in the Sims universe, with each game taking place at either a separate place in time or an alternate dimension. But if we went into that, then this video would be way too long. Now, if we move over to EnVtuber, the townies, or Zoys, are randomly generated, and they are nowhere near as interesting as the characters in The Sims. EnVtuber uses their complex character AI as a crutch to make up for the fact that these characters are lifeless shells. There is a very noticeable lack of life in the NPCs in the game, and it's very telling when a game brags about having progressive character creation options like gender and sexual preference, but then in the actual game world, every single NPC is straight because they didn't bother putting more than an ounce of work into NPC variation. Like, at that point, just make every NPC pansexual like The Sims did. For f***'s sake, if The Sims 1, which was released in 2000, had queer representation, then there really is no excuse. I just don't understand this. Like, are you trying to win over The Sims audience or not?
Why are
Because
they
I hate to
attracted
break
to
it to you, but
pans?
most of the people who still play The Sims in 2025 are
Why are they
women
attracted
and
to
queer
pans?
people. There is only so much that AI can do for you to
Did
carry
they
your
want
game
the
until it becomes
Bronx
apparent that
drying
there is
pan?
no real soul put into it.
Is frying
When
pan
you
that he
compare the
turned into a
worlds in these
drying
games,
pan?
it's night and day. EnVtuber brags
that
about
what they
having
want?
an open world for your Zoys the same way that The Sims 3 had an open world, which is funny considering The Sims 3 is the most poorly optimized Sims out of the entire series, mostly because of that open world. EnVtuber is filled with invisible walls, uninspiring areas, and assets that feel as though they were taken from other games entirely. Basically, the world of EnVtuber has cities that are based off real-life cities, like Los Angeles. And while yeah, it's easier to just base your game world off of real life, it also shows a big lack of creativity when you just choose to make a replica of a real-life city instead of creating an original one. And it especially becomes cheap when your replica of LA just looks like you asset flipped Los Santos and put it in your game. EnVtuber doesn't have unique or creative towns the way The Sims does with places like Strange Town or Pleasant View. It's just, oh, this is meant to be LA, this is meant to be Korea, and this is meant to be Indonesia. Like, yeah, that's cool to have. But it just kind of goes to show that you're not doing anything awfully creative. Just like the art style of this game, everything in EnVtuber feels as though it was pumped out of a lifeless corporate tube.
Yep.
Where's the love?
The Sims and EA are obviously bloodthirsty examples of corporate gaming themselves, but at least their product feels like an actual video game. EnVtuber instead feels like an experiment created solely for the purpose of training Krafton's AI. I'm not against the game having a realistic art direction, but when you try to make it as realistic as possible, it just feels so devoid of joy, if that makes any sense. I think the main reason to why The Sims is so charming to me is because the direction it took with its art style and gameplay both blend together so nicely, and it results in an experience that can serve as both serious or unserious depending on your playstyle. It's not for everyone, and I think that's why a lot of people wanted an alternative, but to me, it feels very appropriate. But then, when you turn to EnVtuber, it's so soulless that almost every logo or graphic in the game is AI generated, which brings me to my next problem with the game and probably my biggest.
That was boring, not funny, and nobody likes you.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Lemus rants for an ungodly amount of time about why generative AI is the worst thing to ever exist.
Okay.
Today's episode is going to be all about EnVtuber. Woo! Anyways, this game likes to take pride in its usage of generative AI, so much so that the banner and images promoting the game are AI generated themselves. This is an issue that is the whole reason as to why I'm even making this video to begin with. To start, when it was revealed that EnVtuber would be using generative AI in their game, the studio behind the game Krafton posted a tweet responding to criticism of this decision. Allow me to read it for you. It says,
"Hello everyone, we have seen that there are some discussions regarding the generative AI feature used in EnVtuber. We would like to inform you that EnVtuber is addressing AI features as follows. All AI features within EnVtuber utilize proprietary models developed by Krafton and are trained using solely company-owned and copyright issue-free assets and data. In addition, EnVtuber's AI capabilities are built into the client as on-device solutions, and therefore do not make communications online with external servers. We deeply appreciate your valuable feedback, and we will make every effort to prevent any potential issues in the future. You will..."
That last part wasn't in the tweet. I don't know why I said that. So it sounds like there's nothing to worry about, right?
For some reason.
If you know nothing about how generative AI works, then sure, everything is fine. I'm gonna mansplain what generative AI is to you, so I hope you're ready. Generative AI demands an extensive amount of energy and electricity in order to function. There are these things called data centers, and they hold most of the computing power that is needed for AI. But because generative AI in particular is so demanding, the number of data centers that are created for generative AI alone increases by, you guessed it, a ftrillion. To put this into broader terms, ChatGPT, for example, can generate over 1.3 thousand megawatt hours of electricity. And this is just for the training of GPT-3. If we were talking about GPT-4, then that number increases to approximately 65,000 megawatt hours, which is the amount of energy it would take to fully charge your smartphone 522 times over. And that's just for generating a single image. Because the energy is so demanding, these systems and centers need extensive cooling, and that's where the water consumption comes into play. According to an article from Forbes by Cindy Gordon, AI's projected water usage could reach 6.6 billion M3 by 2027, which to simplify is about 6.6 trillion liters of water. And this usage of natural resources is what leads to immense concern from the general public, especially given how normalized it has all become. You'll see YouTubers on this very site use AI for their thumbnails and not show much concern over it. So when putting that into the context of a video game, where generating AI images and patterns is baked into the game's code and encouraged, then there is something clearly wrong. So, TLDR, we are f***ed. Oh, but it's okay, because Krafton themselves say that the AI is trained off company-owned assets and that their dataset is based off a custom model. This is a lie.
Chance to fire additional
Looking into the files of
projectile?
the game, you can see that this custom model they speak of doesn't exist, and instead they use Stable Diffusion, which is not trained off company assets. And this is further proven by the fact that people were able to generate images of copyrighted characters like Mickey Mouse through the EnVtuber generative AI.
Solitaire.
So why does this matter? Well, because the second most negative thing about the use of generative AI is the impact it has on the job market, specifically the jobs of artists. Generative AI art and images cannot exist without stealing from the work of actual artists, and this was why so many people were upset over Krafton saying that they were incorporating generative AI into their game. So when it's revealed that this custom model they speak of doesn't exist, and that this tweet is just utter bullshit, then it should become very apparent to you that this game is not what they crack it up to be. But you can just not use the generative AI feature, is what you may be saying if you were sniffing glue. While this is true, it's important to understand that this feature is encouraged in the game, and
It's
even
the
without the
entire game,
participation in it, the game still uses AI-generated images in its world. This taco truck is AI-generated, this arcade machine, this ice cream truck, this sign, you name it. If Krafton is willing to use generative AI in these areas, and then lie about it in tweets, there's no telling how else they will use it in the game without your knowledge. A lot of the time, companies and studios will use the excuse of creating custom AI models to justify their usage of it. However, what they don't tell you is that the only real way of making a custom model is by training an already pre-existing base model. As it stands, there is no way to create a custom AI model in dataset purely off of original assets. Because people don't know how to do a Google search, they take it at a face value because why would a company tell such an obvious lie? No, you see, they don't use Google search. They use ChatGPT to get all of their answers whenever they want to find something out. Stable Diffusion is pretty explicit on how their AI models work and what it takes to truly create a custom dataset. They created their models off pre-existing images and texts that required over 5 billion assets, and even with fine-tuning, it would still require thousands of assets. Now let me ask you something. Do you think a studio like Krafton has 5 billion company assets and images and text just lying around to create a custom AI model?
Nope.
Of course not. Not even a Warner Brothers sized company can provide that much original assets. And on all of Krafton's websites and papers discussing EnVtuber, there is zero mention of Stable Diffusion or Midjourney playing a part in their creation of a proprietary model, despite the game files stating otherwise. What they instead say is that they use generative AI to cut costs and make game development faster in regards to dialogue writing, voice acting, and even 3D modeling.
Damn.
Do you really think a studio who wants to cut corners is going to take the time to create a custom AI dataset model with original assets that is impossible to create? While The Sims has its issues, and there is no doubt in my mind that EA would do something similar to this, it's crucial to point out that they didn't get as popular as they did through the use of generative AI. They did it by being a blood-sucking corporation. Okay, look. You have over $1,000. Would you use it to buy all the Sims 4 DLC, or would you use it to buy 40 giant Silver the Hedgehog plushies? I think you all know what the right answer is.
Here's another one I got.
Okay.
He looks like he aided a bee, but, you know, that's why we love him.
Moving forward, I think
really
people need to be more comfortable
plushie.
having discussions about generative AI, because it's concerning to me how much of it has been normalized in the gaming scene. I have seen content creators be so openly against generative AI, but then the minute EnVtuber came out, each one of them flocked to it like a moth to a lamp. I feel like if people believe that they can get away with it, they will always take the easy way out instead of putting the work in. And this goes beyond game developers, musicians, animators, and even YouTubers are guilty of this as well.
Yep.
If they think nobody will notice, or if they think it's funny enough, then people will take advantage of generative AI. We have seen this time and time again. Once people start making exceptions for AI of SpongeBob characters singing Gangsta's Paradise, then people will start making exceptions for using AI voices in their projects and analog horrors. And then they will start making exceptions for AI images as long as they are funny enough. And it will just keep going and going and going because people either don't care or are too lazy to learn why they should care. We literally have people in the White House advocating for the usage of AI, and people still wonder how we even got to this point. My issues with EnVtuber go much beyond the game itself. How much longer are we going to make exceptions for certain uses of generative AI until we just flat out accepted it altogether? We have nobody but ourselves to blame for how much this has developed. And I just know that in 5 years, I do not want to be having this exact same conversation again. The best way that I can end off this video is with a quote that I feel reflects a lot of this. Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
Yep.
This is a quote from Squidward.
Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
That was a great speech, Squidward.
Yeah, that was indeed a great
Thank you to
speech,
the people over on
Squidward.
my Patreon for helping make this video possible. People like Pandacade, Ellender.
That indeed was a great speech from Squidward. Okay. What is this one? Oh wait, there's more here! The fuck, there is more from like 6 days ago! There's a bunch more I still haven't seen. What is this one? Twitter freak crash out and start new harassment campaign. What is this?
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. So today we're gonna take a
Hogwarts
trip over
Legacy
to Blue
2?
Sky
Oh,
and
of
check
course.
in on this echo chamber because hundreds,
That's
if
why.
not thousands, of users over there are currently crashing out over the upcoming release of Hogwarts Legacy 2. And yes, there's another massive harassment campaign
Of
already
course there
brewing
is.
for this game that might match or be even worse than the previous one. Now, going over to Blue Sky is like fishing in a barrel for these types of posts. It's like they took the worst activists from Twitter and then just condensed them down and put them in one room together, and it's just an absolute disaster on this app. It's like finding a hidden oil reserve in your backyard. Of course, you're gonna farm it, just like I'm going to farm posts on Blue Sky because it's just that easy to see unhinged posts about relevant topics for this channel. Now, before we get into the new stuff, let's revisit quickly what happened with the first game. Back in February of 2023, Hogwarts Legacy came out, and immediately there was a lot of posts going viral trying to virtue signal about this game. The main claim was that if you buy this game, you're supporting transphobia because it's an IP that belongs to J.K. Rowling, who these people believe is a transphobe. And that's where it began, but it quickly
Why should they care,
to
though?
the point of people being threatened.
Why not
doxxed,
separate the art from
attacked,
the artist?
and almost
That's what I like to
deplatformed
do.
in some cases. We saw
But they
things
can't
like
separate
this,
art from the
applications
artist?
like this being used, where it was tracking every single person streaming Hogwarts Legacy so you could go brigade them. And that happened with many different people, including one situation where a girl was bullied so hard by the chat in her stream that she started breaking down and crying and had to end the stream, which, ironically enough, the people were calling them a transphobe, despite the fact the stream was a charity event for the Trevor Project, which is supposed to give money to LGBT youth. So they basically dismantled that charity campaign to virtue signal about a video game they were playing while running the charity event. And there was also many other content creators, including VTubers, who were harassed as a result of playing this game.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that
in
stuff.
the game, but we'll get back to that in just a second. So, I wanted to share the one good post about Hogwarts Legacy 2. Out of the hundreds, this was the most reasonable one I found, and I think this is a good place to start, where this person basically said, I have had a lot of good experiences with the franchise, and clearly it seems like she doesn't like J.K. Rowling's beliefs, and now doesn't want to give any more money over to that franchise and J.K. Rowling.
Okay.
Makes sense. I think that's reasonable. If you don't like the game, you don't like the person who created it in this case, then don't buy it. It's really just as simple as that.
Just don't
There's
touch it,
nothing,
then.
here that's trying to harass anyone. They're not trying to ostracize anyone. It's just their own personal decision to not financially support this franchise while also recognizing that they had a lot of good memories with it. Now, of course, there's a lot of other people who didn't learn their lesson. This person saying, listen here, you little shits. The fact this did well enough to get a sequel means we didn't do enough. Stop buying the wizard trash. They learn absolutely nothing.
Yep.
No, you don't need to do more this time. You did enough last time where you were the greatest promotion for this game ever, where it skyrocketed to over 30 million units sold. People were pissing their pants in joy when they saw that Assassin's Creed Shadows had 3 million players. But this is what real success looks like. This was the highest selling game in all of 2023. Yes, it would have done well on its own without the campaign, but the campaign rallied people against the activists, and a lot of people bought this game in solidarity with the people being attacked for showing interest in it. And that was just a big backfire. People haven't learned anything, including people in the VTubing scene, which was one of the places where the virtue signaling was the strongest and loudest. And you can see this post, learning nothing, as I said, saying, welcome to another episode of Will You Support Trans Rights or Play the Shitty Wizard Game? Let's see how many VTubers
I still don't get what that has to do with rights.
This time.
It's
and
just
by
a
pick
game.
the wrong option this time, they mean playing a literal video game.
Yeah.
And as we saw last time,
Like, I don't
picking the
get
wrong
it.
option comes with harassment, doxing, and a lot of threats. We saw some prominent examples with Pikami, for example, who simply expressed interest in streaming this game and was immediately attacked, called a transphobe, all these things. It clearly affected them very much.
And then she ended up
It upset them to
retiring
see all of
or
this, and
graduating.
they would take a hiatus and then eventually graduate, and based on the words that were said, it seems like this harassment campaign lodged against her helped accelerate her graduation from her former company. We also had Silvervale, who was harassed, and she claims her family was doxxed as a result of playing this game.
Damn, that's
and eventually
crazy.
she would double down and say she's not going to be bullied by a bunch of Twitter freaks, which led to more harassment and people saying she needs to be game-ended. And then we saw people just covering this stuff, even covering it in a neutral way, getting death threats. And we saw other VTubers catching strays, including Iron Mouse. People were calling her transphobic because she said it was wrong to harass Silvervale over a video game. Like, imagine calling Iron Mouse, of all people, a transphobe. And
It's just a
overall, in
game
the
about
VTubing scene,
kids
here's
pulling
just a
magic
crop of
tricks.
screenshots
Yeah,
that
I know.
have
It doesn't make
people
any
on this. I mean, you
sense
can
at
see the
all.
names, right? I think maybe
It makes no
at best,
sense.
one person in
But
this entire
actually,
group
what
of
they
VTubers
need is
still making
therapy.
content,
That's what they
2
need.
years later, because
They need
that's all they
therapy.
did back then. They just wanted to virtue signal their activists.
They don't need whatever, like, it has nothing to do with
Basically,
their
that was what they
freaking
were
rights
doing,
or
and
whatever.
eventually they
But
lost
it does
interest
prove
in
that they need
because they didn't
therapy. They need help.
want to be a VTuber that much. They just wanted to join
That's
in
what they
on
need.
activism and all that stuff. But here's some more posts from the recent second wave of harassment that's going to be targeting people playing Hogwarts Legacy. This person's saying, if you buy this game, you are dead to me. That's a pretty bold statement for someone playing a video game. Here's another one saying that they're going to befriend or end their friendship with you, even if it's 20 years long, because this is a boundary they are holding on to. So even if you're friends with this person for 20 years, if you do anything to support this game, you're cut off. You're done forever. Yeah.
It's
This
just
is
a
why
game.
I strongly urge people to be very careful whenever they're trying to befriend an activist like this, because imagine walking on eggshells for the entirety of your relationship with this person, knowing that if you do one wrong thing, one small thing that they don't like, you're cut off. You're dead to them. That's extreme. That's very extreme, and it would be exhausting to be friends with people who have this sort of mentality. We also have this poster saying, we really
are
need
crazy.
to start taking people
We're
out
still
for the
going through
shuttle.
reacts. We've been
That's an
doing it for the
obvious
past
threat.
how many hours?
This person getting
4
one more direct
hours?
saying, if I catch you playing this,
We're
and I
trying
know
to
you
finish
in
it all.
real
We're
life,
gonna play
I
Stellar
will
Blade
beat
tonight.
you up.
The demo.
So yeah, this is the person who's gonna beat you up in real life for playing a video game, a gender fluid gremlin, they, she, 30-year-old pan lesbian sadistic mommy, like, oh my god.
What do those words even
Blue
mean?
Sky is definitely a place. It's definitely one of the most places of all time. It's a very very interesting scene.
It's a place.
But also we have this post saying, we still hate the transphobic, anti-Semitic, racist video game. And it shows this Fox News article that says Sacramento pub apologizes after Antifa condemns it for showing
I mean,
Harry
I think I'm
Potter,
gonna get
the video game
someone's
footage.
gifting
Basically,
it to
someone
me,
in the
so
pub
yeah, I'll
was
probably play it.
sharing a live stream of someone playing
Sure.
Hogwarts Legacy, and Antifa came and harassed them, and then the pub backed down. As far as I'm concerned, this is nothing but L's. Antifa, giant L. This pub, giant L. This is ridiculous. What is this supposed to prove? Everyone involved in this is just pathetic. And then you see this claim too, I have to point this out. Anti-Semitic. People were calling Hogwarts Legacy anti-Semitic, and you'll never believe the reason why.
Why?
So a lot of journalists and activists on social media claimed that this game was anti-Semitic because they looked at the goblin characters and saw their big nose and said, oh, that's a caricature
Really?
of a Jewish
Goblins?
person. Yes, these are the anti-bigots. These are the people who see these things and think you're wrong for not supporting their crazy fan fiction they're making up in their head to get mad about this game. We also have this saying, if you buy HP stuff, I will 100% think less of you. It directly funds J.K. Rowling's campaign of bigotry against trans people. It really cannot be that hard to just not buy Harry Potter stuff, but then again, people will still choose mediocre chicken sandwich over gay rights, so what do I know? So this last part is interesting. Mediocre chicken sandwich, not the way I eat it. For context here, They're referring to a controversy and boycott involving the fast food chain Chick-fil-A. And people believed because the CEO of the
Who knows what'll
company
happen, man? But they're giving it
anti-gay marriage,
free
that
advertising.
supporting their company is homophobia, okay? And people wanted to start a big boycott.
Why are they afraid of homes?
Saying don't
Are
eat
they
their
homeless?
sandwiches, it makes you a homophobe, and a person who supports homophobia. Yeah, that one didn't last.
Are they
That was
homeless?
one of
They're
the most
afraid of homes,
superficial
guys.
boycotts of all time, because apparently to these people, the
They're
chicken
afraid of
sandwiches were
homes.
so good, they just got completely owned. They gave up on their boycott and just started continuing to eat chicken sandwiches, knowing there's this boycott in place. They literally got one shot by a chicken sandwich. Their entire political belief system got one shot by a chicken sandwich. I'll never
Nice.
forget about that. That is the funniest boycott that's still active to this day, by the way.
They
but
should have went
no one
girl
really
cutting
cares about
instead,
guys
and
like
boycotting
Chick-fil-A that much.
failed.
But anyways, we have more posts here saying if you buy anything that gives J.K. Rowling money, you are funding the death of trans kids.
What?
That's a pretty bold statement, right? They're saying
I'm sorry, you shouldn't be
J.K.
teaching
Rowling
that
is
stuff to
funding
children.
People who are killing trans kids.
The reality
I
is
don't
the
really
things
see
that they're
the
talking
proof there, but
about
that's a
doing
very
to the
outrageous claim.
things there, they're literally
They say this in another post.
destroying them,
Yeah,
their
no,
bodies.
With the first one, you had the slimmest excuse
Children
of
should not be
knowing.
doing that.
If you buy this one, you willfully fund a trans genocide. Did you guys know there's a trans genocide going on right now? I'm not sure where this is happening or any of the details, and they don't really ever want to tell you the details. So, yeah, they're claiming there's a literal trans genocide going on right now, and buying this game supports that directly.
Damn.
Here's another one saying trans people were a major Holocaust target under the Hitler Nazis, and trans people are a major target under the current Trump Nazis. JKR herself said your support of Harry Potter shows her you support her views. If you buy this game, you are a Nazi. Stop supporting Nazi views makes you a Nazi. Wow, this person really twisted themselves into a pretzel to get mad about people buying a video game, huh? Let's not overlook the comparison at the beginning, where they're comparing trans people living in the United States in the year 2025 to Holocaust victims. Are we serious? Are we actually doing this? This
Yes.
is crazy. And also think about, what does Trump or America have to do with any of this? It's just like a very weird injection
Yeah,
of the
sure.
statement here.
I'll see you around then,
And
Tayo.
again, they're just straight up
We're just
calling
gonna
you a
finish
Nazi
as many
by
of these as
this
we
game. That's
can.
the standard.
I just want to have a nice
So,
clean slate.
Unfortunately, if you buy that video game, it's over. And as always with these people, they want to find a way to give you these labels because they want to dehumanize you. They want to make it seem like it's okay for anything bad to happen to you because you're just a bigot, you're a Nazi, you're one of these labels they give you, and that's it. It's a way to dismiss any sort of guilt associated with bad things happening to you. That is the goal here with posts like this. Here's another one saying,
Yep.
if I catch wind of you playing this game or supporting
I mean,
it
it's
or
pretty
anything,
obvious.
you're going to be blocked and banned from all spaces. I don't care about your reasoning. Okay, we've seen stuff like this before, obviously a little repetitive, but I bring this up because this person's like, you support this game, you're done. I will not tolerate you supporting such an evil thing. Then you click on their profile, and they got a hammer and sickle. This person unironically
The fact that like
supports
sunk cost
communism,
fallacy is a thing
but
is
going
proof
to
of humanity's
cut you off for
stupidity.
playing a video game. I wonder which side is more ridiculous to support.
Right,
Which
like the fact that
ideology
those
here
exist
is more dangerous and has cost
is proof
actual
enough.
human lives. I'll let you think about that one, Blue Sky. But here's another one. This one's just sad. This person said, I want to punch the 2023 version of myself because of this. Because I was unfortunately one of the assholes who bought the first game during that discourse back in 2023, and I regret it because I've learned more since then, so now it just sits in my Steam library
Yeah, fair
like
enough.
a pin of shame. Hashtag I hate myself. I want to put my hand on this guy's shoulder and just say, it's okay. You don't need to do this to yourself. You don't need to make yourself feel bad. You don't have to wear a pin of shame on Steam to let people see your mistakes for buying a video game. You're not an asshole. You're not a bad person for buying this game. You don't got to do this. You don't have to do this. And if you have to do this to get people's acceptance, those are not people you want acceptance from because they probably will
Yep.
turn on you the second it's convenient for them to do so. Here's another one saying no one cares except for right-wing chuds who will use this game as an excuse to say they hate trans people's existence. Yeah, it was like 35 million right-wing chuds from Twitter.
Yeah,
who
it's
bought
just
this
sad
game,
for them
by the
because
way.
they'll never get what
This
they
is so
want.
Crazy. It's so weird that everything gets so divisive, where you can't even fathom that people would just buy this game without having some sort of a political motivation behind it. And also, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure people who are actual transphobes, they won't express that through playing a video game. They'll just be transphobic. Like, unfortunately, that's just how it is. So this is a weird claim to make in the first place. Then you have this one saying, can we round up a bunch of games that are better as a wizard game than this? Oh, wait, I got one. Spellbound. Oh, wait, it was shut down. Yeah, there's a big effort to try to find a wizard game replacement to support instead.
Okay.
It's not going very well, but I guess
That's
kind of
unfortunate.
the thing they're trying to do to deal with this very distressing situation of this game releasing. Here's another one saying, the sad part is I could write a better book than this bitch ever could.
Then go
And
write
I'm
one.
a terrible writer.
Go write one then. Go write one.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
If
I
you
don't believe
can,
could
why
write a better
not?
book than James
Go write
Bond.
one.
I don't. It's really that simple. This is the problem. This is not just for Blue Sky. This is like human beings in general. When they see a product or something made by someone they don't like, they immediately discredit any sort of quality it might have. They're like, oh yeah, that thing they made, absolutely terrible. It's the worst thing ever. I'm pretty sure there's some positive aspects of the writing behind this franchise.
The fact that they were able to keep it around for
some
so
level
long.
Of skill there. From
They
J.K.
definitely
Rowling.
had
You don't have to
something.
like her, but you can at least acknowledge she's probably at least a somewhat good writer. I mean, can we just admit that without being so polarized? Here's another one saying,
Right, especially because it's based like their freaking books.
Hogwarts Legacy.
The
all
only interaction you
secondhand.
have with them is
I'm
reading
breaking the
them.
discs to make some
The fact
kind
that they got
mosaic.
adaptations and
I
everything.
spent $12 total. One guy at a flea market gave me
The
one
state of
for
the internet.
free
Yep.
When I told him
The internet
what
is
I was
just
doing.
a
Well, they were probably,
disaster.
like, scared of you because
And it's only gonna get worse. Don't worry.
Copies of a game that they hate. Just
It's
so they
only
can
gonna get
smash
worse.
them and then make a mosaic out of it. They're probably like, please take this and leave me alone. But this is the normal people. This is so unhinged. Who does stuff like this? Who has it in their mind and in their desires to go out and waste their time and money to smash discs of a game they don't like? It makes no sense. And also, aren't you putting money back in
Yeah,
the
they're-
pockets of the supposed
they're still buying it
transphobes who
anyways
bought
if they're
the
gonna
game in the
destroy
first place
it.
who are now reselling it? Weird.
They can.
Here's one final post to kind of end this on. You
Yep.
play this game. You support a heavily influential transphobe. You play this game. You're one of my friends. I will begin questioning our friendship and confront you about it. If it ends, it ends. Can't believe
Okay.
this got a sequel to begin with. Don't care if the gameplay is good. Yeah, this one kind of sums up all the posts we've been looking at. Just complete lack of self-awareness. Can't believe this game got a sequel. I can believe it. And
It
I can
sold
believe at this
well.
point
Of
it's
course
probably
they're gonna get a
more games
sequel.
after the second one comes out because
They wanna
everyone on
print
places
more
like
money.
Blue Sky are going to complain about
It's
this
gonna
game,
print them more money,
polarize
of
people,
course.
rally them behind the game, and they're going to go out and buy it or get exposed to this game because people are complaining about it. And they can't just ignore something they don't like. They have to make it political. They have to make it a whole harassment campaign. And that's what happened last time with the original Hogwarts Legacy. And it's probably going to happen again with the second version coming out soon. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's
Alright, let me
topics in the
kill
comment
this
section
guy
below.
first.
Hope you
We'll
guys
get to
enjoyed
the
video,
next react
and I'll see you
after.
next time.
After I kill this boss. This is a great way to multitask. React while we do this. Yeah, but yeah, it's sold because people like it, yeah. But also because people kept giving it free ads. All publicity is good publicity, even negative one. All of it is good publicity. That's why YouTube got rid of dislikes. That's why. That's why they got rid of dislikes. Because they want to keep you engaged as much as possible. And what better way to keep you engaged by having some sort of discourse? That alone already increases the engagement. What is this one? The problem with women in games. No more queens.
I think I'm starting to spiral here.
Okay.
In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said, absolute cinema. But when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like the studio committed some kind of war crime. And somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single dialogue option. So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Typically, they're more emotionally walled off, they're vaguely angry, honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you. Muted color palettes, and no cute hairstyles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And I'm not saying that these characters can never work, but if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not iconic, they're not aspirational, and I mean, for me, like, character you want to think about.
I don't want to play as ugly
just
character,
like the women
man.
that I obsess over in all
I don't
my books
care for
and
ugly
TV shows.
character.
The smart, complex, stunning characters. I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable in a way that makes sense. But
I agree with
most
her.
of the leads that we're getting nowadays,
she's
they're
saying.
just not memorable, and let's
That's
be
why you
honest,
played
they're not exactly
Stellar
breaking
Blade.
the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, at least in a good way. The characters that really stand out, that make a difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks and the charm and the presence and the personality, and they've got the things that make people care, or at least cosplay. Well, we didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay, that's fine. I'm on board with that. But somewhere along the way, that turned into she can't flirt or cry or be too gentle.
And then they have
or
to make
smile
them
too
ugly
much,
too.
or makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm gonna hit on that a little bit today. We went from don't objectify her to don't let her feel like a real person. And she can be strong, but not soft, beautiful, but only if it's on accident. Heaven forbid she has feelings and good hair at the same time. And I think about this every time that I get the opportunity to make a
React to this one, the channel blew up like crazy.
Always a badass.
I see, 116k subs.
Mysterious aura. Every NPC in the game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? My tab in Baldur's Gate 3. An angel. She walks into a scene and the lighting just poof gets better. Gale starts sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit, Shadowheart's having some conflictions, and her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, an apple, and a morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics.
There's a reason why I don't play a lot of Western games. They suck.
Super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on the customer service on mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard. Or Dragon Age the Veilguard. This game was like 10 years in the oven and somehow it still came out.
It overcooked. It was overcooked. It was burned.
Charming, and there
they
really
cooked it to
wasn't much
congratulations.
Mystery, but there was a lot of licturing. And instead of emotionally rich,
it ain't well done. It was
Just
congratulations.
got chronically online Twitter bios in fantasy outfits. I think you get the point. But I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range, with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving?
That's
yes.
it?
Stunning?
Damn.
Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Fraser from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. Max from Life is Strange, a super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings, and honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series. She leads armies and fights evil, and somehow she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover the entire time. Probably my first girl crush. This should not be controversial, but I'll say it. We need to bring back a great male leads. Okay? And not because women can't carry a story, but because we've just like chucked balance off a cliff. It seems like the knee-jerk reaction to underrepresentation accusations
becomes over-representation.
Everything forever, no notes. And now, after we've gotten so many forgettable female leads, not you, Ellie and Aloy, my queens, but with all the others,
Aloy
we
looks
hit this
ugly.
weird place where the audience is already exhausted before the trailer even ends. And unfortunately, caught in the crossfires of this has been
Naughty Dog doesn't want to use the word fun.
When I think about just well-written women in games, what's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3 is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn kingdoms, and she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back, and then she still apologizes when she inconveniences you. And if that's not being a girl, I don't know what is. Or Midna from Twilight Princess. Alright, she's a little bit annoying at first, but she bullies Link for like the first 30 hours of the game, saves his life, opens a dimensional portal, and then vanishes all with a glowing tear. He never says a word to her the entire game, but she says everything with her absence. Truly a legendary situationship. And while Western games are nervously nerfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like, yeah, here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since like forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, and easily has the cleanest bob in gaming. Ada is mysterious, stylish, and she might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense, and Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village, and she still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember them. You want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of composed, stunning women, and the internet
you want them
instantly
in like
started
both
cosplaying.
ways, right?
They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got
You
that
generally want
magnetism
things
about
to be
them.
visually
and that's why
appealing.
The boys are in love, the girls are in love.
Who
and
doesn't want
I
things to
am
be
in love.
visually appealing?
And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest so I could serve her as me Elden Lord. Or Melina. Melina was so glowing and quiet and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the site of grace, like, my work here is done. And you're just devastated, and you're just sitting there all by yourself, alone, in your little tunic. These ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month. I say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow, and it's not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind and a little chaotic, soft but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and radiant, and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but hope and stubborn grace. Or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and plays politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and
like the Horizon first game, the character.
Battlefield like a runway.
Yeah, they made her ugly.
Her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's
it is what it
beautiful,
is.
guarded and grieving character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, They're not flat
visually appealing
or
and well
abrasive
written.
or
If they were a
weak.
sex,
They're actually
sex object, that would be
beautiful. They have
offensive.
tension
It is what
and
it is,
softness
man.
that stabs, or beauty as a
I
weapon.
mean, a lot of
Lets
people
the
don't
woman
actually
gorgeous
care.
and
They just
terrifying,
want it to be
sweet
visually
and
appealing and
strategic,
well done,
gentle
and that's
and
it.
unhinged. Let
Most
them
people
be
don't
feminine
care
again.
about the stupid politics or whatever. They don't give a fuck. They really don't. Especially when they're like they're busy doing all the other stuff in their life. They get home, they want to go just play and relax or whatever, and they get shoved freaking politics down their throat. They don't want that. Not like this. Alright, here's when video games were simple. Let's get this marked off the list. Ah, nice. That's the PS2 boot screen. Is this the one where like there's no disc in there? Oh wait, no, never mind.
Back to when video games were just simple. When games could just
It didn't
be
change to
games,
that
and
color.
you could be an idiot 6-year-old who can't figure out how to get off the starting island in Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, you actually you got to hit the tree to get the coconuts. The coconuts will fall down. Hit it. It feels like back then they could just make anything they wanted to. Studios took chances, building experiences that, while not perfect, were still iconic. And don't get it twisted, all right? I like the AAA games we're getting right now. I'm definitely not saying that video games aren't fun anymore, but I can't help looking back at all these older games and missing the charm that they all had, especially compared to now. They definitely weren't all fantastic, but when I look back at them, they all just seem so whimsical and wonderfully simple to me. And sure, you know, that opinion is probably largely shaped around nostalgia, and it's more likely I miss the simpler times in my life, which we'll talk about nostalgia more towards the end of the video, but I do mean this literally. I adore the simplicity of the games from this era. When I talk about a time when video games were simple, I think a different time period probably comes to each of our heads, right? For you, it might be the PS1, or even the Atari if you're ancient and decaying. For me, I think of the PS2 and just all those classic games from that console.
That's
like
what I think
Kingdom
of
Hearts,
too.
Jak and Daxter, Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, the weird game with the alien face on the cover that kind of freaked me out too much to pick up. The hundreds of stupid licensed games that came out around this time that were all just exactly the same, except that one. I loved that one. When every game didn't have to be a groundbreaking cinematic masterpiece, and it could just be a fun game. One aspect I really admire about those PS2
Imagine when
games
games
is that they
used to
seem
be fun.
prioritize gameplay and fun over anything. Whereas anymore, it seems gameplay gets sidelined by the cutscenes and the story. The gaming industry has changed a lot over the years, okay? It's not your grandpa's GameCube anymore. We got esports teams and VR chat twerk-offs now. The Last of Us is a phenomenal game series that tells a familiar yet strikingly unique story and has some of the best character writing I've ever seen in a video game. Due to some not so careful redactions, we learned that on their latest entry, The Last of Us Part 2, Naughty Dog spent $220 million over the course of 6 years to develop the game.
What the fuck were they doing with that?
The first Crash Bandicoot game for $1.7 million. With that $220 million, they delivered on these stunning, cutting-edge graphics, as well as creating a gripping narrative and overall impactful experience. But when you play these games, it becomes abundantly clear that The Last of Us does not embrace its identity as a video game.
It doesn't, yeah.
The gameplay loop consists of you walking around slowly, looking at everything like you're in a museum, maybe avoiding some mushroom zombies sometimes. And if you walk into an area with waist-height walls, you know some guys are gonna come out and try to shoot at you. The combat is passable at best, and over time just becomes a boring obstacle between you and the next cutscene.
Yep.
It really is a shame, you know, because the world they've built is so beautiful to look at.
I feel that way with a
But
lot
there's
of
nothing
games
to
too
touch.
these days.
I'm all for story in a game, but it should never take precedent over the actual gameplay. And hey, I'm a problem solver, all right? I'm here to help you, Naughty Dog. I'm gonna tell you exactly what you have to do to fix this problem. You go through a couple of levels, you get us really hooked in, and then you give Ellie a fishtail, and you have her swim around and sing a really bad song with Ariel from The Little Mermaid. And the song's gotta be really, really bad. Really,
Sure.
It's gotta be horrible. No, you're right, you can't do that, okay? It's a serious game with a serious tone. We don't need to do any of that. You know, no game has ever retained its serious tone while breaking immersion slightly for the sake of fun. It's never been done.
Sure,
It's
as he
not gonna
shows,
happen, right? Bad example. I'm sorry. Let's look at the Insomniac Spider-Man games instead. You know, they're wacky and less based in realism. They had a phenomenal story, except for the third act of the second game. I'm still pretty mad about that. Peter should have been Venom. I'm standing on that business. And the gameplay here, oh my God, they got it perfect. They did it. They did what Naughty Dog couldn't do. sometimes. I could web sling around the city
Sometimes.
all day, and they had their Little Mermaid moment with Venom and I guess Mary Jane now, that was alright. But what I want to talk to you about specifically are the mini games. You know, those little moments where it's like, oh, Peter's a scientist. Here's some scientist stuff. Match up these different colors and lines because he's a scientist. It's science stuff. Those have got to be the worst mini games ever made. And Insomniac knows it because why else would they give you an option to skip them? It's all right, whatever. They didn't come up that much in the first one. I can get over it. At least I got to skip them and move on. Maybe they'll take them out by the second one. Wrong. It's different this time. Now it's in 3D and you got to take out the bad shapes. It's worse. It's somehow so much worse in this one. And I know it's a relatively small problem to point out, but man, just situations like this just make me miss games like Sly Cooper that would put you in a submarine and say, there's crabs coming to steal the treasure. You have to shoot all the crabs and make sure they don't come get it. They didn't bother trying to make it make sense within the story. They just made something fun. I don't think every AAA game needs to be goofy, but I do think that video games
They need to be
are at
fun.
their best when they embrace their identity as video games and deliver experiences only they can. It seems like they really went in this direction because these cinematic games have the most wide reach. They don't really want to risk it with something that might not appeal to everyone, right? We could never get
But the thing is, when you try to appeal to everyone, you end up appealing to no one.
Taking these two insanely different franchises, Final Fantasy, a JRPG series, and the Disney multiverse, and mashing them together in some big world-hopping adventure led by a character nobody's ever heard of. That is just not something we would get today. And do you know how this idea came to be? Well, apparently back in the 90s, Square Enix and Disney both had offices in the same building. And one fateful day, an employee from Square Enix and an employee from Disney just so happened to end up in the same elevator. And they got to talking and they were like, hello, Disney employee I just met. Wouldn't it be cool to mash up our universes together and then send some kid around them beating everything up with a key? And that, kids, is how Kingdom Hearts came to be. I read it on nextshark.com, so you know it's true. If there ever was a video game that embraced its identity as a video game, it is goddamn Kingdom Hearts. This game makes no sense, but is so much fun. Why the hell is Cloud from Final Fantasy making a deal with Hades and fighting in the hero games on Olympus? I don't know, who cares? I'm Sora and I'm gonna hit this big dog with a key I found.
Who cares?
When you
it's
travel
fun.
between the different Disney worlds in Kingdom Hearts, sometimes the art style, the character designs, and even entire gameplay mechanics will change based on where you go. I keep referencing the Little Mermaid level in Kingdom Hearts because genuinely when I played this, it was so mind-blowing to me. I love that even at a point so deep into this game, they were still willing to change the fundamental mechanics of how you play it just to keep things fresh. And don't even get me started on the goddamn Goomy
I heard
ship.
about it,
I
yeah.
don't know if it's Goomy or Gummy. I've been saying Goomy. When I first played it, it was kind of annoying at first. I was thinking, why am I doing this? But now anymore, I'm traveling between the worlds and I'm up in the Goomy ship. I'm just shooting stuff. Why the hell do they need a spaceship to get between the
Why
Disney
not?
worlds? I don't know why they thought they needed a spaceship.
Who
but it was
cares?
awesome. And it was the Goomy ship. And shut the fuck up. I'm not entirely sure if this is the case, but it really seems to me like when games were cheaper to make, studios
we can
were
try
willing to
pinball. Wait,
make
what
pretty
does
much anything
pinball
and
do?
just throw it out
I want to
there.
see
And
what
so I
pinball
was
does.
eating it up. I love sitting down crisscross applesauce on the floor of a GameStop, just going through the wall of so many different
Oh, it
pieces.
fires pinballs that
Picking
just
out
bounce around.
insane
Nice.
shit like Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects. I feel like I dreamed this. Sure, they were goofy and didn't exactly maximize
Make it
profit, but
faster.
does that mean they weren't worth making? I guess where AAA's concerned, it's just always going to be about the money. And if you want a passionate game developer, you look to the indie games. There's got to be some video essay YouTuber to indie game pipeline because I was never really that into indie games, but recently I played Hades and Rollerdrome, and it was some of the most fun I've had playing games in a long time. While it seems the games that prioritize fun overall are only coming from indie developers anymore, there is a genre of game that was lost to time completely. And that, my friends, is the shitty licensed games.
Yep.
It's got to be the greatest loss in my lifetimes. Those
That is
shitty
true.
early 2000s movie tie-in licensed games that came with every mildly successful property. If there was a cartoon you
GLaDOS
liked
are
in the
gone.
early 2000s, tie-in game. If there was a movie you kind of enjoyed, tie-in
Tie-in
game.
game,
Look
yep.
up any franchise that had moderate success in this time period and add the game at the end, and you're probably gonna get something. It would be impossible to count how many there were, and they were all bad, but I loved them anyway. Like the Cat in the Hat movie tie-in game, what a beautiful nightmare that was. Give me a bottle of Dayquil and the Cat in the Hat PS2 game, and I'm having a great week. If you've ever played one of these games before, you've probably seen this little intro screen.
THQ, yep. They were well known for that.
Was responsible for not all,
they would do like all of them, man.
Games. It seemed their business model was to buy up the license for a mildly successful property, pump out a cheap, easy game, and launch it right when that movie or TV show was peaking in popularity so that they could feed off of that hype. And clearly it worked, because in the span of a couple of years, they released literal hundreds of games. They hit the cartoons hard. They got Jimmy Neutron, Scooby-Doo, so much SpongeBob.
I actually had a bunch of those SpongeBob ones as a kid.
Juju, this one was a banger. Rugrats, Teen Titans, Barnyard, Danny Phantom, Avatar: The Last
Airbender. SpongeBob one, that one was good one. Yeah, I like that one.
And they hit the movies
I
too.
played that on the DS.
Ratatouille, Wall-E, Up. They had Star Wars under their belt, and
I don't think so.
Was a slapper.
I don't know.
These guys dominated the licensed tie-in games, and eventually they just stopped. I was looking around the internet trying to figure out why they stopped. You know, where did
I think they went out of business.
Everything I found kind of suggested that they didn't stop making them, but they moved over to the more profitable sector of the video game market, the mobile games.
Of course.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke?
No. You wish. You wish, red shirt guy.
And you know what? They were probably right to do so. Even I ended up spending money in Family Guy: The Quest for Stuff. I wanted to build my Quahog to look cool.
Holy fuck.
There were a lot of these games, and most of them were bad. But for every 100 shitty cookie-cutter games, there was one gem. Odds are, if you had a PS2, you probably played The Simpsons Hit and Run, which by all means should have just been another shitty tie-in in the series of shitty tie-ins. But this one just so happened to be amazing. It was a good one, that was like better than GTA. In fact, it did the multiple characters, the character switching, before GTA 5 did it. That means The Simpsons predicted GTA 5. It is time to write another Kotaku article. Some of my personal favorites were The Matrix: Path of Neo. I don't know why I like this.
Some people don't want to play games on their phone, though.
Really,
myself included.
This game because it made me feel.
I don't care about playing games on my phone.
I don't know how to describe it. I loved the Star Wars Episode 3.
But I know the irony here.
It had this cool alternate ending, and I was obsessed with this fight.
It is what it is, man.
Between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and so being able to do that and get a different result just like blew my little mind. And obviously, Spider-Man 2. I think a lot of people forget this was a movie tie-in game. And even this one had great mini-games. The most iconic mini-game where you go around delivering pizzas with that insane music playing. Why couldn't we get that in Insomniac Spider-Man instead of Match the Shapes and Colors? A licensed tie-in game that a lot of people like was SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. And I know a lot of people like this one because
it got a remake.
Bad remake. We've established that the game studios are in this for the money, right? And it's safe to assume that they want the safest bets for their money. The most revenue with the least risk. No brainer.
I didn't pull anything. I haven't pulled anything at all.
Like
the last,
do it again.
I mean, I pulled the other day, right?
Personally, I think this aversion to risk is absolutely
but it's like, we got the what's their thing?
I'm just a guy. Clearly the numbers say otherwise. But I think in all of this, the consumer is not blameless. It is me. I'm the consumer. They're only going to do something if they know we're going to buy it. And oh man, am I gonna buy it? I've been loving the remakes lately. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I have to upload my Game Pulse video.
Of the two
Thanks for reminding me. I'll have to edit that and upload it
Evil 4 remake
later.
Or the Dead Space remake. Were some of my favorite games in 2023. They may have been remakes, yes, rehashing old ideas, but I felt like in those two examples specifically, they expanded the gameplay systems and made changes that honestly justified a remake. In Dead Space alone, the zero gravity overhaul was game-changing, as well as a voice protagonist where there wasn't one before. So they're not just throwing stuff out, you know, they actually do seem to care about some of these games. The Resident Evil 4 remake was a breath of fresh air for me because I got the quality of life from a AAA game, but the goofy, campy fun from a PS2 game. The graphics were stunning and the gameplay was tight and well optimized. And I also got to go up to the shady weapons dealer and buy a rocket launcher to just shoot the final boss with.
Yeah, why not?
Just cheesed the entire fight. And the game let me because it was more fun that way. The simplicity that I had been missing was right there, and I loved every second of it. To me, this trend of remakes is proof that I'm not alone in missing a time when video games were simple. And it's also proof that nostalgia can and will be weaponized at any moment possible, and memories are only good if they are profitable. I am happy that younger generations, and just more people in general, get to experience these games that I loved as a kid and see why for themselves. And also I'm happy that we get to experience these games in ultra-realistic graphics, 4K huevos shrinking technology, only playable with the Gigafart 8500 graphics card. You may need to upgrade your PC to play this game. I can appreciate good graphics. I mean, I really like when a game looks pretty, but I think this looks better than this, and this looks better than this. Technically, this has higher resolution and better lighting, but this has a better art direction.
Exactly.
Textures and pretty lighting are always going to be outshined by inspired art direction, creativity, and a focus on atmosphere. This isn't something that's gone from modern gaming. In fact, a lot of recent games have left my jaw on the floor because they're so beautiful. Bloodborne, and Bloodborne. Holy shit, Bloodborne. But I think it was
a lot of
common
Bloodborne.
to focus on art direction back then because they were limited. They couldn't make a realistic looking game. They had to do something.
They had to compensate some other way.
Shooting for a realistic approach could not pull off realism. I mean, that is not realism, but still, it's iconic. A phrase I really like and I've used before in one of these videos is that limitation breeds creativity. Trying to make a game back on the PS2, I imagine, was extremely limiting, but it made them so creative, making these incredibly.
They only know pretty Unreal Engine 5 and they use it to take shortcuts. The stuff in there is great and it's genuinely useful.
To an infinitely more interesting.
But there's a difference between relying on all the stuff in Unreal Engine and taking advantage of it and using what's good about it to improve whatever else you're trying to make.
Damn real. That becomes the only focus, is making a game that looks realistic, not one that is creative in its visuals. In a lot of ways, I miss those older games that we used to get. But I'm also glad for all the games that we get now. Like Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games of all time. And Baldur's Gate 3, which I made an entire video on, you should go watch it, was a phenomenal
Yeah, a lot of them end up looking the
Compare
same.
that to the PS2 Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, and it's no contest there. The only reason I might want to pick up and play Dark Alliance 2 is because I miss playing it with my dad when I was a kid. I used to live in this big greenhouse right on the corner lot and had a baseball field right across the street. I think the house used to be a church. It was definitely haunted. I was 8 years old when that house caught fire. I remember I was watching SpongeBob and I walked into the kitchen and I saw these crazy flames up all over the place. Long story short, the house got completely ruined and my dad got hurt pretty bad. But he recovered fine. They just took some skin from his butt and put it on his hand. I call it his butt hand. This house, though, was mostly ruined, and the property had a separate garage, like a barn kind of thing, and that garage had an attic. Well, my dad decided that we were gonna fix up the house ourselves and live up in that attic. Him and I shared this airbed up there, and right next to it was a projector that I had hooked up my PlayStation 2 and my original Xbox to. During the day, I'd obviously go to school, and then when I got home, I'd help him build however
Because
I
he loves
could.
the art. Yeah, the art is actually pretty
8,
cool.
I remember doing things like helping him
For
put up
Olympus.
the ceiling.
I don't
or
play it, though.
Chip away at the old stone slate in the fireplace. And when we were done for the day, I would go up and play on that PS2 non-stop. Not to get into too much detail, I'm just some guy on the internet. You don't know me. But I was having a hard time. Something about swinging around the city in Spider-Man 2 just made it all melt away, you know? I wasn't Zach with all this stress and all these problems I didn't understand. I was Spider-Man. I can only imagine how my dad felt at the time. But he always seemed happy when him and I were playing a video game together. He was just watching me play one. But we had a ton of fun, and we would just laugh and hang out together playing Halo 2 on the Xbox, just going through the campaign. And it was in moments like that where it really felt like everything melted away. It didn't feel like we had just lost everything. You know, it felt like we had everything that we could ever need. And it's funny, now sometimes just hearing that PS2 sound back up in the attic with my dad.
The classic PS2 sound.
Me look back fondly on things that might not have been so great, but were somehow perfect. in their own way. And escapism through simple pleasures like video games will always be important. I think we all have that game, or just media in general, that was able to give us a break from a hard time in our lives and made us hold on to that experience forever. And so now we judge that media by what it did for us rather than what it actually is. I'd love to hear if there was anything like that that stuck with you, you know, either in a comment or send it to my email at this point. I don't care. I can't promise I'll get back to you, but if you want to, shoot me an email. I might see it. Thank you so much for over
an additional pinball
subscribers. Geek really likes the plaque, so that's good. We sent it off to him. He's the real hero here. 100K is crazy. You know, I started another channel a while ago, and it took me so long. I was trying so hard to get to 100K. And with this one, I wasn't even trying. I just kind of did it. I mean, we did it, I guess. I don't know. That shit's cool. This is a cool thing to do. This is my simple pleasure now.
It looks cool, but yeah, it looks kind of boring. Which is kind of what I had to say with my reaction.
Video.
It looks great, but it's also kind of boring.
Funny shit, please. Okay, goodbye.
Because it was more of the same slop we just get everywhere else. Alright. So that's another one off the list. Alright, look at all the things we've been marking off. The decline of Bungie? What the hell's going on with Bungie?
Boy, I sure do.
Right. We're almost done.
And now that they're leaving Microsoft, they can cast off the corporate chains, make games on their own, and finally, they can be their true selves.
Okay.
Put the shackles back on.
And then somebody put the shackles on them.
If I had seen what Bungie has become today, I wouldn't believe it. And if you told me that in 2025, I'd think Bungie is worse than EA, I'd say, okay, sure, Grandpa, let's get you back to the home. Yet here we are, living in a life beyond reality. Bungie has recently been exposed for some damning plagiarism, and today we're going to be covering Bungie's current reputation.
Oh boy, what they
state of
do.
Marathon, just how bad this plagiarism is. So let's jump into it. Bungie was the first game developer I could attach a face to. When you play video games as a kid, you don't really think about the people behind them. But that all changed with Halo 2 when my mom got a copy of the collector's edition at an auction. And it had a bonus disc with all these extra features like fucking Lord of the Rings.
Damn.
I remember watching those Vidocs and thinking, man, the people who make video games are pretty cool. Now look at me, covering the dastardly deeds of a developer that inspired me. You know, someone at Bungie once told me that Bungie may have left Microsoft, but Microsoft never left them. And I think with each passing day, this statement continues to please Captain Hindsight. This is not the first or last controversy Bungie will ever have, but it seems like
it won't be
one of the worst. What
it
am I
was
talking
only the
about?
beginning.
Everyone's favorite subject in high school, plagiarism. You made this? I made this. You see, they're currently rebooting Marathon. Remember that trilogy of FPS games that came out shortly after Doom, giving Bungie the knowledge to then use that experience on Halo? Recently, they opened the Marathon Alpha up to players, and the reception has been lukewarm at best. Most agree
I know,
that
it's
Bungie's art
very
direction is
depressing.
solid as always. Or is it? But that Marathon's gameplay is somewhat divisive. Extraction shooters are a tough sell, but whether you enjoy Marathon or not isn't the issue. It's the unjustifiable act of a multi-billion-dollar corporation not wanting to pay artists to create art, but instead steal it from others.
I love stealing. I love taking things.
Especially at a time when artists are being screwed over by AI. It feels like pouring salt on a guy's crotch after you kick him in the balls. So this comes to us from user N2, part of Anti-Real, the company that posted all of the art. The Marathon Alpha released recently, and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. The year Destiny 2 came out?
Coincidence? I think not.
Now, as you can see,
Naughty
on
Dog
some
and their
of these
former selves.
weapons, this logo is...
It is what it is,
that's
man.
pretty bad. That's... you got caught. You got caught. And
It
you
is
can
what it
also
is,
see these
unfortunately.
logos, though very small, they've been reused across multiple assets in Marathon. Yeah, from Marathon homepage, from Marathon press kit, from 2016. Yeah, with receipts and everything. So pretty undeniable. EnVtuber continues, Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over the game without pay or attribution. Important to also note, I see that Joseph Cross also follows you. Is there any insight you can give? He followed me for a few years and a few others from Bungie. Never had any communication. So it would seem the Bungie franchise art director was familiar with the person that some of his employees was stealing art from. The more you look into it, the worse it gets.
That's crazy.
A few times in this video. These comparisons are so blatant.
Caught in 4K.
Than the kid that tried to steal my Yu-Gi-Oh cards in the 4th grade. It's like, dude, you asked to see my deck, and then you just pulled my secret rare magic cylinder out and slapped it underneath your butt cheeks. I saw you do that. Why? So yeah, Bungie just straight fucking
play
ripped
pot
this
of
guy's
greed.
art. Like you'd rip a fat, nasty fart on an airplane where nobody can escape because you're a terrible human being.
Okay.
Now, I've talked with Zavala, and even he can't defend this. Isn't that right? Guardian, let me just say this. I could offer you 3 guns. I could give you 4 guns. I could go even further beyond and let you hold 5. But Guardian, there's no amount of weapons that can excuse plagiarism. Remember, kids, plagiarism funded 9/11.
Zavala, can you try to be normal for once?
Have you retrieved those pictures of Ikora's feet yet? Now, if you really wanted to cope or simp for Bungie, you'd probably say something like, well, what's the big deal, man? It's just some tiny logos from a random artist. It's not like you're copying the review or something. My friend, the problem with plagiarism is not always how gross or blatant the offense is.
It's the fact that they did it.
To wonder if there's more.
Yep.
When you see a rat
they did it once,
around your house,
then they do it more.
Think to yourself, oh look, that's just one rat. No, you think, how many Jews are under the floorboards right now? Oh, Jews, I mean, geez, oh God, that came out wrong. I'm canceled for sure.
Go ahead and cancel me, I don't care.
If you're a plagiarist, the goal is to steal someone's work that isn't recognizable or familiar with your work. You hope it's obscure enough that nobody notices or cares. So if Bungie is willing to steal art from one creator, how many others are they stealing from? Is this a repeated pattern of behavior? We'll find out later. I can't even imagine the legal ramifications of releasing a game to the public that has plagiarized assets. If you sell that to people, lawyers help me out in the comments below. Someone get legal on this. I would probably cry myself to sleep for the rest of my life if I ever found out that Zavala's bright blue ass wasn't original. Guardian, I'm not fat, I'm just dummy thick. Zavala, I don't think the cool kids say that anymore. Fuck you, Guardian! The more you look into this plagiarism controversy, the worse it gets.
Oh boy.
But how bad could it be?
How bad?
I did loss in my design 6 years ago, and nobody caught on. And, fellas, Marathon has the loss meme in-game.
Son of a bitch! You done fucked it up!
For those looking around, dazed and confused, wondering, what's loss? What is that? The second I put it up on screen, you are gonna know exactly what it is.
What is that?
That's what I thought. The meme is like one of the most reposted images on the internet.
I haven't seen that before.
All it takes to represent the comic strip is just like 8 lines. And this is in Marathon. They plagiarized sticks. They plagiarized sticks, man. I love from Marathon Bulletin. Come on, man.
Yeah, I've never seen it before either.
Dude, I was scrolling and they deadass stole this whole dude's portfolio, and even some Bungie devs art people follow him. This is so heartbreaking. It's over for Bungie. This is unacceptable. Yeah. I think it's safe to say parody is dead on planet Earth. You just couldn't make Monty Python these days. Reality is simply too absurd. And if that wasn't bad enough, that this person is getting their art stolen, the gaming publication DualShockers He's publicly posting fake quotes.
Damn.
I'm completely floored, she wrote. This is my full-time job. I sell these posters online. They're not obscure. A major company has deemed it necessary to pay a designer to imitate or trace rather than license or commission the work. Insane fake quote, LOL. I am unemployed. That's a double whammy right there.
Fake quotes,
steal
damn.
your voice and your talent. What is happening? Homie can't catch a break. Do a good thing today and go follow N2 if you still use Twitter. But it doesn't stop there,
N squared.
So I found this thread
That's
on
not N2,
Blue
that's
Sky
N squared.
who appears to be another person
That's squared,
involved
not
with
2.
art on Anti-Real. I'll link it in the description if you want to read it yourself. But I want to scroll down. I do not need names found on assets to assume that we have been stalked insanely by Joseph A. Cross for a long time. I will close with this. This existed for years. No one in the game industry or films hired anyone. Anti-Real became a Pinterest for these corporate games to claim our hard work as their own, to earn quick money and settle small collaterals. Disgusting. That really sums it up well. I mean, the Bungie of the early 2000s, to think them capable of such a thing is mind-boggling. But this is the kind of thing that happens when greed takes over, and making money and cutting the workforce and saving as much as you possibly can and being the cheapest motherfucker out there. This is the kind of stuff that happens. And
Yep,
that Marathon
it
is
just
going
happens.
to release an art book. Can we
Damn.
at least call it the art book Anti-Real art book? How the fuck does that work, dog? Anyways, artists are really being treated like shit nowadays. Which reminds me, remember that $8,000 art contest I announced a few months ago? Well, I have finally decided all of the winners, including this pencil drawing of me as Goku. It is gorgeous. Thank you, Folding Solid. And who could forget Dill the Great? That's me and my homie Arbiter, man. Fantastic. He's won $100. And Sad Gore 5088 with his Cowboy Man art. You're all right, boy. I'm still working to pay off all of the different winners. There's a lot of them, including those who got the top 3 spots. So if that video is not available today, you'll see it on Ackman TV, me going through all the fan art submissions in the next couple days. If you want to see more of this fan art or just want to interact with me and the rest of my awesome community, you can join the Discord server, link down below, or join my subreddit. Thank you for your patience. And now, back to the video. Now let's take a look at Bungie's response. They ran an hour-long marathon with 0 gameplay footage while scrubbing the art for plagiarism, as the game's art director offers a personal apology. There is absolutely no excuse for this oversight.
Yeah, no
Bungie says.
excuse.
So how did this happen? Well, Cross says, it came to our attention that an artist who worked on Marathon in the early stages of
Why am I
pre-production
not
took a number
surprised they're
of
making
graphic
their own
elements from a
currency and then they're
graphic
gonna
designer
sell it to
without
obfuscate
permission or
everything?
acknowledgement, and placed them on a decal sheet.
Of
that
course
was
they
then
are.
sent in 2020. Cross said that Bungie has reached out to Anti-Real and followed up to ensure we do right by this artist. No exact details on what Bungie intends
They're
to
making
do
a
or
currency
provide.
you buy and
I
then
want to send
they
my
use it to
personal
sell the other
apology to
things.
Anti-Real, who's worked
You
with
gotta
Bungie
have
for
those
this.
layers of
So, At the
obfuscation.
very least, Bungie has publicly apologized, which, I mean, it's the bare minimum, but it's something. This is one of those colossal fuck-ups that you can't really brush aside and say, oh, it was just an administrative error. Bungie accused of plagiarizing yet again. What? What do you mean yet again? This isn't the first time? Bungie is once again in the plagiarism hot seat. This isn't the first time Bungie or a contractor working with them would allegedly lift another creator's work without permission. In 2023, artist element J21 noticed an uncanny representation of their work used in a cutscene for Destiny 2 Lightfall. You can see this pretty fucking blatant as well. No, actually it's completely different. See this triangle? See this triangle on the left? It's
When
they didn't
that's-
finish the pyramid. No, it's completely
Don't
different. Case
gaslight
closed.
yourself to think that's
Last
a
year,
good
Destiny
thing,
2
man.
weapon skin featured
Don't.
identical elements of artist Tofu Rabbit's original design from
There's
2015.
scummy reasons
Both
behind it.
instances,
Don't
Bungie would
gaslight
agree to pay the
yourself.
artist. Is this just how
It's
they
not
run
what you think it
business
is.
now? This is a repeated pattern of behavior. I mean, it's only happened 3 times, guys. Give them a break. Now you might be wondering, what does EA have to do with all of this? Not a whole lot. But the point remains that I'm trying to make is that not even Electronic Arts would do something this egregious. I like bringing up EA whenever other game companies pull some shady shit because EA is like the benchmark of what you expect
They're the benchmark,
a greedy,
yeah.
soulless, awful, money-grubbing corporation to do.
Is this good for the player?
They're like every anti-consumer stereotype wrapped up into one nice, neat little package. So if EA is somehow able to gain the moral high ground over you,
and when things go public, it's only gonna get worse.
Bad business. So let's take a look at a plagiarism scandal that EA had back in 2012. Just for comparison, EA responds to Command & Conquer plagiarism claims. Controversial tank designs will not be used in Tiberium Alliance. There were similarities between the designs for Tiberium Alliance's Grinder and Bombard tanks and Warhammer 40k's Own Cruncher and Baneblade vehicles. Side note, why does Warhammer 40k always have the greatest names for everything? True Nurgle homies, stand up right now. Be recognized in the comments. EA claims that the art depicting the vehicles was released accidentally, and the IP issues have already been resolved with Game Workshop. The artwork was internal EA concept art that was unintentionally released publicly. No Warhammer 40k tanks ever have made an appearance in Command & Conquer, Tiberium Alliances, and never will, an EA representative said. So, the story here is that the scandal has already been resolved by the time the story broke. The story is that there is no longer a story. The issue has been resolved. If you're being charitable to EA, they probably used Warhammer designs as inspiration to base their own designs off of, or maybe they felt a similar aesthetic would work in Command & Conquer. Regardless, the art was leaked. It was internal and it wasn't released as part of a product that people could purchase or play. This makes it way different than what's going on with Bungie, because this time it has gone through all those channels. I think that's an important distinction, and one that's, well, EA got the moral high ground. And this 13-year-old Reddit comment validates what EA said, that they don't see any evidence of the tank on the game's official website. So they're asking, where did this image come from, basically? Now, if we didn't live in a clown world, then this would be the end of the controversy for the video. But the comedy isn't over, ladies and gentlemen. You see, Bungie had the misfortune of planning a promotional stream for Marathon right around the time this accusation broke.
Oh boy.
And, well, chat, you didn't disappoint.
Yeah, we're working on a bunch of stuff, working with Lars's team.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? You could sum up the vibes in one screenshot. Boy, he sure looks happy, doesn't he? Plagiarism will make me God. Now, for any artists watching this, how would you feel in this situation? Just let me know down in the comments below. I'm very curious. Yes, thank you for stealing my work. As we talked about in a previous video on AI, you can check that out if you want. Greedy CEOs and corporations are looking to cull as many talented artists as possible from their workforce, since they believe robots and AI can create art that is just as good. But as we all learned from SpongeBob,
robots can't love.
If Bungie was so interested in their art they were willing to steal it, why not hire them? And when push comes to shove, are we as a community willing to stand up for these people against the Goliath? I'm just saying.
I mean, at the end of the day, robots are just dumb machines that only do what you tell them to do.
Pretty good chance
and because they only do what you tell them to do, if you're not good at telling them what to do, they're going to make a mistake and fuck up. And that's why they all hallucinate and have these weird ass issues. Because they're only about as good as what you teach them to do. They can't do anything else on their own.
How do we tell them? Now, I want to draw your attention to this tweet from Jamie Greisemer.
Ah, yes, when they have loot boxes, that'll be its own can of worms if they ever do
30
that.
Seconds of Fun guy who had a huge part in the core gameplay and fun factor of Halo. Completely overwhelmed by the response to this. Thank you so much for the support, and especially to those who have donated. It helps enormously. Good, because I bet you get a cease and desist takedown demand on your own art by Monday morning. Sorry, that might have sounded like I was criticizing you instead of Bungie's comically aggressive lawyers. I love your art, and they should not have stolen it. Comically aggressive lawyers. Those 3 words coming from a former Bungie employee. It says a lot. It says a lot. Now, how else has Bungie responded to this? Well, you could
comically
sum up
aggressive,
everything in this one article title. The vibes have never been worse. New report details Bungie morale in free fall after marathon art theft claims. The vibes have never been worse. Marathon
never been worse, damn.
To release in September and sell for $40. At this rate, though, so much uncertainty has been planted in the seeds of this game. I don't know where things are going to go forward with this.
No one's going to buy another freaking hero shooter for $40 though.
Even going
that ship has sailed.
Like Battlefield 5, like when you hear a lot of negative
it's part
shit
of why
about
Concord
it's
failed.
even out, kind of poisons the well. And it's a damn shame because
you had to buy to play it.
If it's an extraction shooter,
meanwhile,
Marathon
or
deserves
extraction
another
one.
chance. Doom got one, but this controversy has been a complete disaster for Bungie and Marathon.
But they're also competing against free.
No real winners in this story, except if you follow N2 and at least, you know, look at their art and give them some support. By the time this goes up, I'm sure there will be some other updates, but the right thing to do is so simple. Bungie has to fervently apologize and either credit this person for their contributions, or they write a check, a really big check. No matter what, the Bungie's checkbook is coming out. That's the right thing to do. But what do you think? Are you still interested in playing Marathon? What's your favorite thing to plagiarize? Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. Thank you all for watching.
Alright, that one is off the list as well. We're really going through them all. Very nice. What is this one? Community Identity Crisis. Did we watch this? I don't think we did. This was sent before? What is this?
Hello, my name is Fox, and I want to talk about the topic that has been bothering me for the month. Especially as bothering waves grows every patch. As someone who plays this game regularly, clearing tower each month and doing all in-game activities, the main reason why I love this game is not even the gameplay, but it's how the game presents itself, different from the last 3 big projects that Hoya Games did in the Gacha sphere. But to understand where I'm coming from and what this video is even about, we need to dive into the beginning of the story. The game promoted itself as a post-apocalyptic setting with a grim story, lots of the grey colors, where the character had distrust with the main protagonist at the very start of the game.
But that didn't happen.
Typical of any gacha in the post-Mihoyo era, this game showed us a mixed cast of the female and male characters. First impression the game left that it will be a darker Genshin Impact for more mature audience. Then closed beta released. The story was so bland, Kuro Games rewrote it multiple times before releasing the game. But not just the story got changed though. Characters were also changed their appearance, making some models show more skin or make some shapes more visible. The world itself became more bright and colorful, akin to the Genshin Impact, because the devs knew that the project of that scale won't survive without making any money. Pretty sure that they wanted to be more successful than their other work, punishing Grey Raven. After many alterations to the story, characters, and overall vibe of the game, they released it to the public. It was mid, as much as it can get.
It is very mid.
Aside from the good battle system and very good traversal system. The story was still written poorly.
That's debatable.
Definitions were randomly shoved into the character dialogue, and the most of the zones felt like downgraded Genshin Liuye zones with a bit of the ruins around. On top of that, game struggled with the technical problems. The hype that it generated quickly began to die down.
I mean, because it doesn't do a good job with it, but it's also missing the game, basically.
Leaving other 2 groups people behind. What groups I'm talking about? Let me explain. The game started to show the identity crisis very early. Questions rose in the first patch. Who was the main audience for this? Gamers who see gameplay, VIPs, and waifu lovers who wanted something more different than the Hoya games in the open world and with a big budget, or shippers and the parasocial folks who wanted to be the more adult Genshin Impact. At this point, all 3 groups gathered in the same place questioning what this game will be. As patch 1.1 released, improving the game and trying to add more for each group, cracks started to show. Before continuing, we need to talk about different types of the gachas and the communities around them. Most popular gachas before 2020s were the gachas where you pull the characters that are for you, the player. Literally. You are pulling the characters that into you, since it's a product and you want to sell to the VIPs. There was exceptions, something like Grand Blue Fantasy that tried to have a balance and selling the characters that were more story driven than fanservice driven. But outside of the Asian market, that was the biggest one that you could hear around the world. Like, Who heard about the Chain Chronicles or Shireneka project?
Nope.
In comparison to the Azur Lane, Girls Frontline, and Kantai collection. Even the Hoi themselves played with that idea at first, when they released the Honkai Impact 3rd. At some point, Fate Grand Order cemented a phrase, Master's Love, to explain those kind of gacha. Now, let's talk about what changed after the release of the Genshin Impact. It was not just a hit, it was so big that it changed the whole space of the internet forever. People who were never interested in the anime culture at all flooded the space. Everyone started to play that game in the mass. Kids, adults, teenagers, weeps, normies, tourists, everyone blended in the same space trying in this new shiny candy that was the first one that hit anime gacha under disguise of the normal game. My personal experience at the start was pretty good. As someone who is an old school weep from 2010s, I expected this game to be more favorable to the already existing fan base around the world. Well, it was the biggest misconception I had in my life. Characters were bland, empty walking gimmicks, as you expect from the games in this genre. But this time, they had zero connection to you, to the player. It was weird, but many players had hopes that it will be fixable with more story added later. Then, 1.4 patch, shit hit the fan. When they censored their own character, the old weeb guard started to complain and hit with the realization that the community is already built around normies, fujoshi, teenagers and kumers that were only interested in the Mona S without the caring about anything else. What we end up with is the stories about boring gimmicks of walking cardboard personalities, interacting with each other instead of interacting with you, the player, who is actually spending money and time for those characters since it's a gacha game. No matter how good the lore, the mysteries and the stories, it was presented in the most boring way possible, without even an option to skip it. But when some people found themselves bored out of this kind of presentation, for some, it was just the start of their absolutely parasocial relationships with those cardboards, spiraling the game deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole. And as any company listening to the feedback to the newly formed communities, Genshin Impact corrected their course to those people, leading it to the game that we know today, where main character is just the camera for other characters to interact, deal with their problems without feeling that this is the main protagonist of his own story. At some point, it was so clear that the game would rather spend time showing to the players how two or more characters interact with each other, or even with some random NPC, while you left with the role of a spectator, with a little flying creature explaining every dialogue for a kids. Without diving deep into this topic, this game settled down a new type for the anime gacha games, the one that tries to sell you shipping between the characters instead of their relationships with the player. With the second game released, Honkai Star Rail, they doubled down on their idea behind selling ships. At that point, Hyvers were the biggest name in the anime sphere around the world. It shaped a minds a lot of people who started their adventure in the anime media, promoting their ideas as the golden standard of that type of media, and this is how it should be. In the end, shipping culture became the loudest representation of horror games on the internet. The people who participated in it were usual suspects, with different flags, depending on what's trendy on that point, variable pronouns, and a big hate for the straight people. Well, you know who I'm talking about. Tourists and the normal people were just eating the slop at that point, without voicing their opinions much. They just didn't know better, because the game never got any meaningful quality of life for years. At some point, people became so parasocial with their ideas behind characters and their ships that they started treating real people like fictional characters, while fictional characters like real people. Toxicity went overboard. Anyone could see that there's a big chunk of the community gatekeeping the game from the other side of the gacha players, by harassing them and neglecting every other vision that didn't align with theirs. Don't believe me? Just look how they treated the only crowns that this company gave for straight people who are interested in the romance between the characters and MC. Firefly and Citlali were the characters who got a little bit of the romantic subtext with the mostly male MC. Those little crumbs in the sea of the washed neutrality and minimal effort interactions between the characters got hated
minimum
so
viable
much
product,
that everyone
right?
who enjoyed it
They're all
called
minimum
insults,
viable
misogynists,
products.
harassed and
Minimum
cold-beard.
viability.
I want to remind you that the anime media for tens
Maximum,
of years catered and built upon fan service
profit.
for the male audience. No one
Yeah,
is
he knows
denying
his
that
shit.
there were different shows, different worlds, built for different folks, as any other media that humanity produces. But we shouldn't suddenly forget that the main audience was the straight male viewer. It's just statistics. Gachas is mainly anime media. You spend your money and time to obtain the character, and for some people, they did wanted this character to give them some fan service. So imagine getting called an incel or someone who never touched a woman just because you like sexual characters, or just want some romantic content between main character and the girl. You know, it's just the pixels.
Finally.
Who cares, right? With this context, let's jump back to the Wuthering Waves. As the game went 1.1 and onwards, they fixed more stuff, added more quality of life, and tried to make the game, as community back called it, a better Genshin Impact. But not only gameplay.
But I don't want a better Genshin Impact. I don't want another Genshin Impact.
Started to take the shape.
That's why it's like, it never fixed my
represents.
issues.
A player-centric one, not the character-centric.
Because my issues weren't really quality of life
spiraled
problems.
into this never-ending videos all around YouTube of Wuthering Waves doing better than Genshin, or devs listened meme.
Devs indoctrinated is what I have to say.
Started to notice how Genshin was holding them by their balls, by finally comparing to the higher quality product. And thus with 2.0 massive improvements began the mass migration of the players into the Wuthering Waves. Gameplay endies were happy, weeps were happy with the biggest power fantasy game that objectively one of the best looking gachas on the market. But one group left behind and they were really angry about this. But hey, they already have two big projects catering to their needs, with the third one, ZZZ, becoming more popular. Now, in the perfect world, we'll have two different big companies releasing products for two different kinds
like
of
this,
gamers
right? Rover goes to new area,
right?
a bunch of whores throw themselves at the Rover, Rover gets bored, tosses them all aside, and moves to new area to repeat.
They see that is big. They want to be a part of it no matter what, and
that
not
is
just to
the WoA story in a
enjoy
nutshell.
They wanted to change to their vision, alienating core audience. As we know, the company's goals are always to make more
don't
money,
worry though.
So they, of course,
after they toss them aside, they're basically snapped out of existence.
Drama between people. But that
don't
topic is
worry.
much bigger than just Wuthering Waves, so we will skip it for this video.
That's
So
why
how
they're
this
called
left out
Gathering
audience
Lives.
accepted the changes to the game. Changes that help the game to survive. Of course,
It
with
is what it
hysteria.
is.
But nothing wrong with that. It's a typical human behavior when a group is angry about something. But Kuro showed again and again that the game will be power fantasy, that it will release 4 times more females than the males, that the story will be centered around the main character, and it also will cater to the straight people. What was their reaction? Typical for those kind of people. Attacking, degrading the whole group into the inferior ones, a deep grudge against the devs, and the people who actually have fun in this game in the current state. Critiques of the story, character interactions, fan service that they bring have almost all of the time bumps to the fact that they bring horror games as example how it should be. They do not want nor accept the fact that the different storytelling could exist in the media that is not catered to their needs. Now you ask, what is wrong with the interactions between the characters? It makes game world more alive, interesting, can create a lot of situations between the characters that will improve their cardboard
Except they're all one-dimensional cardboard. That's the problem. They're all one-dimensional cardboard personalities.
No, those people don't want interactions for the world building or anything else. They just want another horror type game where they could fulfill
Yeah,
their
MOA
shipping
doesn't have that
fantasies.
either.
What they do not know or just ignore, that the community already have a lot of the fun works of the characters interacting with each other, like that one artist making rom-com manga in the WoW universe, or the WoW 1566 series and many other stuff. Why do they ignore it?
They
Because
get
looking at the
content, but it's
information
just
on
more
their
of the same
profiles,
garbage
you'll
they've
understand
always
what
been
they
getting.
really want. What if a normal person thinks the
But
same
hey,
way
they
as
can
them,
keep
but
enjoying
not
their
our
slop
usual suspect?
then.
Well, ask yourself, why do you want a live service game waste your time with the useless dialogue between characters that does not move the story nor help the sell character for the potential client? So the world will feel more alive? Well, characters cannot grow, change, or die in projects like this. When they need to sell the new characters through banners, the potential of the story cannot be realized with so many limitations. World feeling more alive? More like the biggest psyops I have seen
I can't
since early
speak that.
2010s. At some point, I feel like the absence of the skill
They don't have
button in
another
the
weapon.
games damaged the people's minds, so they're just trying to justify the time that they're wasting in life with self-deception. Let's not forget that many people started their anime media adventures past COVID, or tourists that still couldn't figure out why anime media is filled with the schoolgirls. Pretty sure hearing this they will come up with the smartest idea ever, reducing one word meaning even further than the word Nazi at that point. Maybe someday people will remember the concept
Yeah,
of the reality.
it is what it is, man.
Also, normality is always on the scale, so I wouldn't care much about opinions of people who call themselves normal while playing 12 plus casino game with anime characters moaning in their ears. I want to remind you that 15 years ago anime fans were beaten outside or got bullied. Popularization of the anime after the COVID might be softened the reception of the media, but it didn't normalize it at all for the 5'2" Andy with kids and wife who are watching football after the work. Just don't delude yourself. But what is true, that behind such people's opinions, there could be many usual suspects, trying to appeal to the reasoning and logic, gaslighting you into the opening to the idea that maybe it's not that bad after all. You open the gates, thinking that it will please everyone, so why not? And in the end, getting
no, they're gonna harass another game, yep.
With toxic shippers,
it is what it is,
and
man.
mentally ill people, while those 3.5 tourists that ask for it will leave for another big game when it will release. So how does it end? Simple.
Yep.
They want you out now. Those people never wanted equality, they always want to make something that does not include them theirs. It's just a simple tribalistic nature of humanity that would even work in something as stupid as video games. Now the problem is, Wuthering Waves never had its gaze closed in the first place. Everyone were blended into one place that has vague concepts of what it could be, so even after picking the route where they want to go, they still try to appeal to the groups who hate this route that Kuro choose, feeding them the crumbs and the hope that their opinions will be heard and the game will finally change to what they want.
It will never.
What we left in the current state is a big chaos of the few groups: VIPs, usual suspects, and the tourists. VIPs is getting attacked by the people who love their backyard adventures with the characters, or Yuri lovers who think that all males should Qs for the loving polygonal characters in a straight way. Sometimes even VIPs attacking back, creating even more conflict. Tourists getting farmed with the constant drama by the content creators, where they compare WoW with the Hoya games, constantly fueling radicalized toxic groups that hate the game, that choose other route while being as big as it is. Maybe from the fear that it will become the new norm. In this state, the whole community feels like one big boiling pot, and it does hurt creators that are interested in the creating something for the game they love. People are in constant fight against each other, against company, farming negativity left and right. The lore videos, arts, funny videos are not getting much attention because each of those creators could see a different vision of what they want this game to be, which potentially could lead to the alienation of the other group who doesn't agree with them, but still could be interested in their content. And no, if the game like Blue Archive have thriving and creative community, while being a game literally catered to the weirdest whips, whose gatekeeping by the way really hard, that means the problem is not the absence of men, Yuri baiting, or character interactions. The problem is an inner peace. What this community and the Wuthering Waves as whole really need is accepting the game as what it is and roll with it. Incel Gunnar Stragad game? Yeah, that's an actual word I saw on Twitter. Yes, it is. Play it or leave. Stop gaslighting yourself that it will become something else.
Nope.
But my game is normal.
No, it's not.
It's not, man. How many girls Rover need to pick up for you to understand that this is a power fantasy? Do you really need sex scenes to affirm
It's a power fantasy, but it doesn't feel like one. I don't know, when I played it, I felt impeded the entire time.
When all bad actors
it's not even a good power fantasy.
Could start building up from what is left, all in harmony, with one goal in mind: to make a game better for the audience that's kicked. Without the white noise, buzz, and constant
I guess maybe your power fantasy is the fact that you can win by doing nothing.
And ask for more of what will
maybe that's what it is the whole time.
Character interactions in the future events,
winning by doing nothing.
More story of the world, or anything else. It will be easier to see all the content people are creating, to support them, to motivate them to create more, creating a more healthy community overall. All good on paper, but will Kuro Games be ready to lose part of the community that they hold on hook, but don't pull out or let it go, getting money from each side? I really doubt. A resolution of this identity crisis will define the future of the game, as more games getting released in the near future, and tourists will jump on the hype train, leaving only people who care behind. Which side you're on is up to you. The only thing that you need to know that neutrality is always be used as a null voice.
Okay.
This video is made by internet.
Well, that one's over. That's another one off the list. Nice. Yeah, we already got that stuff. Okay, pretty sure we're done with that stuff in there anyways. And I think before this we've seen like basically everything here anyways. For the most part. I just didn't start marking them yet. I guess we didn't see this one. But this one's from the thing where we use Grey J. That's a Grey J video.
You know, there is something quietly fascinating happening in the gacha space right now. We are seeing a shift, not just in how these games are made, but how they are introduced to us. Wuthering Waves having an exclusive reveal to Jeff Keighley, the Game Awards guy, isn't just a publicity stunt, it is a signal. Gacha game developers aren't aiming small anymore. They are starting to treat their launches like a full-scale media events, putting them in the same level as Elden Ring trailers and Kojima cameos. And now, with Silver Palace, we are seeing that same energy evolve. Tectone, who is
it looks boring though.
Suddenly gets tapped to react live to a game nobody's even heard of. There is no teaser campaign, no leaks, no nothing on Twitter either. The Twitter account for Silver Palace before Tectone introduced it had no followers. I literally heard of it because Tectone posted, "I just saw this game and it might be the best gacha game ever, I would know. It is a gacha game made in China." It sounds chaotic, but it is actually one of the smartest launches I've seen in this genre.
It didn't release yet though, it's just an announcement. Reveal thing.
He is probably the reason we even knew Silver Palace existed. That is not random. Developers are finally starting to understand how attention works in this space. You don't need months of slow drip marketing when you can drop one well-timed gameplay bomb through the right content creator or celebrity. And based on the traction this got on Twitter and Reddit, it is working. People are curious, not just for the new gacha curiosity, right? But actual hype built off of impressions, not just ads. Which brings me to the game itself. Because let's talk about what we actually saw. There is no leaks, no closed beta signups, no data miners scrambling for Chinese APKs, just a cold drop gameplay footage. It is up on IGN, it is up on their YouTube channel, and the reactions flying around on social media, and a live stream unfolding in real time. And weirdly, it didn't feel cheap. It didn't feel like we are rushing this out to get clicks, because visually, Silver Palace looks incredible. Not incredible for
the glazing on them, I know.
Incredible.
They just saw a vertical slice, man. Don't worry, if they get another day before, that'll be hilarious.
It looks like something you would see at the end of a PlayStation showcase.
I would laugh my ass off if we get another day before situation.
You're gonna need it. I mean, sure, right? Some of that is presentation. Cinematic camera work can make anything look good. In a right angle, Tectone's bald head would shine. But even when you strip away the editing, the core aesthetic feels deliberate. This wasn't a rushed vertical slice. It is a fully
I don't know, it looked like a vertical slice to me.
And the weird part
just not a rushed one.
Not even the usual like information gatherers had a clue. In a genre where information is literally king, that is kind of interesting. I mean, it sets a tone. When your first impression is, wait, why does this look like a console RPG? You have already broken the ceiling most gacha games are stuck under.
Yeah, the day before situation would be something.
Really starts. The moment gameplay starts rolling, it is clear that this isn't another open field with grass and maybe a boar type of gacha world. The city feels dense, like actually lived in. You've got trees.
I mean, there's stuff in there, but I don't see anything happening. So it's just whatever. I know, man. It's weird.
Did I mention that you could fly? We're gonna talk about that later. The
you can fly, that's cool, but I don't really care. If there's nothing interesting to do with flying, who cares?
Environmental intentionality here that you rarely see in this genre. Not just, hey, this looks pretty, but it feels like this space was meant to be explored. And then there's this mounting system, which, let's be honest, could have easily been a gimmick, but it's not. You've got this sleek, ice-themed horse with customizable parts.
I mean, it just seems like a gimmick when there's nothing in the air.
It actually changes how you
You're just using it to skip over there faster.
And there is no stamina meter choking the fun out of it. Like when you look through the gameplay here, right? There is no stamina bar.
There's no there's like a lot of the UI is not freaking done.
Doing right now. It is the kind of traversal design we usually expect in a full-price JRPG or a Western open world game. It is not a common thing in free-to-play games with banners and a gacha system under the hood. And it keeps going.
Bro, what?
There's rail grinding, rooftop movement.
You what? This is not real grinding, man. This is just writing. This is just attaching to a freaking fixed zipline. Oh boy, look out! Arknight's Enfield, where you can literally build ziplines anywhere on the map. This is gonna come and get ya. Oh boy. Like, what? But also, like, here's the thing, right? A game known where you can run really fast and move really fast, guess what? The Sonic games where you literally have the game built around it, you have a stamina meter. Or rather, a boost gauge, or a tension gauge, or whatever one they want to call it. You have a meter that you have to manage. And if you manage it properly, you get to go as fast as you can. And and like part of the gameplay is to try to maintain it without smashing into things. Actually, like the funny thing is in those games, you think, oh, platformer game, worst thing that can happen to you is dying. Nah. Worst thing that can happen to you is you mess up and you go on the punishment path. People like to call the slow paths or the other things the punishment path. Because instead of just killing you, in a lot of cases, they send you to another platform that's a lot slower and potentially even more difficult to go through than the nice, fun, fast path. That's the punishment. They have the punishment path. That's been a thing in the Sonic games since the original one on the Genesis, the first one. They would have like multiple routes, and usually the top route is the fast one. And the bottom ones, as you go down, they were slower and more punishing. That would be how they made the games. Instead of just killing you, you would get sent down. Until eventually they kill you. But also, yeah, calling them on the level in the Western open world, honestly, considering how they are these days, yeah, it isn't a compliment at all. It's not.
You can grab a cat with some weird cosmic telekinesis. It all just
Sure.
works. None of it feels like padding out the demo. It is baked into the way the game wants you to interact with its world. Even
sure.
combat leans into that same momentum. There is a parry system that is multi-directional, which already gives it more nuance than most turn-based.
I mean, I don't really care. Also, parry system on a game that's online that you will impact you with latency, not great. Unless you live in an area where you have really low ping. Either that or they make it a joke where you can kind of just do whatever and you will still win. Yeah. Same time though, this camera is just awful. I can't see shit with this camera. I hate this camera.
Or cooldown heavy systems we see nowadays, you've got this sort of spidey sense visual cue when the enemies are about to attack you, and if you react right, you get rewarded with these ultra clean counters. Add in the flashy finishers that don't break the flow and instead
I don't know, man. I think it would get annoying over time.
Kind of loop that can keep people hooked without needing to grind dailies just to feel like they're progressing. Now mechanically, the game is
I doubt that. I really doubt that.
A 4-character party system, more in line with Genshin than something like Wuthering Waves, and you can see that the switch-ins feel a little bit slower by comparison. It is not really a deal breaker. Wuthering Waves kind of ruined every
I mean, here's the thing with Breath of the Wild.
So the bar is a little bit.
The thing is, with Breath of the Wild, at least you could treat the world as a sandbox. And you could experiment with all sorts of mechanics. Whether or not they matter or not. But yeah, the maps in there is a freaking barren wasteland. That said, at least there was some room for creativity to mess around with the environments in Breath of the Wild. Because you kinda could do anything with whatever tools you're given. And they doubled down on that with Tears of the Kingdom. That's at least something they had for them. But yeah, if only they weren't on the Switch and you could play with mods and stuff, it could actually be a lot more interesting. I mean, those are generally more sandbox type games. Generally, all the sandbox ones actually make use of it because the world itself is the content, right? Whether or not you like how they went about it is a different story, but like, all the sandbox type games where that's the focus, and where the actual world itself and doing stuff in it is the content, are generally where those things shine. And they actually do make use of it, at least they have no choice but to. At least if like they want to keep you around and give you more replay value. That said, for some of those games, it's mod support that gives it more replay value. Right? Like, it's like mods give stuff like Minecraft, Skyrim and stuff, Palworld and whatever, like more replay value. Gives you more things to do in there. Again, like they're more sandboxy type games though. They are open world, but they're a lot more sandboxy with what you can do. Because you messing around with the world is your content. That is the game. Well, not so much the Skyrim, there's still the story stuff, but yeah. Yeah, it's just more of a novelty. You didn't need to have the open world, to be honest.
But what Silver Palace brings instead of versatility, characters aren't locked into one weapon type, and you can see it. In the video, you see a sword user just casually pulling out a gun mid-combo like it's a normal fight, and that kind of
I mean, that sword looks really slow. Don't really care.
Build variety, maybe even role hybrids if the devs decide to lean into that. It is also worth mentioning the stealth mechanics, which I did not expect. Most gacha games treat stealth like a tutorial segment that never shows up again, and here, you are sneaking around, taking out enemies from behind, even interrogating them Arkham style. One scene literally looks like Batman is shaking down a grunt for intel, except it's anime, and you're doing it in a futuristic city instead of Gotham. And yeah, it is
not a futuristic city though.
But it works. And more importantly, it feels like part of a broader design philosophy. This isn't just another gacha with a cool combat. It is a game that wants to play with genre conventions and mix systems that never get to exist in mobile-first titles. One thing that doesn't get talked about enough, especially in the gacha games, is sound. Not just the music, but the full sensory design. In Silver Palace, it is clear that the audio team didn't just clock in to fill space. The music has actual range. You've got the soft laid-back cafe ambience when you're in the quieter areas, and then when the boss fight hits, it doesn't just swap tracks, it builds up to something intense that starts blaring the moment one hilichurl sneezed on you. It escalates.
It didn't make me think I had to look it up, the song though.
Not just visually, I don't know, man. Too. And then there's the voice acting, which is shockingly good. I have been burned enough times by awkward English dubs in the space that I usually go in with low expectations. But here, there is nuance. The characters sound like real people. Intonation, timing, even delivery during action scenes. It all lands without veering into uncanny territory. No weird localization energy. No meme tier delivery. No blandness. Just solid, believable performances. The world doesn't just look full, it sounds full. And that kind of layering is usually reserved for games with 5 times the budget. It is kind of weird to say this out loud, but Silver Palace plays like a game that actually respects your time, which in gacha is almost unheard of. First of all, like I said, there is no
how does he know?
You don't get 10 seconds of sprint before your character has to pant and recover like they just finished a marathon. You can explore at your pace. Ride a horse to the old town road, drift with it, you can fly with it, and then you can rail grind through the city. It is
that's not rail grinding, that's taking a zip line.
Refreshing is that these movement
that's a fixed zip line. That is not rail grinding.
Tools. You don't need to wait 5 minutes to climb a hill. It is the kind of open-ended freedom most gacha games pretend to offer, but rarely.
They call that rail grinding, guys. Yeah, sure, they're rail grinding. You mean they're freaking riding a zip line on a fixed point there. The whole thing, though, when they put these in games, you know, you're on rails, meaning you have no control.
Deliver. It looks like the enemy AI also deserves a shout out. They don't just stand around waiting to get comboed into next week. They attack, they push back, and yeah, sometimes they even win maybe with my kind of skill, which is kind of a miracle considering how many gacha enemies go down in 2 hits just to make your DPS feel good. But the best part, it doesn't just feel like a button masher. The stealth mechanics give you options. You want to sneak in and neutralize a guard instead of rushing it loud, you can go for it. There is a feedback system too, like that spider sense yellow pulse thing, right? right? Giving you a proper heads up to parry or reposition. It is smart design. It rewards you for paying attention, not just animation canceling your way through. So yeah, it is not reinventing the wheel, but it is definitely giving players more control and more respect than
how do you know?
To expect from the genre.
It's like, how does he know?
This game is not perfect yet, because for one, it is clearly not optimized. Even in the polished footage, you can catch the frame drops and micro stutters when too much is happening on the screen. There is visual lag during the traversal, lighting inconsistencies. It is kind of a small thing, but enough to remind you that this isn't release ready. And assuming that this is the best case recording setup, right? The developers are using their PCs, that says a lot. Party switching is also kind of janky, especially if you're coming straight from Wuthering Waves, where the swaps feel like buttery smooth and immediate.
No, they
Here,
don't.
there is a noticeable delay, which is pretty outdated in the big 2025. It is okay once or twice, but it breaks the flow. It is not a deal breaker, but it might wear thin fast. And the biggest wild card is
I know, man, the
we have
freaking
zero
weirdos.
information on how the gacha actually works. You know, what are the rates, the pity, the progression bottlenecks? None of that's been revealed, and we have all seen what happens when a promising game gets kneecapped by an exploitative economy.
I know,
They
it's just
announced EOS 3 months in. The hype can only carry you so far when every other poll feels like gambling with your dignity. And right now, it is all still in Chinese. The mechanics might change. The system might be locked behind features we haven't seen yet. It is exciting, but also a giant asterisk. The bigger picture is that this isn't just about Silver Palace. Whether or not Silver Palace delivers in the long run almost doesn't matter. The more interesting part is what it signals about where the genre is going. Because
it's not a genre, it's a monetization model.
Announce on Twitter,
These
release a
freaking
cinematic
idiots.
trailer with no gameplay, throw some money at sponsored reviews, and hope that the people bite, and then ghost them for years like a Nanta, like Azure Promilia. Oh yeah, keep ghosting us, guys. But now we are watching an entire community shift their attention in real time because of smart targeted drops. Jeff Keighley getting Wuthering Waves reveals, Tectone reacting live to a game that hadn't been even named. That is not chaos, that is strategy. The devs are starting to get it. They don't need a booth at E3. They don't need $1 million.
E3 has been dead for years. What the fuck are they talking about? E3 hasn't existed for years. Bruh, E3 has been dead for like 5 years. Nobody gives a fuck.
The difference between marketing fluff and real substance. But that is all from me.
Yeah, favorite genre, gambling.
Next one, cheers.
Shit's why I don't want to give him like a actual view, man. Like, bruh. No. Okay. That's another one off the list. But yeah. I mean, they're always an L, man. They're always an L. Indie games are apparently the enemy now. What is this?
Didn't create this brain drain.
Oh, I think I watched some of it already before. I think we watched this before and we forgot about it. I know, like, they're just saying it doesn't matter, man. What you expect? What did you honestly expect, man? And they treat the whole thing as a genre when it's a monetization scheme. It's not a genre. Right? Oh yes, favorite genre, gambling. Like, bruh. The fuck? Like, what do you mean favorite genre is gambling? They don't care if it's a good game or not, man. They don't actually care. Do you think they actually care? If they actually cared, they probably wouldn't be acting like that. Wait, what happened here? Judge was ruthless. What is this?
More than almost anything we talk about
This
on the channel,
fucking
today's
clickbait,
story
man.
is actually going to tangibly impact you. So, for 5 years, there's been a battle waging at the highest levels of the games industry. It's massive, it's between Apple, it's between Epic, and it's around the principle of fairness. And the big news today is that Apple just lost. But they didn't lose because Epic Games outmaneuvered them or any kind of insane gigabrain play from Tim Sweeney. No, they lost because, in the words of the judge presiding over this decision, Apple leadership, quote, outright lied under oath, and in deciding not to comply with legal injunctions, Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be saying to you. This, though, is a dramatic case. It has impacts that will reverberate across the entire games industry, and honestly, far wider than that, meaning it truly will impact everyone who watches this video. Here's how all this started. So, Tim Sweeney is a man on a mission, and it's a mission that's cost him and his company more than $1 billion over the last 5 years. It's fair to say that he's pretty committed. Now, 5 years ago is when he decided that Apple and Google's exclusive storefronts on their mobile platforms were in fact unreasonable monopolies, in his opinion. Essentially, he says that they don't earn their 30% fee, rather they impose it, and that because of that, they're restricting how developers could make money and what sort of deals that they could actually offer to consumers. So what he decided to do was force their hand. So he started something called Project Liberty, and here's how it worked. Fortnite suddenly got an option where users could buy currency directly from Epic, right? Directly, not through your Apple payment or Google payment thing. That, of course, meant that Apple and Google immediately booted Fortnite because it did break their store policies. And this is exactly what Tim Sweeney actually wanted. He wanted his game to be kicked off. And we pretty much know that because Epic immediately filed lawsuits that they had been preparing, and these were designed to force the stores to change those policies. Now, in the case of Google, it actually went so much better than any of us could have expected. Evidence actually emerged that certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly. They lost on all counts as determined by a jury. The platform was opened up to new stores, and Google have appealed. It was a complete win for Epic, but their fight against Apple is an entirely different story. Things have begun to look quite bad for Epic. You see, the outcome of that initial trial, the original one, was an almost complete defeat for Epic Games. They basically could not prove being the emphasis word there, that any kind of monopoly or unfair action was going on. But there was one exception. An injunction was placed against Apple, and this was to end anti-steering provisions. You might think, what is anti-steering? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So basically, it meant that Apple could no longer prevent developers from directing users to make purchases outside of the store. So basically, steering you, the customer, somewhere else. So as an example, that would be buying V-Bucks in Fortnite through a web client rather than through Apple's purchasing system, which would thus avoid Apple's 30% cut. Now, at the time, the judge said that Apple should be entitled to something, but that they can't force people to use their in-app purchase systems. Apple then spent 3 years appealing, and, you know, at Apple, they can afford lawyers, but they really got nowhere on that front. And this is when that same judge came back and...
You hear Gacha players say to them outside of Gacha, a good bar quality modern games is...
And this one truly is remarkable.
I know.
And
it is a red flag.
It can be a criminal component. It's quite wild.
But what you expect, man? They only know slop.
With the original order, but for
they don't know anything else.
It's usually frowned upon. So much so that they've been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office to consider criminal contempt proceedings. That would be dramatic. Now, the judge essentially was not pleased that Apple implemented new costly fees around off-app purchases, where basically they were effectively replacing one anti-competitive process with another, meaning, of course, you know, devs lose, but also us customers lose. And while they were doing all that, they were also misleading the court over what they were doing. Here's a quote. That it thought this court would tolerate such insubordination was a gross miscalculation. As always, the cover-up made it worse. For this court, there is no second bite of the apple. Yeah, GG, Judge. Quite the zinger. So she laid out then some clear rules. These are practices that Apple are banned from. Number 1, imposing a fee in purchases made outside an app. That means that they have no reason, therefore, to track those purchases. the ones made outside an app. Ban number 2, setting conditions on how devs can direct users outside of an app, including restricting how links work. Basically, you know those design anti-patterns that are just trying to get you, the consumer, to clearly do something by, making a link look weird or a misleading design, that sort of thing. A third, banning certain types of app from directing users to outside purchases. And finally, using, quote, emotive language to persuade consumers to remain in the in-store purchase system. Basically, scaring people who don't know better, and, well, we've actually seen Apple do similar things, saying you can go and make a purchase, not using the App Store, but you know, the App Store is very secure and very safe, which, to an average person who's not tech savvy, could basically look like it's Apple saying, hey, you could get scammed if you don't click this link. P.S. This link gets us lots of money too. And of course the reason why these things are banned is, well, because Apple had been doing all of these things. That's what's led to this whole case. Now in response, they have now
they've been doing everything.
And appealing. It'll be interesting to see how malicious their compliance is. I imagine it will be as malicious as is humanly possible without getting in even more trouble. But all of this is happening while the rest of the industry is licking its lips. Some developers already had updates to go on this. Spotify were a major one. They framed this as a huge consumer win, which in fairness I would say it absolutely is. Now we can do insane things like manage our subscriptions in an app. We can use different payment options, and we can see costs. You can now buy Kindle books in the Kindle app. Patreon memberships are no longer marked up on iOS to counteract the store tax, and lots of things. But of course, let's bring it back to Tim Sweeney and Epic Games. So, the Epic Games Store mobile version already existed as of last year, but now they are really ramping things up. Within a week of the ruling, Epic announced their web store fee would drop to 0% for your first $1 million in revenue, with that starting this June. That's obviously pretty awesome if you're a dev. Plus, much like they have done with the Epic Online Services stuff, what they've done with the store is they built a solution that people can use regardless of platform. So, be it Google, be it Apple, anything. But more than that, it doesn't need to be the literal Epic Games Store. That's because web shops can basically run on their infrastructure, and that will let any developer go outside Apple's payment system with no fuss. Yes, Tim Sweeney's definitely taken this one personal, and you know what? I'm here for the drama. Anyway, it is great for devs, but players are also being incentivized here, where you're going to get 5% reward points through purchases on those shops and the Epic Games Store, but that's boosted to 20% until the end of August. So that essentially is the big clap back against Apple. But there is the other thing, the Fortnite. So Tim Sweeney has proposed that Fortnite can return to app stores within weeks, like super quick, provided Apple allows them to do so. He also said he'll drop all litigation as part of a peace plan, provided Apple roll out this policy worldwide. And
Worldwide.
Instead, as of the time of writing and recording this video, Apple have, went and blocked the Fortnite submission. Now, of course, all of this legal maneuvering so far is only in the US. The current policy implementation on Apple's side only applies in that region right now. Fortunately, though, for those of us benefiting from EU rules, we've already had some things for months already, and Apple can't stop it. An absolute bomb was dropped in the industry in March of this year when both Google and Apple were found to be in breach of the Digital Markets Act by the EU Commission. And this is pretty damn big stuff. They can absolutely sting these companies. So with Google, it was for anti-steering practices, and Apple was for blocking third parties from interfacing with their systems. Now this follows last August's, told you we'd come back to that, ruling that Apple had to open their platform up to alternative stores, and another breach from Apple in April of this year, also on steering. Now, in that last case, they also faced a cool little €500 million fine for what was absolutely
big fine,
breaches of the law.
But
Apple
not big enough.
Obviously appealing because that's what you do when you're a company. But there's a clear thing, there's a clear trend. The tide is absolutely shifting. Now, it's not going to happen in all regions, but we are seeing regulation over major platforms to protect consumer interests from companies who otherwise would control them. So between that and, I guess, a billionaire slap fight led by Tim Sweeney, well, look, we should take these wins when we can get them. Not to bring up an old drama, and it is a bit of a different story, but I suppose a little bit like how Hulk Hogan versus Gawker was, in fact, Peter Thiel versus Gawker. This is all kind of billionaire slap fights. Now, the thing with Tim Sweeney, right?
All billionaire
he does
slap
have
fights.
good principles. There are good principles that he talks about, right? And yes, it's good he's trying to hold Apple to those, but that does not make Tim Sweeney automatically on your side. Sometimes it just so happens that we're aiming at the same target. Now, he will end up benefiting from this massively, and in a financial way. And of course, that's because his company is the one building the wraparound solutions that power these out of purchases. And that's really big.
Yep.
And that means that we can appreciate the consumer good that this does. We absolutely can. And the work that the regulators are doing to break down these walled gardens. And in an ideal world, right, once the walled garden is so big and so ubiquitous, you might have to, restrict the freedom of Apple to go and run a monopoly, because not only will it be good for consumers, it will also be good for competition. But I also do think, Standard Oil gets broken up. Who's left with the money to gobble up all the assets? Oh, pretty much the same people. So there's always that thing then where you can have these good pro-consumer regulations, but it's the incumbents with the resources who are immediately able to get around them or exploit the new opportunity. And Epic Games basically, doing its store as a backend to do payment providing for everybody else, well, while it is good because it means there is more competition, it also does disproportionately benefit Tim Sweeney. So, Tim Sweeney, you know what? You have led to a domino of events that I think is absolutely good for consumers, and I think it's good for developers. But that does not mean we will not be critical of you. And on the topic of the good guys being, let's just say, a little bit grumbly.
Good video there. You thought it was funny that, too, on Reddit, you had a 10-day streak and apparently log in for the next 2 years? Is a basement dweller. What the fuck? Basement dweller. That's, something. You can become a basement dweller like that. Ah, yes. Become the basement dweller. Okay. Here's what... I still want to try to, like, push a bit more here. And then I'll go do my dailies in the other... In ToF, the daily reset again. I think. Or... what? Yeah, I do some of the dailies because the plan is to... so that we can play Stellar Blade tonight. Honestly, like, I got like really addicted to this thing. The freaking Desktop Survivors. This is good shit. The Desktop Survivors game. Actually, like, look what happens, what I can do here as well. Look at this. I can change my wallpaper. Now it looks like that. Wait, I got an idea actually. What we should do. I got an idea. Let's see if I can get it to switch to that one. There There we go. How does this look now, guys? How does this look? Is this what we want? Should it look like this? I think we got the theme down packed now. I went looking for the Bliss background. All right, now we're good to go. Now we can do a run here. We got the Bliss background. All right, now this should be nostalgia-inducing. Honestly, though, it's hard to reach out like this when all I can see now is this background. But yeah, this thing is pretty neat. But sure, if you want the react, we'll give it. Sure. I'll remove the background to none. Alright, let me see if I can find it. Oh boy, it says it looks great, but... Alright, we open up Grey J again. Wait, what the fuck? Why do I need a login? Is this video like restricted or something? That is so weird. Gotta sign in now to confirm I'm not a bot. Oh boy. Alright, one sec. I wonder why the freaking thing is borked. It was working not too long ago. It says source YouTube disabled. What the fuck? Okay, we'll just watch it from the other thing then. But fuck it, he'll get the view. I have to fix it.
Hey guys, it is a new day. Well, it's the next day since the 2.4 livestream. I want to go through the entire Wuthering Waves version preview right here, and all my thoughts are like both good and bad and whatever. And let's go through all that. So let's just get straight into it here. The artwork here looks pretty damn cool. I'm loving the way it's designed here. We've got like at the top here we've got Fleur-de-Lis, middle here we've got Cartithia, and at the bottom here we've got Lupa as well. We've been teased like there's going to be some kind of a conflict between, well, possibly between Lupa and Cartithia, saying that Lupa's going to be like the harbinger of the next dark tide. I don't know what that means, but I'm curious to find out. I mean, I don't want to tell us everything about the story, because why?
Yeah.
You know? So lightly we toss the crown. I don't know why, but it's a really simple title, but it's really cool. Like we toss the crown. Like, why are we tossing the crown? But again,
why don't they go toss the salad instead?
Here, main quest here. We got chapter 2,
That'd be more
Act
in
5,
theme.
Shadow of Glory. This seems to be mainly
Why
to
are they
do with
talking about
Cartier.
tossing crowns? They should be talking about tossing
in
salads.
the story trailer that Cartier's basically gone missing.
It would be more in theme if they were talking about tossing salads instead of crowns.
To be our sword, and also to be like the Knight of Raguna as well. So she's on her
right. It would be more in theme if it was that instead.
And then here for Act 6, Flames of the Heart, where this seems to be more of a Lupa-centric quest. I really liked the way that they presented Lupa in this trailer as well. She seems, when I saw the drip marketing for Lupa, I thought that she was going to be kind of like just happy-go-lucky, the typical thing. But you see like this really,
do you even know what it means?
Dark smirk on her as well. I don't know what it is, but I love it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be
by tossing
more,
the salad
with her as well. Yeah, Gifts of Grand Opening. That's a temple on the limited banner. This is not the only temple we get. We're actually getting the 7-day login as well, which is a 5 standard banner and also 5 limited banner pulls as well. So a total of 15 limited pulls and 5 standard.
Yeah,
cool.
okay.
But that's not the only pulls. We've got some more we can get, like touch on later on. New outfits.
Ooh, we get
Laurel
increased crit
Nymph.
chance.
So Changli is confirmed to be a nymph. We saw these designs for the skins in the previous 2.3 live stream. I'm wondering why they didn't show us them actually in the live stream itself, on the models walking around. I think that would have been pretty cool. Like seeing either Changli or Carlotta's ult animation with these skins. I would have thought that'd be pretty cool. Do they have any particular changes? You know, like
they
how
probably
they
don't.
The
Minimum viable product.
Jinshi, when she wears her special skin. I want to see if they were going to do anything, but I guess we're just going to have to find out on the day, unless they give us another sneak preview type thing before the update. New region of Seton here. This area looks absolutely humongous.
I don't know, man.
Huge. Like, we saw the scale of that building when
you
we
know
were
these
in the live
clowns,
stream.
man.
You could look up and probably not see the top of it, and we can see the entirety of it, and this is quite a far distance away, so the area is going to be absolutely massive. I'm expecting something either at or similar along the lines of what we got in 2.0, like the entirety of like the Raguna Reinx area there, not including the ritual ends or anything like that, but like I'm expecting something along those lines, like that kind of level of vastness. So I'm looking forward to exploring this. On the new echoes here, we've got Lioness of Glory. She looks incredible. Like, we saw like this echo fighting in the live stream as well. Looks really, really cool. Pilgrim Shell and Devotee's Flesh. These two here look pretty gnarly. I don't know what the word, gnarly is the only word that I can like think of right now. Like, they seem like something you would see in a Souls game. No? I really enjoy these designs, particularly this one here, the Devotee's Flesh.
Let's see.
Spectral Drake, Fusion Drake,
Binary
Havoc
Bomb,
Drake.
why not?
Cool. We've
get another
like
weapon.
expanding on the drakes that we got earlier. Here we've got Phantom Cuddlewoodle. This one is, we all know this. This is a outright shout out to Danganronpa. One second, pull it up. This is easy a shout out, like a callback, a reference, whatever you want to call it, to Danganronpa's Monokuma. Like, straight up, absolutely. And I don't mind that at all. It's actually a really cool design from both Danganronpa and for this one as well. I'm curious to what the fan reaction to this is going to be, particularly in JP, because you know that Japan is very particular about copyright and copyrighted imagery, like with the whole Palworld Pokemon thing. So I haven't really seen the Japanese reaction to this yet, so I'm really curious about that. Here, new Sonata effects. So we've got two new sets, a Windward Pilgrimage and a Flaming Clawprint. So Windward Pilgrimage, well, from the sound of it, because we know that Cartier is on her pilgrimage to become the knight, as I explained earlier. This seems to be the set that is meant for Cartier, which absolutely sucks, because I've spent the past however weeks or months or whatever it is farming the current Aero set, expecting that would be the set that would be used for Cartier as well, but apparently not.
Get fucked. You deserve it.
So
get fucked,
on this point as well, this again,
I've
got to like throw my criticism out there as well. The ecosystem sucked. The ecosystem completely sucked, and there was nothing that was shown to us in the live stream that addressed that.
It'll never get fixed.
In any way, shape,
it's
or
done
form.
that way
The
on
grind
purpose.
Is completely intolerable, and I think they need to sort it out. This is not...
They're never going to sort it out.
A new character
because their goal is to farm artificial
with
engagement.
on that banner. And
that's the whole point.
Perhaps when the next
they're never gonna fix it.
Another character with
the only way to fix the ecosystem is to completely remove it.
Nearly enough time.
That's the only way to fix it, because it's the ecosystem itself is the problem.
My character in 3 weeks. Good for you. You got some really good RNG. I've been trying to build my Carlotta for fuck knows how long. I've been doing the same thing for Brant, and now I've been doing the same thing for Phoebe and Zanny. I think Zanny was the only one I actually got any degree of luck on, and that's what it is. It is luck, pure and straight up luck. With this here, they're setting a time frame. Like, you cannot even pre-farm the set that you want.
They said at launch that they were fixing it. Yeah, it's just band-aids.
If we could at least pre-farm, sure, but like, come on, you're gonna release a set, because they just released that Aero set as well with the Aero erosion, and they're already releasing another set for Aero. Anyone that defends this current system for the echoes, I don't know.
There's no
fix.
It's
some degree of
outside of completely deleting it.
I'm not even kidding. So
you know what?
Cool.
They deserve to get fucked.
For me to farm. I actually have, because I was gonna do this with all those.
They all deserve to get fucked.
I've been saving up all those Aero echoes, right? Aero set echoes, should I say? I was saving up because I was gonna do a stream where I have 1,000 gold echo tubes and like 9,000 tuners, because I've just not been using them. I've been waiting. I was gonna like use all these Aero echoes and see how long or see how many tubes or tuners it would take to get one character built or 2 characters built.
They praise them like crazy for this bullshit, and now they're experiencing, they're dealing with the consequences. It's great.
No doubt in my mind, because who the hell wouldn't at this point? Katsuya looks incredible, and I wanted to be able to build her on day 1 with all these echoes, with all these tuners, and all these echo tubes I accumulated. But no, that's not going to happen now, is it? I mean, maybe I could get lucky and do the batch merge, and maybe in that batch merge I'll get some echoes on this set, but that's not really going to help anything, is it? Nah, the ecosystem in Wuthering Waves is still the worst part of this game. Like, mechanically, like game mechanics wise, the echoes fucking suck. Well, the ecosystem here sucks. In terms of like the scarcity and how much you need to grind and the absolute infinite
That's the whole point.
When we got the modifiers shouldn't be for the main stats, they should be for the substats. I don't mind grinding for main stats, that's fine. I don't even mind grinding for some degree of the substats as well, but like, let us modify.
The whole point is to stall you forever. That's the whole point.
Hard, and it's not that
they're fucking you over because that's the only way they can pretend they have content.
Here we got the new
they gotta force you to log in every day.
So you have to pay for this one. This is the glider version.
They make you feel bad for not doing so.
Looks pretty cool, but I don't know if it's really worth paying any money for unless it gives us some kind of buff, like maybe like 5 or 10% speed or something. I don't know. This is the free one. I think we saw this in the previous patch too. Yeah, it says here obtainable through special events. So this one is free if you just do the event. New permanent challenge gameplay. Banners never fall. This one seems really, really interesting. I'm interested to see how it's implemented. The description that we saw, it was basically just like capture the flag type thing, and the more flags you have, the better results, or the better rewards you get as well. I said in the live stream as well that I think they could have like modified this a little bit to be PvP as well. Like have like a PvP section, so you can just play it like solo, but like a PvP rank section as well, where you form teams and then you try to like capture the flag.
You log in every day only to clock 60
cool.
I
didn't see anything like that so far, but something they could build on in the future. New tactical hologram challenge.
Hey, what do you expect, man? And if you swipe the $5, you still don't even get 1 pull a day. If you swipe for the $5 monthly card, you're 10 asteroids short for 1 gacha pull.
A lot of the attack animations in that were basically Tempest Mephis, just straight up. But instead of having a clone, like a single clone, now we've got 2 clones, so we're fighting 1 versus 3. We're cooked. We are completely and utterly, like, cooked. I wonder how long it's going to take to clear that. Optimizations, the in-game guide depot. This basically puts all the guide makers out of a job. Sorry, Brax. Focus mode is pretty cool. It basically just like everything. Also, in the recent patch update as well, you know the shortcut to get out of immersion mode where everything's off screen? I actually asked this as well. I wanted the shortcut to allow us to get into that as well, and they did, thankfully. So global filter, this is just a stand-in for the NVIDIA filters. I mean, I know that not everyone has NVIDIA graphics cards, so not everyone could have taken advantage of that. But this is also for PS5 and Mac as well, so that's pretty cool. Main quest fast track event. Optimize the event next up Reinsita. After activating Jinsho's resonance nexus during main quest, you can go to to Reinx directly and start experiencing version 2.0. So, if I remember correctly, before you had to have cleared through Act 3 before you could go on to next stop Reinx, before you could skip to Reinx. This here is saying you have to just do the prologue, prologues 1 and 2, and when you get to the Nexus, it opens up the world, and then after that, then you can go to Reinx. So that helps. I would have much more preferred if they had put just like a couple of guys on there. Just put a couple of guys on there to cut away all the fat from the 1.0 storyline and just make it a little bit more. I don't think they would have to do any rewrites or reshoots or anything like that. They could just like cut away a lot of the extra stuff that isn't needed. It's like editing a movie. Like the movie is made in the edit. They have this here. It seems raw. A lot of people don't like just the length of it or like what's being said in there. Go in there, chop it all up, make it leaner, make it tighter, and they could have edited that and make it a bit more enjoyable. I mean, I personally didn't mind it, but I know a lot of people did, and make it enjoyable for them, you know? And that's all here. I mean, but it says here, stay tuned to official announcements for updates and on more optimizations. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to have more in detail later on as well. Here, Resonators card theme.
It's not new.
Before I've already given my thoughts on these two characters. They look really, really cool. Dancing Storm's Wake and also Roar of Triumph. They look cool. These weapons look really cool as well. Like the Defier's Thorn and also Wildfire Mark. These look sick. These look really, really cool. Special events: the Everglorious Summit Exploration event, another exploration event, a photo collection event, which is also basically just another exploration event. 7-day login. So like I said, you get the temple and the 7-day login as well.
Well, they can't make the exploration events permanent?
Here, where is
It's just part of the game? No, they can't.
Imagine. The Peaks of Prestige, where you choose a character, and I'm guessing depending on the character you choose, you get certain buffs up here that like aid you or like change the way certain things are in the battle ahead. So that's interesting. And then after that, you build your deck of the cards that you want to use in there. You see like these 3 and 6, 0 and 10, 2 and 8. And it's not just going to be a simple card. I mean, it is a card game, but it's not just cards fighting. That's going to be kind of boring. When it actually goes there, it actually gives you a visual like representation of the fight being had. And it's more of like an auto battler, it seems. For card games, in my opinion, like mini games, nothing beats Triple Triad. Triple Triad from Final Fantasy VIII was by far one of the best card mini games in a game, in my opinion, ever. Here, Lola campaign verification. So this is another Lola campaign where you get some more standard pulls and more Astrite, so cool. And Virtual Crisis, I really enjoyed the first Virtual Crisis, so I'm really happy to have this back as well. I really think they should keep this as a permanent game mode that they refresh every patch. I don't think it'd be that hard to keep it fresh, to change out drag and drop new
minimum viable product. They don't actually care.
If they can do it for Tower of Adversity, I'm sure they could do it for this too. So I think they should keep Virtual Crisis as a permanent game mode. I also would have liked it if, because I think they showed where, yeah, this is it, where you get the buffs and such, which is all cool, and then you select 2 different bosses to fight against, which is really damn cool. They could have even gone further, like maybe like allow you to fight against 3 at the same time. I don't know if that'd be like how stressful that would be on GPU, CPU type thing, but if they could do that, but also allow us to fight that in co-op as well, I think we need more permanent co-op events. We have co-op in terms of like
co-op is dog shit. Why do they want more?
I don't think anyone's
doing it. Would just show how awful it is even further.
I don't think anyone is really. So if we had that as a permanent co-op game,
co-op is dog shit.
That would be really cool. At the same time as well, they should probably start introducing something along the lines of guilds as well, don't you think?
The event to kill a boss all the time? You want a racing event?
I don't think that's
Do you actually want it there though?
Like artists and cosplayers and such. And that's it. But in saying that as well, they did also reveal the latest characters here. So we got
it's worse because you have one less character.
New characters. One that
it's already worse because one less character slot.
And 5 more that I have no idea.
You're limited to 3 players and you have one less character slot.
We've got here Chisa,
so it's worse overall.
Chuyuan, Galbrena, Yuno, and
it's
Augusta.
a downgrade over Genshin's.
Shown as well. My
and Genshin's was already pretty bad.
Look absolutely amazing. Like Augusta, I'll be honest, I'm going to say it as well, she looks like Himiko. And I say that in praise, because I said it before when I was playing Honkai Star Rail, I love Himiko's design. I think it's probably one of the best designs that they have in Honkai Star Rail, just period. Again, my personal opinion. So having basically Himiko in this game as well, I really like. And also that star in there reminds me of Gwendolyn. You know, is it just me? Like here, Dark Sun, like the sun thing across the forehead, eyes type thing. it just really reminds me of her, you know? But yeah, looking absolutely Amazonian right now. I really, really like this design. It's really cool.
I don't know about Amazonian, but
here
sure.
With her chakram, like a spinning disc thing. Looks pretty cool. I like her. Galbraina looks badass. She looks absolutely badass, and that tone stomach there looks absolutely delicious. I mean, incredible.
Yep.
Sorry. Churyuan, yeah, I really like this guy's design as well. He looks like a wandering swordsman. I mean, I think it says here, yeah, a lone wayfaring swordsman. So again, they're definitely going for that vibe. I thought he looked kind of like Miyamoto Musashi, like, also in that kind of vibe of Ronin. But I know that with the Chinese name, he's more like with a Chinese wandering swordsman. But I still see it as well. Chisa, yeah, yeah. I've already seen on Japan's Twitter right now, they love her. Like,
okay,
they really love her. She's currently, I think she
sure.
currently has the highest liked post on any Wuthering Waves official Twitter account at all. I think she's almost running up to 100,000 likes. Let me see here.
Yeah, that's rare. It is.
Just hit 100,000 likes for Chisa. That's like the first. I think the previous record holder for Chisa was Zani. I think Zani got around 75,000 likes or something, if I remember correctly. She completely blew her out of the water. It's not even funny. Yeah, Japan is going crazy for this girl. Not because of the particular design. Like, the design is very stereotypical or prototypical of like the high school girl sailor uniform.
Yep.
Black hair, hime-cut swordsman type thing. We've seen a lot of characters like that in Japanese media so far. And she seems like an amalgamation of all of them. With the weapon here, I was seeing like Kill the Kill. I was seeing Kill the Kill with the sword there, like half of a scissor type thing. But then you've also got Blood Sea as well, which really, really cool. I love the Blood series. And just all sorts of characters like mishmash together, and you get Chisa, and I love it. I love it too. I think the main reason why Japan is really like going crazy for her is because she's very obviously a Japan-inspired, Japan-esque, Japan-coded character. So this is the first character that they have. Like, oh, this is a Japanese character that they have, and they love it. And For Lover as well. And we've seen For Lover for quite a while. So yeah, we've got these 6 characters here. They all look pretty amazing.
That's all. That's the only compliment you can give them, though.
For Lover is
we've
seen that hers is on
because afterwards,
her, left arm here.
The next one-dimensional horror that they need to sell.
Right arm. Churyuan here. I can't find anything. I cannot see his tacit mark anywhere.
He looks like a Blue Archive character. Yeah, I've heard that.
Neck or something, or
what was the name of the character again?
On the other side of his face here. Maybe he's got like a tacit mark under.
I don't know. I don't play Blue Archive. I think I saw that like yesterday.
Tacit mark. That'd be pretty cool. Augusta here. You can't see it in this one, but she actually has
Damn,
it
it's
on
already
the
8
back
a.m.
of her hand here. That was actually shown in the trailer.
God
here, you can see that it's on the back of her hand here. Yuno, this one is difficult to see. Let me just zoom in. This one is difficult to see. It's actually here on the top of her left foot, barely hidden by this star shine streak here.
Why is he looking at her foot? What the fuck?
Here, but if you actually look at the trailer here, you can see her tacit mark for just a few frames. 1 second, just a few frames right here. Just zoom in. Oh, before the door closes. Right there on her back left shoulder blade, that's where her tacit mark is. We've got the confirmations for Lover's tacit mark, Chisa's tacit mark, Galbraina's tacit mark, Yono's tacit mark, Augusta's tacit mark. The only one that we don't know so far is the one for Churyuan here. And on that point, I really, really hope that we also get to have Scar, Cristoforo, Geshu-Lin, and also Fenrico. I want Fenrico to be playable as well. I want these 4 characters, if they can like make these 4 characters playable as well, like why not? The amount of people that are really looking forward to seeing these characters come back into the story and possibly be playable as well is absolutely unreal. I don't want to harp on it too much, but
no, they throw away the characters after they're done though.
We need more male characters in this game. We need 4-star characters in the game to
why even have 4-star characters, man? Fuck that.
For the new game mechanics, like we need like a knockoff version of Phoebe for Spectral Frazzle. We need like a knockoff version of Chacona for Aero Erosion, etc., etc. And then, guys, I just want to play as like Geshu-Lin or Scar as well, you know? Like, he's cool, but by the time he comes out, it's going to be like, what? 1 dude for 7, 8 girls? Variety. I just want variety. But yeah, I know there's a part of the player base out there that hates anyone talking about this issue. Whenever anyone says anything like that on Twitter, they just say, put it in the survey, and that is a very, very lazy excuse. I don't remember anyone saying anything like put in the survey for any criticisms about anything that's happened, not just in this game, but in any other game. Whenever there's been criticisms of other games, it's been like, yeah, right, or maybe no, maybe I don't agree. But it's never been put in the survey. What you're saying is that you just want people to shut up. That's quite literally all you're saying. Put it in the survey, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear it. But if I talk about it, it's not for you. Of course I'm putting it in the survey. I'm talking about it because I want to let other people know that I'm feeling this way, because I'm sure other people feel this way as well.
I mean, they're only after the master lead market anyways. That's why they're only selling those things.
Look where we are now. Look where the conversation has taken us. Like how people look at Honkai Star Rail. I'm not saying I'm the cause of that. I'm saying my voice or my video was a part of that. I think that's fair to say. And that's all I'm saying. To let people know that I feel this way. A lot of other people feel this way as well. Me saying that is not for Kuro. Me saying that is for the community. That's why there's no point in putting it in the survey. Because first of all, I'm doing that, but I'm saying it for the community. If you disagree with that, put it in the comments. But yeah, on the whole though, I'm really looking forward to 2.4. It looks really fun, looks really good. The characters look amazing. The area looks amazing. We need something sorted for the ecosystem.
I mean, that's all it is.
4 stars, and we need more male characters. These are
I mean, the ecosystem's never gonna get fixed.
Struggles with, or Kuro Games struggles with Within Waves. And yeah, I want these things sorted out.
They're never gonna sort it out.
Guys,
because fixing it would mean deleting it.
In the comment section below. And so until next time, I will
deleting
see
it entirely is the solution.
Peace.
They created the problem on purpose. They'll pretend they did something about it to shut people up. But the whole thing was created by them on purpose. Like, that's the point. They created the problem on purpose. It's all done on purpose. But they don't know. They don't know. Alright, that's off the list. They don't know, man. They don't. Who's here for verification? Where are they from? Okay, sure. Let me get them dealt with. There they go. Okay, but yeah. I think we got through all of these now. Right, we got through everything. Right, we're through it. I kind of want to finish this round though. Of the thing. We'll finish this round first. I'll quickly do my dailies and then we end off. Because we're gonna play the Stellar Blade demo tomorrow. Or tonight or whatever. It's already 8 a.m. Here, let me just switch it to Bliss. The classic Windows XP background. Yeah, the Genshinification of the gachas when they could be more. But yeah. This freaking thing is just way too addicting. This Vampire Survivors clone with the desktop themed one. Alright, let's take Power surge. But yeah, I've just been spending all this time just grinding money. So I can buy more upgrades. So I can get further and further in these runs to farm more money. That's all I've been doing these past couple hours. While we've been doing the reacts. Great way to pass the time too, I'd say. What do you mean, bruh? What, you don't like it? I made it look like Windows XP now. It's great. Yeah, trust me, if you're playing it yourself, man, it's different when you're doing it yourself. This is peak gaming and then any other live service game. It is, man. It is. Trust. This is peak gaming. And then toss in your own music as well. Right, we've heard of what we even call this type of genre, man. Other than survivors clones. Alright, it's not, you know, we've heard of bullet hell, but I've also heard the word bullet heaven being tossed around. Cause this is definitely not bullet hell. I don't know. Good shit though. Desktop survivors. Bullet Heaven. Yeah, nice name, yeah. Alright, let's go clear more waves of this stuff. But yeah, it is quite something. You know, why haven't these gachas even like tried to do a 3D version of this type of thing? They could probably do a lot with like, if they just reuse their maps and try to make a 3D version of this shit. And they could like use a bunch of maps that had replay value that way. As like a fun side thing. Especially because they have like a lot of just unused empty maps basically. They could easily probably come up with a way to cut it off and try to do something like this. But they don't. That'll decrease my attack speed. I don't think I'll take that gamble. Not worth it. Oh damn, that thing fires lasers. Oh shit, there's like a bunch of them now. They really want me dead. God, these get even crazier. And I'm dead. Power surge almost 40 DPS. Binary bomb is strong too. Damn. Wait, word art is also pretty good. Okay. Gold earned. I earned almost 5k gold. Good shit. And then I can get like more upgrades. This one gives me more damage per upgrade. That increases luck stat. Gives me another shield stack. Reduce damage taken. Might be good to have that. Just reduce damage taken a little bit. But that also makes it so I can shoot faster. Wait. I can get the projectile speed up. These companies can't even think, right? Yeah, they only follow MiHoYo Genshin Swap, and even that is gonna be trash. Yep. At least MiHoYo knows what they want. Exactly. Alright, at least they know, I guess. It is what it is, though. Minimum viable product, just like it was said earlier. Minimum viable product. But yeah, like there's so many upgrades up here. Need to slowly work towards getting them all. I at least maxed out the grade 1, which increases money drop. But of course need the other things as well. Permanently increases reflected damage. Okay, and then there's like decreased clock speed. I'm still not really sure what clock speed does. I'm assuming it like slows down the timer per room, so you can farm the rooms for longer for more stuff. That's what I'm assuming that does. I'm assuming. But yeah. And then this one, of course I got this one, so it fires 1 extra projectile permanently. But yeah, like, lots of shit to like just farm for all these upgrades. So then you can keep pushing it further and further. And then they have like upgrades for each individual item as well. I haven't unlocked all the items and stuff yet, though. There's lots of things there. There's like crit chance increase up per upgrade. I guess you can get 12% permanent crit upgrade. Permanently reduces damage you take by 30% if you get all 3. Right, this is 30% attack speed up. 20% weapon area size. Right, and this is health regen. I guess you get to have permanent half an HP regen per second after you get all the upgrades there. So you can last just a little bit longer. But yeah, I got lots of stuff there. And of course, yeah, there's Burial Bay. Item is buried, 50% more likely to appear during a run. I guess you can pick an item that you want to just show up more likely. in a run. And you can get up to 3 slots, I guess. With this one. So that's neat. I wonder if there's like other things you can get in there too. I mean, there's like other abilities I don't have, other power-ups. There's a lot actually that I have yet to unlock there. As you can see. But of course, I like having it on none. Because if you have it on none, well then now you have no background. Wait, did it like bork out now you can't see it again? Okay, that's an interesting bug. It hides the UI when it sometimes when it's on none. Interesting. It doesn't get picked up by like the screen capture. At least not properly. Interesting. Okay, anyways. I guess I'll quickly do my Nikki dailies first. Do I even bother to change category? You know what? Sure. Very briefly. Damn, the Nikki category is so dead. That is crazy. 13 viewers in the Nikki category. We'll make it alive temporarily. It is so extremely dead. That is funny. Just gonna quickly do the dailies here. We'll revive it temporarily. But yeah, that is crazy. Right, that is crazy. Alright, what are our dailies? Gotta spend the stamina. And the other thing? Oh. Alright, what else does it want? Okay, we gotta spend the stamina. Alright, these dailies done. Already done. Then there's this crap here. What do we have here? Transform random animal. Okay. Wait, what did it say to do? Blue rarity or higher. Sure, we'll do that first. We got yellow hit rarity. We need the blue one. There we go. That's the first one done. Oh, that's over there. Gotta call on the shooting star thing. Oh, they have a thing over there too. Alright, we got one here. I'll get the one there first. And make my way across. Does it really need to load? It's like just on the other side of the map there. Whatever. Okay. Let me just double check to make sure I got all those shards nearby here. Alright, we'll go to the next area. All the way over there. Alright, let's get this stuff here done. Where's the thing here? No, it's not up here. Okay. They're more down here. Gotta get all the shards. I kind of wish I didn't do this shit for like the Heart of Infinity thing, because it's kind of annoying going around picking it up. But this is just how I'm gonna get mats for the other outfit stuff. It is what it is. I mean, it's a platformer game. It's a 3D platformer. There is combat, but it's about as simple as what you would expect from a basic, like, platformer game. But it doesn't have a lot of things that you would... Like, a lot of, like, extra mechanical things from some platformer games in regards to movement physics and stuff. It's, like, pretty basic still. Unfortunately. It's a 3D platformer with dress-up stuff. The dyeing thing is like, if you're like dyeing the outfits is scuffed too, unfortunately, as well. There's a lot of reasons why people weren't happy with things. Oh well. We'll see what happens long term. But yeah, it's definitely fallen off pretty quickly. Who knows what'll happen? I doubt it though. Yep, it's held back by scuffed and really, really dumb business decisions. As usual. Yep, there's literally nothing else on the market, man. And it's just sad. Wait, no, that's 35 stars, so I need to get... I can get that tomorrow, and then... slowly go my way through here. It's really unfortunate, man. But that's just how things are. Oh yeah, I hit the limit there. I haven't really touched a lot of the events and stuff. I'll probably do that eventually, I just don't feel like doing it now. It is what it is. Well, I'm done with the dailies there. Wait, why was I pinged on that Discord? I was pinged in NTE chat, what the hell? Sure. They were asking me about something. Oh, they were just asking about the money-making thing. In NT from when I played the beta. They were just asking about that stuff. And then the other one... Okay. But yeah, there's like nothing else here. I guess I could quickly do ToF dailies, or I could do that later tonight. Honestly, before I go to sleep, because we've been live for 9 hours. God damn, 9 hours. It's already 8:40 a.m. It's almost 9 a.m. I need to get some sleep. We've been at it for this long. We at least cleared all the reacts. We're at least done with the reacts. It's been cleaned. I just want to get some sleep now. So we'll just end it off here. Right? As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. When we're back, we'll just quickly do ToF Snowbreak dailies. And then we'll play the Stellar Blade demo. I need to get started on installing that though. But yeah. I'll see you guys next time though. See you guys. See ya.